Welcome CrossFIRE Philippines, dito lang sa CFS Path Regional Qualifiers. PH Salvatore and Sticky Frog nga pala, na-miss namin kayo at na-miss namin especially ang pananagalog no? So yun nga, we're going to be opening up an amazing day filled with action para lang sa inyo at panimula ka sa araw nga na to ay walang iba kundi ang Team Stallions versus EKISQUAD no? At bago yun, Sticky, kakamustahin na muna kita. At baka okay na ba yung wiring natin dyan sa utak para sa laban na to?
Medyo jet lag pa ng konti kahit papaano pare. Pero syempre, magigising talaga ako fully knowing ito yung reward ng ating EKISQUAD pare sa pagkapanalo ng Impact. Ito sa inyo, kalaban yung Stallions sa first series.
Ay, nako. Medyo masaklap no? At isa sa mga bagay na hindi dapat natin pwedeng gawin, itusok at itusok talaga ang mga kabayo kasi baka sipahin ka mula niyan sa likod. At yun ang naging panimulang pandal nga dito ng EKISQUAD after an amazing run mula sa Impact. At eto na nga ang kanilang test run kung sakaling makapag-top 8 nga sila. Pero bago yun guys, no, pag-usapan muna na nga natin kung bakit nga tayo merong regional qualifiers, meron tayong pinagtipon-tipon na top 8 ng Masters at ng Impact para magkaroon tayo ng Swiss stage. 8 teams will advance towards sa ating top 10 ng Regional Finals Philippines, kung saan yun ang ating magiging golden ticket papuntang Wuhan all the way to CFS Grand Finals 2026. At kitang-kita mo na nga dyan sa ating bandang kaliwa ang ating mga magiging schedule no? At yun na nga sinabi na nga natin kanina is Team Stallions versus EKISQUAD. Pero meron din tayo Execration versus SGJ, ang debut ng Wolves versus Alliance Gaming, at FERVID versus MOMEN para sa 4 na matches ngayong araw nga na to. Very exciting, Sticky.
Yun nga, no, we're keeping it local dito sa mga matches natin para with Execration versus SGJ. And SGJ, very interesting, especially going this time around pare, considering na last time, final turn lang sila na eliminate dito, no, Salvatore, at the very tail end ng ating labanan dito sa ating qualifiers. So hopefully there is a second chance para sa kanila and chance for redemption para sa mga ibang teams natin pare.
And let's talk about the map pool naman, no, Sneaky. So pagkatapos nga natin mag-usap-usap tungkol sa ating mga teams, at eto naman ating mga pupuntahan kung sakaling mapusuan ng mga teams na yan. At yes, mga bossing, no, we now finally unveil ang isa sa mga magbabagong mapa dito sa ating panibagong season ng CrossFIRE. We welcome Compound 3, no, mga bossing. So saktong-sakto at fitting-fitting na nilagay nga siya sa pangatlong section no? Pero yun guys, do not be fooled. Yung new compound na yan, magkakaroon na nga tayo ng salamin na pwede mong basagin. At baka sakali lang naman makita natin yan maya-maya. Pero the rest, same lang din naman tayo. Wala namang magbabago lang dito. Yung season, pati na nga rin yung mapa. At ngayon, punta naman tayo sa ating schedule, no, mga bossing. Sino-sino nga ba ang magdalaban kung hindi mo pa alam at baka nakaligtaan mo yung mga pinagsasabi ko kanina, papaalala ko lang din para sa iyo, no, to open up ang ating malapit na Biyernes, no. Sa maulan na Biyernes, we have Team Stallions versus EKISQUAD, Execration versus SGJ Dynasty, followed by Wolves, Alliance Gaming, at ang panghuling pandangal, the Cebuano Derby, FERVID versus MOMEN.
Yun nga pare, tamang litmus test lang na dito, no, para dito sa FERVID, who is finally realizing na Hatch in the lineup actually works para sa kanila dito. And for the rest of yung ating games, I feel like it is yung mga top teams natin trying to prove that they can still play at a high level. Especially yung pinakamalaking test dito, Salvatore, para dito sa Wolves and para kay Kenyon, who is the brand spanking new sniper nga ng ating roster na iyon. So it will be a very interesting set of matches for today pare, considering na yun nga, Stallions is fresh. Stallions and Execration are fresh from Paris pare, at pabalik nga sila dito to regain that spot papunta nga dito sa Wuhan.
Paano pa ang SGJ Dynasty, no, Sneaky? Nagkaroon na balita ko, nagkaroon nga sila ng medyo busy na roster na off-season na kung saan may natanggal pero may pumalit din naman na familiar din naman sa kumbaga mga kadugo at kalugar din naman nila Jayhawker at nila Derseno. Pero mamaya na natin pag-usapan ang SGJ Dynasty. Dito man na tayo mag-shift ng focus na kung saan ang ating 4th placer ng recently concluded na Esports World Cup Team Stallions laban sa number 1, no, ng CFS Impact Summer, that being EKISQUAD, no? Alam mo, Sticky, grabe, no? Numbers do tell a very telling story kasi kung isipin mo, no, number 4 versus sa number 1. Syempre, doon ako sa number 1 kay Bosting, no?
Obsim, especially yung generational statistics na pinost ni Bosting during yung grand final natin pare. Syempre, mapapalaki talaga yung mata nga dito ni Bossing KLB na nasa kabilang side ng ating server. And very interesting nga para nga dito sa Ekis, no. It's how do you say this? A team full of potential pare, and I would say hopefully ma-realize nga dito sa series natin, especially knowing Stallions na kakagaling lang dito sa ating EWC, na-meet na nila yung kanilang potential at this point, and then we're going for and then more para ka sa kanila. Still consistent para dito sa Team Stallions na nakatapos sila na top 4 dito sa EWC as they placed, third and fourth rin last year. Actually third, going into the last round, only one place worse. Pero overall talaga, Stallions is still Stallions at the end of the day, pare.
Pero sana mas mag-improve na nga dito ang naging recent stint ng EKISQUAD sa kanilang huling beses na nag-Swiss stage nga sila, no? Pero to open it up, isang malupit na storya nga ang magiging mapupunta dito for EKISQUAD. Pero yun na nga, other than that, map veto na nga tayo mga bossing, so we now have the official map veto ng laban nga na to. Saan tayo dadalhin? Of course, wala nang iba. Sure na yan. Talaga, talagang ang sabi ni Posting, sige, laro tayo, may mga taga Bacolod, Iloilo naman tayo no? So yan, sub-base to open up para sa side dito ng STS if I'm not mistaken, followed Eagle Eye, and then we have Angkara, and hopefully ma-correct nga tayo in the meantime. Pero to open up ang ating sub-base in the first half, magsisimula nga ang I believe that will be EKISQUAD, the blacklist side. So I feel like nakita naman natin yung emphasis ng GR side ng Team Stallions during EWC, Sticky, na yun yung parang kumbaga surface level na GR side. Alam mo talaga na they want to be as aggressive as much as possible para siguro din na matest or mag-gauge man lang yung kalaban nga nila na kung papalag nga ba sila sa early or itong mga kalaban nga nila is gustong mag-ubos talaga ng oras. Pero other than that, parang wala naman siguro ganun ka-significance na nakikita nga natin dito sa ating map dito.
It's actually impressive na hit ng EKISQUAD all three good maps nga dito ng Team Stallions, which is absolutely insane na wala man lang silang naiwasan dun sa veto, like itong yung usual na nakikita ka natin galing sa Team Stallions, which is itong sub-base natin, and at the same time yung kanilang expanded map pool, which is itong Eagle Eye, and just so happens to be Angkara. There is a bit of doubts kung makakaabot nga tayo dito sa map number 3. I feel like maganda sana if EKIS actually went for the new compound. Kasi gusto ko makita kung paano nilang igagamitin yung new compound, especially now to try and neutralize yung mga stronger players natin, kakaya nga ni Kanoa, ni Loy. Pero we're gonna go the traditional route para sub-base Eagle Eye for yung first two maps natin. And especially knowing yung sub-base, there has been some innovations dito ka sa mapa na to, especially knowing what Liquid has done dito sa ating EWC. Problema ka lang, has EKISQUAD practiced it, pare.
Parang libre-libre na yung material nga natin to finally take down Team Stallions, and it just happens to be from a vicinity there in Brazil, At wala talaga sa Brazil, hindi wala sa China, hindi wala sa Baisha Gaming, King Zero, even All Gamers. Akalain mo nga naman, it was the formula of the Animals himself ang nakagawa nga naman talaga ng paraan para either dumikit or mahanap man lang yung isang round na pwede nga gamitin ng mga teams paulit-ulit to take down Team Stallions in that kind of map. Pero at least, we now do have an idea na Team Stallions is definitely beatable, Gods can definitely bleed, din nga ang sinasabi nga natin for Team Stallions. And if EKISQUAD, kung meron nga kayong gustong gawing nakakatawa at the same time napakalupit ngayon sa araw nga na to, it is to definitely Team Stallions, to defeat Team Stallions rather sa kanilang home court. Kayo ba dyan guys, dyan sa ating comment section, baka may napupusuan kayo dyan, let us know dito lang sa ating broadcast, at baka mabatingan namin dyan ni Sticky Frog kung tingin mo ba EKISQUAD o Team Stallions sa mananalo. Let us know in the comments right now. At syempre meron nga tayong ongoing na stove migration event dyan guys, sa mga hindi pa nakakapagpalit dyan papuntang stove, sa mga gusto makakuha ng rewards, download stove right now at doon mo na i-launch mismo ang CROSSFIRE. At yun na nga, maraming salamat dyan sa ating mga supporters dyan na since day 1 na simula pa lang Master Spring. Akalain mo nga naman, Sneaky, nakakailang buwan na nga tayo. Nandito na nga tayo sa ating gateway papuntang regional finals. Parang kailan lang nagsimula magsimula ng Master Spring.
Yeah, parang yun nga, we already had two splits ng ating Masters, pare, obviously being one by itong Team Stallions, one in very dominant fashion, and the other in a very dominant fashion as well. So yun nga, it's kind of the same old story sa nakikita natin as of now. But of course, we are finally going into our first map of the entire path, pare. And ito na nga, EKISQUAD now on the BL side, GR side, para nga dito sa STS.
At ayan na nga, binibigyan natin ng pahapyaw, Sneaky. Ano ba itsura ng meta ngayon, At balita ko, teka lang, nagkaroon nga tayo ng konting adjustment sa roster. Owen King, binangko nga dito, in place of Ghosted, at si Kobe. Apparently, maglalaro nga para nga sa roster nga na to kasi absent ata si Ram. Di ko alam bakit. Pero yun na nga. 2 kills already para sa X Squad as ghosted now with a newly revamped AWM. 2 kills kagad sa X.
Napakabilis ni Carl. Nakalabas na agad dito ng Vincent. Si JJ nahulog na agad. Loy will be getting Carl in return. Pero one tap agad galing dito kay ʍMero to get itong si Loy. And of course, this has been a trend for the past few times ever since pumasok tayo ng International Salvatore. That double sniper setup. And feeling ko sakto yung pagpasok ka dito ni Ghosted, especially going up against STS. That particular setup napaka-effective.
Yeah, welcome back to Ghosted. Huling kita nga natin wala sa kanya is 2025 Impact Summer. And would you have believed it na talagang mapapabalik nga siya dito sa roster nga na to, no? Making a very good impression to start things off dito sa ating sub-base with 2 kills strong para nga sa kanya. ʍMero, amazing entry nga din para sa kanya. And very much so na nagulat talaga ang STS nga dito. Now, the rest of STS, di ko alam anong magiging setup nga nila, pero after nung naging round 1 na yun, no, Sneaky, I would still think na they have to play it safe na muna. Sabi ko nga kanina pa rin, nilalaro nila yung sub-base para mag-gauge nga nila yung kalaban. And I feel like this kind of pacing mula sa EKISQUAD is really putting a lot of strength, no, para sa side ng kanilang mga teammates. Yun. So, STS, good hold so far. Dito lang sa may second mid, wala pa rin nakakalampas. C4, palabas pa lang ng warehouse dito. No, nothing really significant in terms of movement para sa side ng Ekis. Ang matitira lang dito si Loy, doon lang sa may luwag. The rest dito ng Team Stallions is either naka-prepare lang para sa second mid push ng Ekis o kaya sa retake papuntang B. Yun naman ang nagiging safe route nga dito, no, mga bossing. 3-man stack already para sa EKISQUAD. Magiging foreman na nga to, no, baka sakaling sumama si Bosteng. Yan na, M4's now on the board. Single sniper setup na nga lang tayo. Sneaky, ʍMero now entry. Gets the headshot over to JJ. Kano, di man lang na trade. Masyadong makapal yung smoke. And here comes the reposition now for Team Stallions. Baka sakali magpa-B-site na nga. EKISQUAD now on the B-split. Here comes the entry. KLB now with the AK-47. Good spray double. And Kano, nagpakawala sa USP. Akalain mo, malakas pa rin naman yung armas na yan. 3 down for EKISQUAD. 33 on the clock. Kano, good adjustment sa HK. Gets the headshot over to Carl. 4v1 na nga lang tayo. What a read by Team Stallions on the defense. At ganun lang kung bumawi ang STS. 1-1 na nga tayo, no? Mga nagtataka bakit isang buong round ako nangangatyaw dito, no? Yung yung kasamahan ko, basta. No, sana makabalik na ka siya kagad eh. No? So yun, TRG pa rin dito para kay KLP. Lands the shot. Ghosted, di man lang nakabuelo ng isa. Loy now on the push. Finds Cobb na nagre-reload nga dito. Good lurk by Carl, pero nahuli pa rin siya kay KLP. Wala pa rin talagang nagbabago mga kaibigan. Ang sakit pa rin kung bumarel ng Team Stallions. No? Good shots all over the board. Parang feeling ko si JJ kailangan nang humabol ng unti-unti nga dito. No? Si still yet to record a kill. So yun na nga guys. So, sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam, nagkaroon nga ng isang mga magandang buff ang mga barrel. Nagkaroon ng mga magagandang buffs yung barrel tulad ng AWM, AK at M4. Kaya nandyan na nga sila. Mapapansin nyo, wala na nag-M14. Wala na nag-EBR. Kasi 27 na nga lang yung bala nun. Eh. Mas gugustuhin mo talagang mag-M4 at AK na nga lang. EKISQUAD going back into the ball game. Very good split, I would say. Not really sure kung paano nga tayo bubuelo dito, no? For EKISQUAD, knowing na nabasa na nga yung split nga nila kanina. Despite JJ getting traded dun sa naging B-split ng EKISQUAD, it was still a good reaction para kay LB. Yun lang. No? Jump spot dito para kay JJ. Huli nga sa radar dito ni Carl. To push itong mid-round nga natin. I feel like naramdaman na nga ng EKISQUAD na pwede nga silang magpa-second mid as they're opening up outer really anytime soon. Antay pa lang natin kung ano ba yung potential dito ng Team Stallions, no? 3 players already dito lang sa may MR. Papunta na ang luwag dito kahit man lang ang isa. So far, there's not really much to react about Team Stallions. Alam nga nila na pagdating sa retake o kaya sa mga first pick, malakas nga sila. KLB now on the spray down. Kovis gets the trade. Pero si KLP nakabuelo ka kagad. Nice shots from KLP. At narin niya kagad doon sa may passage yung papuntang ʍMero. Loy now gets the headshot. What an amazing reposition for Team Stallions. Welcome back, Sneaky Frog. 3-1 na tayo.
Yun nga. You're so bad.
Ano naabutan mo?
Surely, man. Naabutan ko, Stallions, 2v2. Lahat sila nagkasuntukan na dito, pare. Pero, yun nga, same mode. It seems like nakaunang suntok dito yung EKISQUAD natin at nakatatlong suntok pabalik itong Stallions. So far, it's not really, I would say, an equal fight. Pero ghosted, pwede mo mapa-equalize to, pare. Gawin mo lang ang onting ikot dito sa Vince. Pero si KLP ang makakauna on that Vince side. Pero may opportunity itong si Kobe na makapasok ng mid dahil wala kang sniper. Pero pababa na nga dito si KLP. So it's a good 1-for-1 pick. Pero hindi nila nakuha yung control dito ng second mid.
Boasting, no? Papa-ABR pa rin nga siya despite sa napaka-significant at napakalaki nerf nga dyan para sa baril nga na yan. Pero needless to say, kahit nga si KLP, napapa-arctic pa rin ng TRG ngayon eh. No? So, yun ba tayo para
Ano pa rin yan, pre? Pero yung reload. Ay! Nako po, that's not what you want to see. Kung ikaw si ㍍Match, pare, second mid control. Wala na sa kamay dito ng EKISQUAD. I feel like they're gonna force through this passage side. Napaka-nipis para kay KLP. Di na natamaan si Kobe's Cano's already dead. KLP finally getting the second player. Pero si Boasting, nakakapasok, nakakatalon, at nakaka-trade. 1 versus 1. Teka lang. Best case scenario, pero si Loy kalaban mo, pare. One tap ang kailangan ni Carl, and that is what he gets. EKISQUAD, nakabalik na ako, pare. Namanalo si Loy.
Kailangan lang ata na nandiyan ka, no, Sneaky, and EKISQUAD, despite it being a very messy round, nagawa pa rin nilang i-recover yung sarili nga nila all the way to the B site entry. No? At naging malaking bawi nga na maraming nakuha timings dito si KLP, but in the end, EKISQUAD still won the horse race dito. No? Team Stallions, kind of feel like na yung setup nga nila is getting very inconsistent kasi di mo alam kung sinong hahawak ng passage, ng 2F, paiba-iba. The trades were not in favor for them. So, siguro, no, nagkaroon nga ng konting dip ng discarded dito ang Team Stallions, pero hopefully sa naging basa nga nila sa last round, mabawi naman nila. Probably with this kind of setup na high-low pa rin sa may CR at A-site, yun pa rin ang mananaig dito. No? Pero na-deny kasi ng EKISQUAD yun by the B-site and passage entry.
Pinabagalan dito ng EKISQUAD. They are taking their sweet time, but at the same time, solid. Which is pretty odd to see, pero pakaramdam ko, they have gone aggressive for the past few, and they're now testing out whether or not they can just hold angles. Pero, Woods control na sa kamay dito ng EKISQUAD, and I feel like STS mas willing silang mag-away dito sa second mid, no? Fully knowing yung capabilities ng gano through the smoke. Pero pag makaisa lang dito si ㍍Match, pare, insta-give papuntang CR, pwede yung A-side. Ayun lang.
Doy, 27 bullets, mabubuhay nga pa na matagal. Here comes the USP at tagal walang tumatama, pero may backup naman siya mula dito kay JJ, who's gonna be getting his first 2 kills dito lang sa round nga na to, no? Team Stallions pushing the lead to 2 once again. Magandang GR ng papakita so far ng STS.
Ayun nga. And if you can't take a pressure off of yung control room nga natin, no, dito sa A-side, it really is tough to go for a full A take. Pero si Boss Carl gusto niyang pilitin dito yung passage, pero one tap agad galing kay Cano, who's back on the HK417. Pero nakuha ba nila yung LR control? KLP run and gun with the AK-47, pare. Napakaganda. Also following that meta. So happy to
Pakita may reload. Reload!
Reload ng
Nakita nyo ba yun,
PBR?
guys? Wala na, guys. Hindi na sumusunod sa meta. Mas mabilis pa mag-reload yung M4A1 dyan. Kung dati, matagal yun. Dahil nga, nagkaroon tayo ng seasonal changes sa ating tournament weapons. Ayun, guys, hindi na sila balance. Letter T na lang sila sa dulo. That meaning tournament ata, if I'm not mistaken. Pero yun nga, EBR, parang i-ekis na ata yan siguro ng mga ibang teams, no? Pero para dito kay Boasting, siguro malapit pa sa puso eh, no? Sinusulit pa ata bago talaga mawala ng tuluyan. 1 minute and 14 seconds left on the clock. Team Stallion so far. 3 players scoring 7 kills. Yan ang kailangan mo lang malaman, no, Sneaky, na meron talagang bitaw dito ang Team Stallion sa kanilang GR.
Partida, men. Hindi sila masyado nagpo-forward this time. Parang ito yung more tempered STS, more maybe jet-lagged STS, pare. Ayaw nila masyadong magulo muna ang kanilang opening games dito sa ating CFS Regionals. in the qualifiers at the very least. Pero medyo nag-iingay nga dito sa may midside. KLB lalabas ng bits. Galing sa taas. Getting 2. And si Kano, nakita na nga si ̍Mero. Kobe's getting tapped out dito sa LR. Will be getting KLB but not Kano in return. 5-2 para dito sa Team Stallions. And if you cannot really get through that initial fight nga dito, pare, hindi ka talaga makakalabas. But at the same time, really good lockers presence galing kay KLB. Taking advantage of that, buff to wallbang damage nga dito ng AK-47T, pare.
Grabe no, napaka-fitting lang no, Sneaky, na parang kailan lang nakikita natin nag-1v1 si Kano tsaka si Kobe's. Tapos ngayon nandito na nga sila sa regional qualifiers ka natin. Too strong already para sa Team Stallions. Dadagdag si Carl sa listahan na mapapaslang ng STS. Kobe's nag-iisa sa may woods. Piso na nga lang natitira sa kanya. At napakalanganin ng kanyang buhay. No? Takbo Kobe's habang may lupa. Parating ng kalbaryo dito ng STS. At once again, USP pa rin ang nasa puso ng mga players ka na to. 6-2, STS dominating first half.
Yeah, honestly, from personal experience, pare, USP is still not too bad. You get the initial dink, niraratrat mo naman yung baril, pare, no? So, that second bullet will be coming very, very quickly. So, it's a very good entry option still. Bulag na bulag kung sino man na nasa labas. Napakagandang flash galing dito sa STS. Kano will be getting taken down by Boss Carl. Pero si Ghosted, nakarating na dito ng LR. Nakita ni Loy, may ulong lumabas dito sa vent. Sa 2 versus 2 ang ating labanan. Ghosted at itong si ̍Mero. Nakita na si KLB at si KLB. At the same time, ̍Mero, a very good hold dito sa DR. And a double headshot para kay ̍Mero. And it's a 3-6. EKISQUAD is not a bad shot. Honestly, not a bad half dito sa sub-base.
Lalo't yung 3 rounds na nakuha nga nila, no? Sneaky was definitely fragging rounds mula doon sa mga players nga nila, no? Ghosted 2K, etong hold ni ̍Mero sa may DR, isang magandang B-split at headshot mula kay Carl para makuha nila yung 3 rounds na yun. So, fair to say na EKISQUAD wala man silang execution, pero pag oras ng barilan, may presensya pa rin naman talaga sila. At ngayon, ang usapan naman ngayon is paano sila makakabaril sa depensa kasi Team Stallions, an execution-heavy team, na parang di sila nawawalan ng payo na sa notebook nga nila, ano, kung anong klaseng play ibabato nga nila. And Team Stallions, ang kanilang napusuan ngayon, pangawakan ng woods. Wala ka nakikita nagpo-forward, Stinky. Anong klaseng STS to?
STS 3.0 na ba to, pare? Kasi 2.0 yun din nakita natin dun sa EWP pero upgrades na galing nga dito sa STS, KLB, early challenge, papunta nga dito sa lockers. AK-47, very good pag makakuha ka ng headshot, pare, pati said Carl with the better peek dito sa lockers. Pero dahil nga dyan, STS, hindi nila titignan dito yung B-side. Instead, A-side will be the way to go. Own ng challenge para dito kay Kobe's na i-defend itong A-side natin. First shot not successful para sa kanya. Good headshot para kay JJ. Pero Kobe's lumalaban pa rin sa tulong dito ni Tank. Pero hindi na malayan na nandito si Loy sa may CR. Nandito sa likod. A minute and 11. Still plenty of time. Pero ̍Mero, good discipline on the trigger. Finger para sa kanya. And ̍Mero again. Another double kill. Naku po, ̍Mero, parang iba yung itsura this season, pare. Parang iba yung lakas.
Parang may gusto talaga patunayan dito si Bosting at ang kanyang mga kawal nga dito, no? Na hindi magiging madali ang sub-base dito ng Team Stallions. So far, the strong side now being conquered dito ng EKISQUAD with an amazing swing wala kay Carl kanina. At parang hindi ata magbabago yun. So, nakita nga natin, di sila pala forward sa woods. Medyo naging off naman siguro yung lurk ni Loy. Ang daming naging error siguro no, on the end of Team Stallions. Pero siguro timing lang naman yung naging basihan doon ng EKISQUAD para palagan nila ng palagan itong STS. It's safe to say, no, Sneaky, na hindi tayo nagkakalayo. Siguro pwede kong iluwato nga ito mamaya, no? Pero hindi tayo nagkakalayo pagdating sa macro, no? Sa pagtutok talaga ng headshots dito, no? For EKISQUAD and STS. At least, we have a good battle. Dalawang team nga na to. Loy, good wall bang. At ayan, ang mga na-update talaga dito sa HK talaga. Kobe's now holding itong site on his own. 1-for-1 trade. Pero ito na ang STS with a man advantage.
Yeah, that better wallbang damage to the HK, para hindi pa talaga i-ignore dito. Pero si Lloyd, di-connect dito sa second mid. Carl na pa ng biktima ng HK. Si Boss Teng nakatago na nga dito sa loob ng CR, and I don't think he has a choice in the matter. Sa dalawang flash grenade sa kanyang muka, and it will be the AK of KLB finishing him off in a very, very nice round para dito sa Team Stallions. Literal na pinisigan lang dito pare. Pag namatay yung LR, papunta na lang tayo ng A-site. And it definitely worked. Pero maganda sana kung may onting disruption pa dito galing kay Bosting. Kaso yung presence kasi ni Loy medyo annoying. Pero KLB taking full advantage of the very, very good crouched top aim nga dito ng AK-47 pare, at that's a headshot already.
Okay. Pasok? Alam ba ni Kobis? Ready nga ba siya dito? Si Tay nasa cram na nga, so at least meron siyang second contact play nga dito. Kobis now gets the first shot in para makuha yung headshot over to JJ. Loy, hindi pa rin fully aware na pwedeng mag-double swing si Bosting. Bakit, Bosting? Bakit mo ginawa yun? Inantay mo na lang sana si Kobis na mawala. But at the end of the day, Team Stallions pa rin naman ang may man advantage nga dito. ㍍Mero na nga lang. Kaya mo kumuha ng 2, 4 ang nakaharang sa'yo. And 2 is the limit para dito kay ㍍Mero. 8-4 Team Stallions still unstoppable.
Yun lang, nasobrahan ng gulang dun si Bosting dito sa A-site. Siya pa yung nadamay dun sa crosshairs dito ni Loy pare. And tignan natin if they can go for much more, at least a bit of a defense galing nga dito sa EKISQUAD. Not too much on the, yun nga no, kagaya nga na sinabi natin, the usual subbase nakikita natin may laban dito sa boots every single time. Pero JJ making the USP look like it wasn't nerfed at all at second kill. Para ka sa kanya, naghahabol na nga siya dito sa scoreline. Loy with the headshot immediately. So far, si Kobis pa lang nakakasagot dito sa side ng EKISQUAD, and it's a 4 versus 2 already. Tamang buhos lang dito sa B.
Sabi men, nag-flood na nga dito ang Team Stallions at tila di maka-recover ang EKISQUAD. Kalaay mo nga naman yung mga nagbalak mag-retake, mga nasa labas ng site. Kanina mga nagbabantay lang yan. Kano, akalain mo rin naman, nakaikot pa nga siya. Possible double in the hands of Kano, pero si KLB ang kukuha ng panghuli. Or an amazing play here for Team Stallions to gain site access. Plus, may oras pa sila para mag-ikot-ikot at magpasyal.
Yeah. EKISQUAD not seeing any possibilities para nga sa kanila dito. Look at the amount of pressure na nagago dito na Ekis, pero denied Kano with his own 3K at tinapos na nga ang ating laruan by Kano. And just like that, nakuha ng Team Stallions ang ating sub-base EKISQUAD. You know, despite Bosting competing no, nung 5 years old pa lang dito si Kano pare, it seems like even the experience cannot save you dito sa ating sub-base map. It is what it is pare. Honestly, masasabi ko dito no, Salvatore, it's actually a really good showing para nga dito kay Kobis, and I have been impressed by him so far dito sa laruan natin. Yung the rest of Ekis need to play a bit of catch-up though dito sa ating game.
Yeah, just one of the few prospects ng sneaky na nagmula sa LAN game 3v3 off-sound. So kaya sa kahit anong 5v5 na makikita mo ka dyan, now transitioning into a system field team, para naging maganda din naman talaga yung naging expression nga no, for a lot of players, no, especially for the likes of KSA at COB. But si Kobis lang naman isa sa mga halimbawa rather na nagiging maganda nga naman talaga ang dulot ng paglalaro nga ng amateur level Crossfire. So yun na nga, despite that, no, despite how many layers ang nakita nga natin sa EKISQUAD, wala pa rin talaga silang talab dito sa naging alam mo yun, parang 50% I would say na Team Stallions na nangangapa nga talaga ng gun meta nga ngayon, no? At hindi lang naman siguro STS ang makakapag-testing nga ng sitwasyon natin sa ating tournament weapons, pero yun nga, sa base definitely hitting right on the money para sa side ng STS, at baka hindi pa nga yan magbago pag tayo nga'y dumako ng Eagle Eye. Pero prove me wrong, Bosting, no? Baka sakali lang din naman. 17 kills para kay Kano at panalo ang STS sa sub-base. Wala nang mas bilog pa sa resultang yun, Sticky.
Simpani, syempre knowing si Christopher Robinson, dapat niya ituloy ang kanyang scoreline of having a 1.2 or 1.3 or even a 1.7 KD bilang entry bagger ka dito ng Team Stallions. And of course, yun nga, no, at the end of the day, Kano is still Kano pa. Mahirap talagang pigilan yan. And especially knowing yung upgrades na nagawa nga dito ni KLP during ang ating Masters, or at least yung dalawang Masters season natin. It seems like he's got the handle of things dito sa ating labanan. And Team Stallions, once again, they are looking really good and looking really ready para sa ating end of the year tournament pare. Pero medyo maaga pa naman sabihin yan, men. Malay mo, diba, there could be a certain team that could upset this kung sino man ang nandito sa ating liga at this very moment. Pero yeah, so far, Yun nga, Stallions looking strong. But still, EKISQUAD, very impressive yung mga ibang rounds natin na nakita galing dito kay ㍍Mero at kay Kofi's. No? We just need to see more. Galing nga dito kay Boss Ting, galing nga dito kay Boss Carl. Boss Carl actually had the good round, pero galing nga dito kay Ghosted as well na, despite the good start, medyo nahuli na siya dito sa buong mapa natin, pare.
Pero nga, no? The question still remains, nasa nga ba si Owen Ging at si Ram, which was the winning formula, the winning duo, kung bakit nga ba nag-champion ang EKISQUAD sa ating Impact, no? At kung titingin lang tayo siguro sa kaliwa, Sneaky, okay lang. Huwag natin punahin. Kasi ako rin natatawa din ako. Ayoko na sabihin. Pero Beast, what an amazing 11 kill performance nga mula ka sa kanya. Pero being 17 in 14 rounds played. Isa ka talagang alamat, Mr. Christopher Robinson. And hindi ko alam paano mo nagagawa yan on a consistent basis, no? And we're still here, though. Parang nakikita natin in living color in the flesh na itong si Kano wala talagang tinitipid pagdating talaga sa mga laban despite it being the regional qualifiers. Alam mo talaga, no, to yourself, alam namin magka-qualify kami pero you still have to put out your A game. Kung A game nga man ang nakita natin kay Kano, no. 17 kills in 14 rounds played, still impressive to me at least.
Yun nga parang, no, parang a certain player from EKISQUAD, parang naabutan ko pa kahapon yata kasi nag-check ako ng mga Discord natin, man, and I was like, ba't gising pa to? And then I asked him, ay may pasok pala siya bukas. So I feel like he wasn't really gonna play at all as of now. Shout out to Ram naman. I feel like it would be nice to see if he could actually play dito sa ating qualifiers. But of course, speaking of young prospects, matatawag pa ba natin itong prospects, no? At this point, is set MVP, 2.43 KD, 1.21 KR, 0.53 headshots per kill, 0.50 survival rating, no? Survival rating na pala tawag dyan, pare. Pero yun nga, Kano is still being Kano at the end of the day. Mind-blowing statistics, mind-blowing shots. Ano pa ba may expect natin, pare?
Yeah, wala na talaga, no, and Kano has been delivering that for the past 2 years, no. Kalay po nga naman, 2 years niya nang ginagawa na pinapayanig niya talaga ang buong liga, no, rather, no. Pero that is it, no, for sa base, mga kaibigan. Ano nga ba ang pwede mangyari sa Eagle Eye? Hindi ko rin alam. Ikaw ba, pwede mong inostra, no? Baka kung sakaling makabawi dito ang EKISQUAD o isasara na nga ng Team Stallions to open up day 1 with an amazing W para sa Cebuano squad. Salvatore Sticky Frag nga pala para sa CFS Spot Regional Qualifiers Philippines. Mamamahinga muna kami at pagbalik nga namin, more CF action. Welcome back mga bossing sa pukpukan ng buko dito lang sa CFS PHT Regional Qualifiers Philippines. Salvatore Sticky Frog pa rin, wala namang magbabago. Team SS pa rin na para sa laban ng STS versus EKISQUAD na kung saan STS scoring really strong sa ating sub-base. Pero ang Eagle ay nga ba para sa EKISQUAD o kaya nang isarato ng Team Stallions? Anong nostra mo, Stingy?
Well, it is obviously a very strong map, no? Para nga dito sa Team Stallions to be specific. I think we've already hand-proven the pudding dito sa ating last Masters season or last 2 Masters season natin yung kalakasan nga dito ng Team Stallions when it comes to the map. And you also have EWC para nga sa ating, para sa ating sample size. So, I mean, EKISQUAD, no? They have had some Eagle Eye games dito nga sa ating Impact, and it actually looked really good nga para ka sa kanila dito, one of the few teams who can actually pull it off. Pero up against yung Team Stallions, I think yung pinaka main point nga dito ng EKISQUAD para panalo is really taking the pressure off of itong hotel, especially with the Loy and the no combination na pwede ka natin makita. And ayun nga, I have a feeling itong Team Stallions are gonna try to mix up yung kanilang setups dito pare, especially knowing na what happened dun sa kanilang last na series, no? Parang paiba-iba yung setup na kanilang kalaban. So I really hope to see a bit of creativity galing nga dito sa side ng Team Stallions pagdating sa kanilang labanan pare.
Anong klaseng creativity is going to be answered by Team Stallions themselves kasi alam naman natin talaga, no, na blankong canvas talaga kung maglaro tong team nga na to. At surprising pa rin naman kung may makita nga tayong bago mula nga sa kanila. So, establishing very good BL side. Walang creative dito, Sneaky. The patented, the original, copyrighted. Walang nakaduplicate dito. Ang original, LA push ng Team Stallions. 20 seconds into the round, pasok na sila.
Grabe men, parang pahinga pa. Sa ㍍Match all the way from top A pare. Parang magre-ready pa lang ako eh. Mag-brace pa lang ako dito sa A site natin men. And all of a sudden, may tatlong naka-wide pick na nga dito sa A site and ghosted wide picking as well into his doom. Yun lang. Not the best start para nga dito sa side ng EKISQUAD pero Bosteng nakatawin na isa. Alright.
Yun, Bosteng. Gusto ko makita sa'yo, no? Na hindi lang tayo pang M200 o kaya pang Barrett, no? Pwede rin tayong mag-TRG dyan, Bosteng. Pero yung nga, Team Stallions, no? Parang sila mismo ang nagulat na na-overwhelm sila dito ng EKISQUAD na sangkaterbang tao nga nakita nga nila sa top A. And then, ulit-ulit nga lang ngayon ang naging formula, no? Team Stallions might get picked, pero ang bawi naman nila is heading into the mid-round and entry. So, KLP nakakaramdam na may pagyanig nga dito lang sa may Dorbid. Medyo mabilis pa rin yun, Sneaky, ha? Teka lang, ha? Parang okay pa rin yung TRG kumbaga sa draw speed. 3v2 na nga tayo. Kobe at Bosteng na nga lang ang natitira. KLB now heading into top mid. What an amazing flick by KLB. At Kobe's palabas pala ng lane. KLP missing the TRG shot. Pero tulad lang din ni Goken, KLP now with the Colt.
Grabe naman yan. I think the Colt is definitely back no, dito sa ating meta, that's for sure. I think it wasn't really gone per se pare. It's just that parang everybody overreacted dito sa ating USP. Granted, it's still the best pistol, no? Pero nothing beats a crispy one-tap headshot with that Colt, especially knowing na naka-sniper ka. Pero one-tapan lang sa mid si ㍍Match. Nag-AK na rin pa rin ako po. Parang nakikiramdam na rin dito si ㍍Match man on the new meta, especially knowing these rifles and how fast you can move. Ito yung pantapat ni KSA, no? Kumbaga last season, yung pansagot dito sa HK417. And it seems like the buff really is showing its head. KLB, onting damage para sa kanya. The spray, taps, Kano will be getting taken down and makakaisa pa ka dito. Not a bad stint para sa kanya pare.
Yeah, Ghosted now, feeling ko di niya na nga ilalaban to or baka magbago pa yung isip niya nga. And try to challenge KLP sa may bypass. Syempre! Pusong Pinoy! Laban lang o laban habang may puso pa, no? Pero ㍍Match, pwede na. Lalo't masyado lang ang maluwag dito. Ang LA gets the lurk, takes down Loy, at 1v3 na nga lang tayo dito para kay KLPoy. Now KLP, no? The newly revamped and very angry KLP. No match dito sa firing squad nila Bosteng. Palabas nga ng door mid. EKISQUAD point on the board.
Yun yung that's the sound that I like hearing yan dito sa ating labanan pare. AKs ringing across the board and headshots being thrown. Pero si Kano still on the HK417 no pare. Pero a cold start para sa kanya and that nade is gonna come back to bite him. Pero si Carl spotted na nga dito sa loob ng smoke. J.Mero gusto kumuha ng pambawi sa kanyang kakampi. AK-47 could be very capable of doing so. Full spray dito kay KLB. Headshot para sa kanya. Kobe spotted. Loy, who has been sniping as well, no? For the past few times para dito sa STS. Nakakuha na rin na isa para sa kanya, pare.
Right, Bosteng, adjustment lang.
Oh no.
Bosteng, siguro, pumaling ka muna ng leeg. Bosteng! Grabe naman yun. Ang lakas na kamandag na dumadaloy sa ugat niya. ㍍Mero, good defense, 3v2. And what a barren burner dito para sa EKISQUAD na gulatin ng STS pagdating sa opensa.
Kaya pa ng buto-buto, pare. Kaya pa mag-2K dito gamit ang sniper. Pero nakita ang dulo ng baril ni Ghosted. Pero si ㍍Mero harap-harapan sa kalaban. JJ tinangke ang AK-47. HK-470 mananalo doon, pare. Pero Bosteng, nakuha na si KLB. Pero teka lang, JJ. Mapapaplant. Bosteng kumuha na mas malaking baril dito, pare. Gugulakin niya ba ito, men? Naku, JJ. Ice.
Ilag. Bosteng. Science. Siyensya. 3K na pang malupitan na nga sana yun eh. No? Na kung saan marami na mag-share. 1K likes na sana yun, Bosteng. Ay. Pero bawi. Bawi. Loy, nakabuelo pa. Ako na ba, naririnig ko yung team song ng CROSSFIRE, pre. Parang nasa grand finals na ata.
3-1 pa lang.
Parang grand finals na ata to, no?
Aray mo!
May buff? May buff, pre?
May buff.
Parang lumalakas si Bosteng pag gano'n, pag may team song na tumutugtog sa ulo niya, ano? Pero kay LB, nakalibre sa hotel. Sagot ng accommodation dito ng Team Stallions. JJ now on high mid, gets the shot in. Pero may mga depensa pa rin dito ang EKISQUAD. Bosteng nagparamdam na nga, couldn't get the quick scope. Walang boga na magaganap sa bagong taon. Ghosted na lang natitira, gets the one tap. At si Kano nabubuhay pa ka rin. STS still pushing the lead.
Yun nga, STS dominant as per usual dito, pare. Nakakaisa dito si Bosteng sa A side, but at the same time, magko-fall apart naman yung B instantly, no? Kung harap-harapan na kayo labanan dito, ㍍Mero nilabas na ang AWM. Triple sniper setup para nga dito si EKISQUAD para pigilan lang dito yung STS, and it could be effective. KLB, first kill down already.
Natin kung ano niluluto mo, Bosteng. Yan nga ba ang yan na nga ba ang paraan ng game plan ng blueprint? Parang gamitin nila ang ginawa ng SGJ way back 2024 para makuha ang Eagle Eye. Pero sa ngayon, no, SDS na-experience na kanila ang lahat. So para sa ganitong klaseng playstyle, hindi na nga to foreign para sa kanila. 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the clock. Huge stack pa rin para sa Team Stallions, now placing themselves in a possible entry papuntang top A. Or top mid rather. Or was it just a fake out? Or baka ako yung na-fake out. Ghosted gets taken down sa bunker. Now Bosteng finding for a trade. STS medyo lumilikot sa mapa.
Yun na. Nandun na si Loy sa favorite spot niya, pre. Pero sa pa yung nahanapan dito, Bosteng. Isa na namang AWM shot, pare. Yung pakiramdam ko talaga, men, yung mga older players natin dito sa liga mag-e-enjoy talaga sa ating bagong AWM buff. And Carl with the wide swing dito kay KLB. Instant headshot. JJ and Kano na lang natitira dito para sa side ng STS. You would say if it was any other team, hindi na to posible, pare. Pero si Kano at si JJ yan, men.
Alat si JJ nakakaramdam nga ng pagandang presensya nga sa laban nga na to, no? 2-man entry na nga lang. Wala na mawawala sa kanila kung papalag sila. Kano now getting one. But Bosteng, good shot over to Kano. ㍍Mero na nga lang. Trying to go for the swing. Instead, gets the headshot over to the USP. Team Stallions now risking themselves from that fake out during top mid. Pero ang bawi ng EKISQUAD ay ang mid round, pati nga yung galit ni ㍍Mero.
Pare. Sinabi dito ng EKISQUAD, men, di kaya ng double sniper. Gawin natin triple sniper setup para sa ating labanan, men. At pwede pa naman ng tatlong AWM as long as you have it. And, uy, maghahanap na naman si Bosteng dito ng pick dito kay KLB. He has been effective so far. Si KLB talaga hindi umaalis dun sa position niya, men, no? At makukuha niya pa si Bosteng!
Wow! Oy, di namin nasaksihan yun. Sobrang bilis ko mag-crouch pick dito ni KLB. Akala ko sa bakal pa rin tatama yun. Tapos headshot pa talaga.
Tumatatlong
Ang
angulo
nagbuka pa
dito
dong malok,
si
ang
Bosting.
nagbuka pang malikot dun si Bosting, ibis na si KLP.
That's that patience, pare. Na naaral namin from all the years. Pero Copies, kaya mo ba itong i-defend, pare? KLB already down. Carl, tamang headshot lang gamit ang kanyang AK-47. Good spray down as well. Dito kay JJ, KLP. Last one left alive para dito sa Stallions. Possibilities are endless para sa kanyang sniper rifle, pare. Pero full pick na ba to? Uy, ghosted. Parang napasobra yata, pare. Hindi man lang nabawasan masyado dito sa KLP.
Uy, kalote.
Aray. Pwede pa to, men. Kahit cold lang.
Nag-one tap lang yan eh, no? ̍Match nagpakita na nga at talagang sure na sa sigurado na 1 HP na nga lang dito si ̍Match. Carl, pwede pang matutap dito ng kanyang cold. But now, KLP now
Hello,
finds the swinging. ̍Match pa isa-isa ang pasok. Deathcam alam sa may exit. Carl now swinging. And now Carl going in for the shot. Pero piso pa rin si KLP. Kaso nakapag-repossession si Carl. Nice attempt para kay KLP. But EKISQUAD nakatakas sa kasamaan.
Grabe, man. 4 and 3 and this is a lot of rounds in a row kumpara sa nakita natin sa subbase na nakuha ng isang round itong EKISQUAD at tuloy-tuloy na nga dito ang Team Stallions. It seems like once again, the double sniper setup coming into effect at the same time, there's a really good defense from that mid-side nga, no? Galing nga dito kay Boss Carl. And STS looking for some early hotel control. ̍Match mawawala ng ulo dito with the first kill already. Pero Carl, kailangan na bumawi dito. Man, pero tinamaan ng smoke play dito na KLB.
Di pa rin nagbabago, no? Parang old habits do not die hard dito, no? Para sa STS. As you can see na ang kanilang gameplay dito sa likod ng mga usok solidong-solido pa nga rin. Walang nag-check. Siyempre, makakalampas yan. Amazing double para dito kay Loy. At talagang sinira na ang pinto dito. Team Stallions nakapasok na walang kung ano-ano. Wala man lang abiso o kaya pa-blatter. EKISQUAD. It's dominated inside of their own spawn.
Yun nga, man. Pag nabigyan mo talaga ng first pick itong Team Stallions, they really will take full advantage of it as in full press. Papunta ka dito ng ating A or ang B side. Already opening pick. Papunta dito sa AKLB with his own AK-47. Pero si Loy, mid-presence para sa kanya. Headshot! Headshot para sa kanya! Double kill para kay Loy at si Bosting na lang natitira. Ako'y naniniwala ako, personally.
Naniniwala ako na makukuha nila yan, pre. Kaya Team Stallions now welcomes the first half with open arms. 6 entry na naman nga tayo dito, no? Wala talagang kumbaga bakas ng pagbabagal dito, no, for STS. At kahit GR nga sila, labas kagad sa doorbid. Welcome STS sa kanilang domain. KLP na with the kill. Loy with a good shot as well. At nanggaling din si Kano mula sa kanyang Ares all the way to LA. What a setup by Team Stallions.
Setup pa ba yun? Pare, feeling ko pinasabog lang nila dito yung mid. Tamang tapod ng flash sa taas dito ng mid side. Kano pushing from the long A. And it is exactly what we expected. And back to normal na agad, men. Going into the following round para lang mapasaya ang kanilang coach para KLB. Will be getting ̍Match. And KLP will be getting ghosted. Pero si Carl, nakalimutan niya, men, na meron palang pinto na papunta ka dito sa mid-side. And Kano with the USP. Easy clear na lang para sa kanila dito. Para Kobe's looking to get cleaned up. Pero mapapatay niya pa si KLP in the process. 8-3. Team Stallions looking to get the last 2 and call it a day, pare.
Team Stallions, mapapaaga ata ang siesta nga ngayon o kung sakaling gutom nga sila, talagang mapapasarap ang kanilang tanghalian nga ngayon, no? JJ, wala man lang kung ano-ano, wala man lang pakundangan, di man na nag-doorbell, rekta agad sa may bahay. Gets taken down here by Ghosted ang bantay. Dito ng LA, Loy at Kano, di pa nagpipik. Si Loy, tumataas na nga 6 sets ka dito, no? Gets the headshot over to that one swing. Akalain mo, Sneaky, dalaway nakabantay. Pero buhay pa rin si Loy. And gets the second one, Kano. Good push over to the LA. Ghosted Doghouse. Walang tumatama para sa kanya. Maski din yung Colt, walang pumapabor sa EKISQUAD. At literal na Ekis na kagad sila sa mapan to.
Yun nga, men. Pag di mo talaga na insta-give si Loy, no? Parang meron ka talagang 20% chance na malalo talaga sa 1 versus 1 na yun. Para kasi, yun nga, Kobe is granted that you are also a land player. Pero paalala lang, ganun din na scout. Etong si Loy and si Kano naman yung magpapakita ng gilas dito sa A side. Tamang ace na ba to? Kano already with the second kill. Bosteng gustong tumama dito sa loob na smoke. Kobe spotted. Bosteng dead as well. Kobe will be going down! And that will be an ace para kay Kano. Tamang 5 kyaw lang para sa ating audience just to keep him happy. And of course, Team Stallions with a swift, fast 2-0 up against the Impact Champions, pare. And ayun na nga, 1-0 para sa kanilang run papuntang ating regionals, pare.
Yeah, resounding win at dahil nga dyan, advance na kagad nga sila sa 1-0 bracket and the number 1 seed wala sa Impact malalaglagan muna ng panandalian pero di pa naman tapos doon ang pagdalayag dito no, ng EKISQUAD. Pero Team Stallions talaga kasi ang nakatapat ka nila at ayon sa libro, pagkalaban mo ang STS, maganda-handa ka na nga talaga. No? Kasi hindi to magiging maganda para ka sa'yo. And what a way to end it off no? Para dito kay Kano. No? Akalain mo nga naman, Sneaky, an ace para manalo up against Evolution Power. Yun din ang gagawin dito ni Kano laban sa EKISQUAD. Another ace in the books in the past 1 week na naglaro nga dito si Kano. Isang international, isang domestic no? So congratulations para dito sa STS for making it happen para nga sa kanila. At ayun na. So amazing gameplay nonetheless. No? After a very slow start para kay Kano, ang kailangan niya lang gawin talaga is umubos ng 5. No? Grabe nga naman. Very flawless kung paano niya ginawa.
Yun nga, men, napakabilis ng turnaround nga dito ng ating Team Stallions from international back to local, pare, just to prove sa ating mga players back at home, hey, there is still that gap in between itong Impact and itong top teams nga natin, pare, despite them being the Impact champions and yung EKISQUAD being a bit kulang daw na wala nga si Ram at yung isang bossing nga natin na si Owen King. Honestly, would have been a tad bit closer pero masasabi ba natin yon fully knowing na how Team Stallions was rolling all throughout yung series nga natin. Pure domination galing nga dito kay Kano at kay Loy. Bit of a hiccup lang dito galing kay JJ pero pakiramdam ko that's just par for the course with his role being the sacrificial lamb ng kanyang team. Pero yun nga, Team Stallions looking really, really good, pare. Especially matatakot na yung mga ibang teams to actually face them dito sa ating 1-0 bracket, pare.
Well, ganun nga talaga, no? And you can never go wrong with this kind of game style, no? Para sa side ng Team Stallions na pag nakuha nga nila talaga yung malakas na first half, parang hindi mo pwedeng bitawad kaagad to ang Team Stallions heading into the second, no? Kung ano yung kina-aggressive ka nila in the first, magugulat ka na lang mas madala pa pala yung pwede natin makita sa second half. Especially with that kind of opening mula kay KLB at kay JJ, no? Pero yun. Inaantay na nga lang talaga natin kung ano nga magiging itsura ng mga numero nga dito and I can assure you medyo mabigat din na naman to para sa side ng EKISQUAD. Pero yun nga, tapos na nga ating first series of the day, nakaabang pa Wolves Alliance, pati nga ang Moment at FERVID, and pagkatapos nga nito, may kita na nga nating maglaro ating best of the best mula sa side ng Execration laban sa SGJ Dynasty. Pero bago yun, highlight reel nga muna tayo, also known as Team Stallions' montage.
Yeah, pare, there's a good shot as well. Galing nga dito sa side ng EKISQUAD. Yung almost clutch nga dito ni Bosteng twice dito sa ating labanan. Siguro Bosteng edit mo na lang yung edit mo, pare. Just to kind of more or be more on your side. Pero, it's typical Stallions gameplay na nakikita ka natin. Just full on pressure on all sides of the map as soon as makuha nila yung first kill. That is the direction that they're going through. And, ayun nga, no? They're also showing dito sa ating Eagle Eye, pare, na kaya nilang atakihin ng ating multiple angles dito sa ating mapa and provide that pressure all over the place na mapapafocus talaga ang ating EKISQUAD sa isang punto na mapa. Pero still, honestly, compliments pa rin para ka dito sa side ng EKISQUAD. One of the really good games nga dito ni Bosteng that he actually went positive dito sa ating labanan and at the same time, some really, really good situations as well para nga dito kay Boss URL with the AK-47, pare. And of course, nakikita natin bilang yung first game ng ating regionals, men, parang kinakapapa talaga natin kung ano yung tunay na meta. It seems like the AK-47 is now on the rise and yung mga ibang players natin nag-e-enjoy na, men.
And that was a very good showing nonetheless, no, para dito kala Bosteng at pati sa EKISQUAD, no. And Team Stallions still is that kind of team na I guess you would say would be unstoppable habang ganito pa nga ang kanilang mga forma, no. And what I mean by that is definitely Team Stallions kind of looking their best form right now. Ilang beses mo na nga narinig yun mula sa atin no, Sneaky. Pero I guess yung pinagkaiba lang talaga no, is the way Team Stallions controls the games. No? And this is very much undisputed kasi nakita nga natin when Team Stallions reaches their peak, that being lahat ng mga members gumagana, guaranteed perfect season, 2 splits makukuha mo, potential runner-up finish para sa international, at talagang yung mga gantong laruan na hindi bago para nga sa kanila. And this is Team Stallions na hindi man lang pinaabot ng kalahati ang kanilang mga kalaban. No? Set MVP, sino nga ba ang mapupunta nga dito for STS? I feel like we already have our candidate, and there it is, 2.67 para dito kay Wonderkid to finish off itong series nga natin with a 0.44 headshot per kill sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Once again, congratulations dito para kay Kano.
Parang naririnig ko na yung kasi 9 times out of 10 or 99% chance pare may mga Chinese na streamers or at least Chinese na players na nanonood sila ngayon pare, and alam mo na yung reaction nila Salvatore. It's the classic wah. It's just wah every single time para nga dito kay Kano kasi every single time na papasok siya into local gameplay or at least local competition, yun talaga yung ginagawa niya. May sinasagasaan na lang talaga kung sino man na nasa harap niya. And of course, with the match result with a 10-4 and a 10-3, honestly, yun nga, bit more of a fight to start ng ating game in this Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero knowing Team Stallions, pressure is a bit too much para ka sa kanila dito. And yun nga, seems like EKISQUAD still has a lot to learn dito sa 0-1 bracket. Pero honestly, for an impact team going up against Team Stallions, pare, it wasn't too bad of a showing para dito sa side ng Ekis.
Good showing nonetheless. So, parang there's nothing really much to say other than EKISQUAD. Siguro dahil baka wala si Ram, wala si Owen King no? Baka hindi natin nakita na inuna kasi yung pag-aaral no? Pero siguro sabihin na lang natin na kudos pa rin para kila Ram at kila Owen King. Match MVP, feeling ko talagang hindi mo na mauuga talaga ang corona ng batang to, no? It's none other than Kano, no? 2.54 KD across 2 games played inside of sub-base end ng Eagle Eye. Kanino bang demonyo to, no? Paano ba nabuhay to ng ganto kalakas at ganto kadominante kung maglaro ng Crossfire, no? To finish the series with 2.54 is definitely a very good skill set para sa kanya, and feeling ko tatagal pa talaga si Kano sa ganitong klaseng playstyle pre, yung ganyang kalital.
Yun nga men, siguro kulang na lang talaga kay Kano is to be born the same day as this game came out, no? And that would have been at least a 6 storyline para ka sa kanya kasi he was literally born to play the game. Itong ating laruan Crossfire pare, he is obviously just frying absolutely everybody sa namang napakataas na KD nga para sa kanya pare. Ano kayo predictions natin for this season for Kano's KD para nga dito sa ating regionals? Will he finally reach yung coveted 2.5 pa lang pre? 2.5 pa lang naman. 2.5 I think would be great. Siguro 2.7 would be absolutely insane. At press, pwede yan men, but it's gonna require at least 3 kills per round para sa kanya pare. Pero kung hindi mo si Kano, it's definitely possible.
Well, yun talaga no? Parang wala pa tayo siguro masyadong conversation dati no, Sneaky, na pag itong player nga na to, ganito klase maglaro, pwede pa nga siyang umabot ng 3 KD to cap off an MVP season. Ngayon na natin naririnig yan, wala dito kay Kano, no? And that is it, no? For Team Stallions sa kanilang journey nga dito sa ating regional qualifiers PH as they open up itong day number 1 nga natin with an astounding 1-0 laban dito sa EKISQUAD. Pero di pa doon nagtatapos ang ating araw nga na to, no? Coming up next, ang Pride ng Cavite laban sa Pride ng Tondo is going to be Execration versus SGJ Dynasty dito lang sa CFS Pat Regional Qualifiers Philippines. Salvatore Sneaky Frag nga pala, pahinga muna kami at pagbalik nga namin, back na dito lang sa CFPH. Welcome back mga boss. Patuloy pa rin ang mga laban dito lang sa CFS Path Regional Qualifiers PH Salvatore Frog pa rin para sa ating kalawang serye naman para sa araw nga na to. The Brotherlyhood Battle para sa Execration versus SGJ Dynasty. And to address the elephant in the room, Sneaky, balita ko, SGJ may tinanggal nga sila in place of someone very familiar on their Bastilan Gamer days. No? SGJ Dynasty taking the talents of Zorin mula sa ating Sunday Shrooms, no? That being a trap star ng mga nakaraang araw, no? Pero ngayon, we all know Zorin as a very capable player, pero na-expect mo ba to after SGJ having very 2 successful seasons ng Impact?
Not really, pare. I was expecting them to keep yung kanilang big three, no, dito ka sa ating team, which is itong si Jayhawker, Durs, and itong si Jared, no, pare. But of course, knowing itong si Jared, then of course, the same thing, or the same reason why kung bakit di makalaro si Rama as of now, he has to go to school. It is what it is, man. Medyo bata yung baka players natin at kailangan nilang pumasok. But yun nga, Zoran obviously of age. And feeling ko nakagraduate na itong si idol natin. So he will be playing in place of him. And honestly, it's not too bad of a pickup, no? Galing nga sa side ng SGJ. I feel like Zoran was definitely one of the more solid players ng ating side ng Trapstar. And I feel like with him being in a better system, let's just say, no offense to Trapstar, but 100%, you know, that team could have worked. Pero SGJ na yung usapan natin dito, pare. And I feel like this is definitely the team na pwede niya makita yung kanyang full potential, let's just say.
And let's talk about potential, no? By the potential, I mean the map Vito, no, for the gameplay ng SGJ versus Execration. Kung maalala mo, ano, Sneaky, hindi lang basta-basta kalaban to na SGJ Dynasty. Ito nga pala Execration na may 2 players na nasa loob ng top 5 headshot per kill ng Esports World Cup. Patayin na nga, no, tayo dadalhin ng Execration sa loob ng Eagle Eye 2.0 as GR side magsisimula dito ang Execration, akalain mo nga naman, no? Followed by Black Widow, and lastly sa base kung kinakailangan nga, no? Pero wala pa rin pumupuso ng new compound dito, no, Sneaky. Siguro wala pa siguro sa radar nga nila na aralin yung mapa nga na yan, tulad nung unang labas nga talaga ng Eagle Eye. Kailangan muna natin pahupain siguro ng ilang buwan siguro bago makita ng mga teams yung kahalagahan ng new compound. Pero safe to say, no, Sneaky, once again, tumatama na naman dito sa malalapit na puso, no, ng SGJ at Execration yung map dito nga natin.
Oh, ang bait naman dito ng SGJ at Execration. Nilagay na yung sub-base para sa map 3 para hindi tayo mayamot agad dito sa ating map dito natin. Para I feel like Eagle Eye, we're definitely gonna see a lot dito sa ating season, especially knowing that is the map to improve before going into Wuhan. Their Black Widow, pakaramdam ko, Salvi, I have a prediction about Black Widow that it's gonna shoot up in priority once again, especially knowing na, you know, it is one of the good maps dito ng Baisha, who is currently, safe to say, no, best team in the world natin dito, pare. So I would say Black Widow is gonna be of utmost importance. Medyo disappointing lang talaga, Salvatore, no, na hindi natin makikita yung new compound na kantong kaaga, especially knowing bilang resident ng ating B server room, pare. Gusto ko makitang may magbasag ng isang class and use the other class bilang cover dito sa ating labanan, as it works every single time for some reason dun sa mapa na yun. But of course, we are not gonna see that may kita ka natin ng Eagle Eye. Will be interesting to see the headshot machines from the side of Execration, kung CBN at si Folex can they pull off the same thing that they did dito sa ating prior season going into this season, and especially knowing in terms of paano mo masasabi natin, paano ko ba de-describe yung lakas dito ng SGJ, no? Despite their achievements, no, yung vibes kasi ng SGJ, pakaramdam ko, kaya nilang lumaban dito sa series natin, men. But at the same time, it is Execration dito sa usapan natin.
And talking about underrated, no? Gone are the days na SGJ would put them in the limelight of being one of the best teams dito sa tournament nga na to, no? After a recent adjustment. And SGJ, right now, we would rate them siguro as one of the underdogs, aka dark horses, no? Para sa tournament nga na to, no? Despite them being the number 2 team wala sa Impact, siguro pa rin talaga masyadong stacked yung mga naging competition dito, no, dito lang sa ating regional qualifiers. And I feel like SGJ can qualify, pero at the same time, hindi naman yung sinabi nga natin sa kanila nung nakaraang Swiss stage nga din nung summer. Nung laban nga nila up against CBF, they were 1 round away, tapos bigla pang nakabawi nga dito ang CBF. And I feel like SGJ, if they really want to cement themselves as one of the contenders dito para makapasok nga ng top 8 nang wala man lang pakundangan siguro, no, dire-diretso lang sila. An astounding win dito laban sa Execration would put them in that conversation. Kasi masasabi din natin na okay lang siguro mawala si Jared. Maganda yung sistema na pinasukan nga dito ni Zoren. And at the same time, Tino is still in his prime para magtawag nga talaga ng isang team na marunong nga naman talaga sumunod sa isang sistema. And that is going to be a good sign for SGJ, knowing na yun yung hinahanap natin sa Masters level ng mga teams. No? Yung talagang may sistema na alam mong kayang sumabay sa mga Execration, sa Team Stallions, sa mga Wolves. No? Yun yung ina-expect natin sa SGJ.
Kung wala sana tayong roster lock, no, dito sa ating regionals, pare, pakaramdam ko SGJ would have had a very interesting sniper pickup dito sa ating labanan. But that's just me. Pero yun nga, I feel like, honestly, yun nga, SGJ is looking quite good para nga dito sa ating labanan, pare. In all honesty, I feel like itong si Jayhawker, we definitely saw glimpses ng kanilang potential dito sa Impact, but at the same time, there is still that factor, no, na napakabata pa ng mga players na to, pare, and they are very prone to mistakes. And nakita naman natin yan up against itong CPF, who, to be fair to CBF, no, they had a Vitality-like run dito sa ating regional qualifiers na nakalaban nila yung STS, nakalaban nila yung Virtus Pro at the time, and ayun nga, no, they had to claw their way back all the way dito sa ating bracket para makapasok sa ating, para makapasok sa ating tournament. And honestly, it wasn't a bad run by CBF. Pero back to the ball game natin dito na, pare. SGJ, ayun nga, we need a pop-off. Kaling nga dito kay Durs, and of course from El's favorite player na si Jayhawker, pare.
Speaking of Ellen, nasaan na nga ba siya? Sayang nga na hindi nga napadpad sa kanyang series nga na to, no? Pero makakasama nyo nga siya mamaya kasama si Ramon para sa mga susunod pa na series, no? Para sa mga nag-aabang nga dyan pagkatapos ka na Execration versus SGJ, we have the debut of Kenyon with Wolves laban sa Alliance Gaming, at ang patapos na araw nga na to, and it's going to be FERVID laban sa MOMEN Esports with that Cebuano Derby para sa ating main event, no? Pero nga, dito nga muna tayo sa unang dalawang series nga natin, no? Now with Execration, no? At ito nga pala Execration, guys, no? Their first international since 2022. Hindi ako nagkakamali, no? Nung nasa Korea pa nga sila, nung lumang-rumang roster pa na nandun pa sila Elvin at sila Justin, yun na yung huling beses na nakita nga nating napalipad nga dito ang Execration. But right now, kalaya mo nga naman, full circle moment, they had a pretty good run. Siguro isa sila sa mga pinakamadikit na teams na muntikan ng talunin ng Team Liquid during Esports World Cup. Pero sa kasamaang palad nga, no, maaga lang din silang napatumba dito ng kanilang favorite scrim partner, that being GK Esports. At ngayon, nagbabalik na nga sila dito, no, sa local nga nating liga, no, Sneaky. At medyo nakakatakot, honestly, no? Kasi kung ganun yung nakikita nga natin sa Execration na may sistemang dinadala sa international na, I guess I would say effective, paano pa kaya dito sa importanteng Swiss stage na nga na to, rather, no, against SGJ. So, very much high expectations para sa Execration.
Yun nga, pre, masisisi natin yung pagkalakas nga biglaan dito ng GK, no? Siguro masisisi natin kay KLP, that kiss, man, the kiss of doom na nakita natin on stage between him and dito kay Datchip, par. Biglang lumakas si Datchip, out of nowhere, and pakiramdam ko Execration were definitely not expecting that kind of strength, especially coming from the Vietnamese second seed or third seed sila, pare, if I'm not mistaken. So ayun nga, I feel like obviously expectations were definitely not that high para sa XA going into EWC, and of course nangyari, pare, it is what it is. But at the same time, it is a good international experience, or good actual international experience. I think alam naman natin na naglaro na si Paul in the odd SEA Games tournament back in the day, pare, but at the same time, ayun nga, feeling ko it's not as complete as what we saw dito sa EWC. So feeling ko magsastack naman yung experience, especially knowing yung mindset na napaka-importante para nga dito sa Execration, na granted na natalo nga sila ng, I wouldn't say medyo malala, they lost a very close game dito sa ating EWC, pare, and I feel like they're gonna come back dito sa ating local tournaments and try to apply what they learned dito sa EWC, kasi ayun nga, napaka-massive na experience para sa kanila yun, pare, especially knowing that you're playing in front of the big stage. I feel like there's gonna be a lot less fear para nga dito sa side ng Execration, especially para sa kanilang sniper, pare. Men, yung sniper nga nila sumasayaw sa gitna ng Eiffel Tower, pare. Matatakot pa ba yan pagkalaban ni SGJ?
Wala, kinakatakutan yan eh, no? Parang ang bilis talaga ng transition, guys, no? Ang bilis ng transaction mula sa YouTube na hindi mo man lang may uga dun sa mga reaction player cams ng Kierdas last season rather, no? Sa ngayon na sumasayaw ng Pilipino by Black IP sa gitna ng mga tao, no? Sa Eiffel Tower. Akalain mo nga naman, guys, nangyari talaga yun. Hindi ko akalain, hindi ko rin naisip, hindi ko rin labos naisip na natulak nila si YouTube na gawin yun. At eto nga siya ngayon maglalaro ng isang importanteng laban against SGJ. So, yun na, pinapatunayan na talaga no, na ang puso ng mga Pinoy is anything is possible. At yung anything na yun is pwede mo talagang ilabas yung personality talaga ni Yotib. No? And personally speaking, no, Sneaky, lahat ng sinasabi ni Yotib talaga, napapatawa na lang din talaga tayo. At pag pinaglaro mo naman ng Crossfire, ibang klaseng Yotib naman yung makikita mo. So at least may ganong klaseng dynamic. Hindi lang siya, you know, may comedy figure kumbaga para sa Execration. Alam mo, nakakatakot pa rin naman talaga siyang kalaban pag andito na nga siya sa loob ng sistema ng Crossfire.
Galing niya pre, no? Libre content either way, mapa-clip or mapa in real life, no pare, para ka dito kay Yotib. And I would like to think, no, para ka dito kay NBA at kay Justin. Justin actually had a really good international showing, no, going into this one. One of his better international showings, especially up against itong TL natin pare. Pero at the same time, there's still a whole lot to learn para nga dito sa Execration, especially knowing how internationals work at paano kang maglaro up against a team na iinipin ka talaga until matalo ka talaga. And this is actually fitting dito sa ating labanan, no, Salvatore, considering na SGJ, they also like to play itong medyo pampainip na Crossfire. You know, it really takes the patience out of you. So you really have to tread carefully, especially pagdating sa mapa natin. But of course, finally, we are now going into the game. SGJ, of course, we are seeing yung kanilang passive side, but we have seen their aggressive side as well dito sa Impact. Pero may kita ba natin yan dito sa Eagle Eye? That's the question.
Alright, double sniper na naman tayo, no, Sneaky. Justin, like I said, the backup players will most likely prioritize itong M4 meta nga natin, kumbaga sa kapalit na EBR eh, no? So, nothing really too special para sa nakikita nga natin. Kasi nakita na natin kanina sa STS at EKISQUAD, these are the high priority weapons. Pero kumpara mo naman dito sa SGJ, ang puso pa rin dito ni Bostino ay ang TRG, no? So, I believe magkakaroon nga ng konting backseat nga dito si Zoren from his usual top pare nga magiging backup player. SGJ, Folex nakabantay sabay sa Bon, gets the kill over to Durs, 1-for-1 trade. At si Folex hindi pa rin tapos na nagpa-BR pa nga talaga siya. Tatlo naman ang nakapick. At akalain mo boy pa rin siya, Sneaky.
Grabe men, papainit lang dito para kay Folex. Immediate round number 1 para he just wants to fight every single player na makikita niya ka dito. Interesting weapon choice para kay Justin. Para he is going for the M4A1T. And so is itong si Zoren actually. So I think we're gonna see a bunch of wall banks dito sa mapa natin. I mean, despite yung HK having a better wall bank percentage this time pare, di mo talaga matatalo yung M4. Yung 0.5 na yan min eh.
Saklap nga naman talaga yan eh. No? Prime EBR. Ang sitwasyon ngayon na M4A1, parang bumabalik nga tayo sa dating kinaugalian ng mga teams. Good shot para dito kay Tino. As he gets the pick, ang likot ni Folex ayaw magtago. Gets taken down, 47 seconds at may man advantage nga dito ang Execration na bawasan ng konti si Justin pero pwede pa nga po balag. CBN gets the headshot. That is the .77 headshot per kill ng EWC run ni CBN na nagpapakita nga ngayon dito lang sa Swiss. Justin gets the shot in. Possible clutch incoming para dito kay Justin. It's Prodigy versus Prodigy. Jay Hawker pasok na sa site. 24 seconds left. Nag-aabangan na lang silang dalawa.
Grabe men, yung sinaunang Prodigy ng Pilipinas versus the Prodigy of now. Para dito sa SGJ. Plant para kay Jay Hawker. Does have that slight advantage with cover, no? Dito sa cable car. Naka-post pray and pray para kay Justin. Pero para kay Jay Hawker, flying on in with the EBR and the 1-0 para sa SGJ. Good secure para sa kanila pare.
Yan lang, ngayon ang challenge talaga ng makabagong M4A1 ngayon. Malakas ang wallbang, magandang spray, pero may pattern pa rin yan. Ang bilis naman kung pumindot. Bostino, gumagana pa ang kasukasuhan, gets the flying Folex papunta ng hotel. Unang dugo kagad, SGJ.
Yeah, Execration getting a bit reckless no dito sa mapa natin pare. Fully not respecting yung sniper ka dito ni Tino, but of course we saw that dito sa ating last Impact season na apparently Tino, the entire time, he could actually snipe at that level pare. It was just literally how do you say this, his last team that actually stopped him from doing so. So yun na kami. Pinapakitaan na tayo dito ng ating bossing na hindi lang siya IGL men. He can also go toe-to-toe with the best of the best. Pero di pa natin nakikita yung direct fight dito ni Yotib at ni Tino. And speaking of, Yotib finally executing him, pare.
Okay. Nung nakita natin si Yotib na naglaro ng first ever amateur crossfire niya nga, no? TRG balance na yung ginagamit niya. So parang siguro para sa kanya, foreign yung idea na nakakapag-AWM nga siya. Pero let's see. We will be able to, you know, stabilize himself sa makabagong meta nga ngayon. Zoren. Hawak ang TRGP. So gets the adjustment. Yotib tutumba. At ang usapang trade at palitan na pangalan nga dito ay pumapabor para sa SGJ. Grabe, Sneaks. Araw at gabi ang pinagkaiba ng Eagle Eye ng EKISQUAD laban sa STS. Dito lang sa SGJ versus Execration. The slowness of the pacing. Nakikita nga naman talaga natin ngayon. MVA door mid action nakabantay si Zoren. Despite him being 1 HP. Pabilisan na nga lang talagang pagpindot ng left click dito. Zoren, good pre-aim angle. And now SGJ 4 members alive. Madali na lang umentry.
Pero kailangan palagpasan dito si CBN at nalagpasan na nga siya dito. Hindi lang nalagpasan, nasagasaan dito si CBN on this A side. Pero Justin, possibility of denying yung C4 plant. Pero nakaabot naman si Durst dito sa kanyang cover and Jayhawker will be getting the finish. 2-0 para sa SGJ in Execration. Getting forced to play SGJ's slow game. Pare sila mismo yung napipick paloob dito ng SGJ. And yun yung gusto dito ng BL side, men.
Okay, no? Too strong. Ito yung nga pala SGJ na mula pa sa clutch si Jayhawker at nagbawi naman talaga sa early game. CBN, pumorward na nga pa LA, huli si EV. Good shots. Presence-wise para sa side ng SGJ, no? Bawi naman ngayon ng Execration is how will they be able to make sure na yung pick nga dito ni CBN eh magbubunga nga ng mas malakas pang advantage para sa kanila. It's very questionable, Sneaky, kasi knowing na GR side na ng mapa, ilang beses na huli ang Execration sa early game. It's not very Excel-like, no? Ito nga pala Execration na tinalo ang Eagle Eye ng Stallions at ng Virtus Pro last season. So it's very, very questionable indeed. Bakit nahuhuli nga sila ng ganito?
Huli pa dito si Yotib na pare, mid-adjustment. Pakaramdam ko gusto niya kunin yung angle dito sa may mid-side. Pero Justin, opportunity to do some damage. M4 spray, gotta be good for 2. Zoren at Tino nahulog na nga dito. Two players capable of sniping dito sa SGJ. So it has to be the young duo. Parang nga dito si SGJ para makakuha sila ng round. MVA on the bid box side. CBN nandito pa rin nasa loob ng bahay. And there's crawling slowly. Pero kailangan niya maging careful dito pare. CBN is also looking. Pero NBA may nakita niya lumabas sa kanyang screen na si Thursday Hawker. Spotted na rin dito sa LA. And will be quickly finished off. And that is one of those rounds na masasabi mo na it just ran into a certain player dito na Execration at hindi na lang siya nalagpasan pare. Good defense para kay Justin.
Buti na nga lang, no? Nagkaroon ng mistiming dito ang SCJ. Piling ko doon na lang nakapitalize talaga ng Execration yung round na yun mismo, no? Yotib, good opener. Pero Jayhawker may bawi dito laban kay Folex. At si Yotib, di pa ata fully aware na nakalampas na nga si Zoren dito after that position. Gusto nga nilang kunin ng hotel. Here comes Justin para nga sa LB action dito. His Execration now trying to find the trades. Napapabor nga para sa kanila. Yotib and Justin already taken control itong LB. Midside na nga lang na kung saan si EV makakuha nga ng isa. Yotib finds Jayhawker at si Justin. Nakuha din yung off-timing dito kay Tino. Another round, Sneaky, na nakakalimutan ng SGJ tumingin sa kaliwat kanan bago sila tumawid.
Yun nga, EV spotting si Justin na nasa bentana na ni EV yung C4. In Execration, pakaramdam ko pare, just take as 3 players while you try and pressure itong si EV dito sa mapa natin. Pero EV still looking to hedge. Kahit isang player man lang kalingan dito sa Execration would be helping in his effort to get this 1v3 going. Pero mapapaplant na lang ba? Medyo fearful din tong si Boss EV na baka biglang lumabas kaning sa Execration on that backside, especially sa bypass. Oh! Wait lang. Abot. Kita. Kaya. 2-2 para sa Execration and EV. Nice try para sa kanya pare. Pero Ayun nga, it seems like Justin, feeling nostalgic on the M4. Parang sinabi niya, ang sarap sa pakiramdam to, man. Parang dati lang.
Parang kailan lang eh, no? Ito nga pala nagpapapanalo sa kanya nung Pacific Mark Today's pa ni Justin, o kaya itong malupit na throwback, Reborn Gaming Team, no?
Sim.
Para dito kay Justin, and right now, Execration basking in the glory na meron na nga silang hawak na M4 na familiar for both Justin and MVA. Folex and CBN on their defensive positions, pero nakakaunti ng pwesto dito si MVA. Look at this direct contact dito lang sa may LA, at pwede nga siyang magpa-bypass nga dito at mahuli yung mga nagro-rotate na SGJ members, but this is a very dangerous crossfire na naset up nga ni Folex at MVA, Sneaky.
Uy, pero ganda ng position dito ni Fall X. Unless mahuli ka, pare. Oh, no. Pero meron pa naman sila mid control, pare. No problem. MPA still posted up dito sa loob na bahay. Zip code is still his. Pero Justin gusto ring mag-try dito sa bypass. EV spotted. EV tagged up. And it will be Zoren. Punished for his sin. Trying to boost through half wall, pare. Pero si Tino spotted. Onting miss galing kay Yote. But the code will do the job. At si Jules na lang natitira. One tap galing kay CBN. Yan ang na-miss natin, man. Yan ang na-miss natin galing kay CBN, pare.
Crispy! Parang pinaputo ang chicharon lang talaga, no? Execration. Finally, a round na pwede nga tayo maging proud nga para sa kanila. Kasi nga, that was Execration really reeling in na yung ideya ng pagkuha nga ng deep position sa may doghouse at sa garahe. Very good touch. And knowing that Execration is finally showing some firepower. No, by firepower, I mean very strong presence para dito kay Yote, pati na nga rin kay Justin. Ayun, dalawang duguan. Gawin na nga rin tatlo. Kasama na nga si Jay Hawker. At not looking too good now for SGJ. 2 strong rounds. Wala man lang silang makuwang bawi nga dito. No? CBN getting thrown over. At EB nakapasok na nga. Good wall bang damage pa rin ang dala dito ng EBR. SGJ kumuha ng pahina sa textbook ng STS. Getting the rush in over to LA. And now Folex on the defense. Makakuha sana ng clutch kundi lang siniraan dito ni EB ng pangarap. And SGJ tying the game.
This is what I was talking about, no, Salvatore, na kaya ng bagalan at bilisan dito ng SGJ yung kanilang laruan. No? And I feel like Tino fully knowing yung kanyang mga at least younger na players. No? Parang ang hirap namang i-temper, i-contain, kumbaga yung mga ganun na laruan. Para. So sometimes you have to slip in a rush or two para ka dito sa SGJ to catch Execration off guard and at least offset the pace. Para ka dito sa ating labanan. Pero Exe, look at his reaction 3 on the B side, pare.
Grabe naman, no? Parang sinisigurado nga talaga nila na pag nag-cross si Yote at si Folex,
Paul, mag-AK ka, Paul.
talagang sure na talaga yun. No? Folex, no?
Paul,
Baka
mag-AK
sakali
ka,
lang
Paul.
din naman.
Maniwala ka sa akin. Or,
Naalala mo yung na 1v4 mo? Yung Angkara?
Sabihin ko na ba yung tech, pare?
Sige
Paul,
nga, sige nga.
mag-Scarlet ka, Paul.
Yun long, Scarlet mentioned. Pero, yun actually guys, no? Yun actually lang guys yung barrel na nakatanggap ng puro buffs. Walang nerf. Ang Scarlet, kaya sinasabi at pinupusuan talaga ni Sneaky na baka maganda nga talaga para ka sa meta. Knowing na 35 bullets yan at yung wallbang damage dun si pareho lang na M4A1. Guys, may hidden tech talaga ang Scarlet na hindi natin alam. Pero going back to the ball game, 1-4-1 trade. Jay Hawker na huli at si Yotib na palitan lang din naman kagad. LB defense so far ng Execration, medyo questionable.
Alex, if you can get the headshot here, which you haven't been for the past few rounds, pare, would have been nice para dito sa Execration. Actually, Folex struggling dito sa laruan natin with a 2-6 scoreline, pero nababawi naman dito ng mga ibang miyembro ng Execration ng kanyang pagkukulang, pare, especially on Justin, who's currently 9-3. But it needs to be a whole nother effort para sa kanila dito, man. MVA with his own M4. Di siya makatama dito. CBN still on the ace side. Good clear para kay Justin. Access na siya dito sa may backside ng ating LB. Multiple points of pressure para nga dito sa Execration, but they need one more player down. Pero Justin may ikisabay na lang dito kay CBN. Zoren still on the spawn side. Good angle para sa kanya. Mahirap i-clear yan. USP nilabas. Pero di mapapatay si Justin agad. 25 seconds, plenty of time para makapasok ulit. And they have to be careful. Zoren rounding the corner with his own M4. And it's a 4-3 SGJ in the lead once again. And okay, ini-expect ko Salvatore yung pantay na labanan dito sa Eagle Eye, pare.
SGJ firing in all cylinders. And that's what you would want to see, no? Na nahuhuli nga talaga yung depensa nila Folex at Yotib sa may LB.
Whoa!
Now, Justin gustong makachamba at chamba he did. Sa loob nga ng usok, mahuhuli si Zoren. At maganda nga talaga ang patingin nga dito ni Tino as he gets the trade now over to Justin, who's 12-5 right now, mga kaibigan. Probably because M4 na ang kanyang hawak o baka lang talaga solido nga talaga ang laruan ni Justin. No? Pero SCJ, despite the slowness of the game, they are trying to tackle the pace na hindi nga nakakahabol kaagad ang X.
I like to imagine na na-buff si Justin at na-nurse si Cloyd at si Paul actually. Dito sa labanan natin. I mean, the HK wasn't nerfed too much, pare. Siguro yung base damage is a lot lower, pero one-tap headshot pa rin naman yan. So, the HK still could be definitely effective, especially at the right hands. Pero tamang gapang lang galing kay Tino papunta sa ulo ni CBN. And speaking of headshots, he gets hit with one. Pero NBA, siya makadalawa dito on the bypass lurk. Good double spray para kay NBA. Napaka-El Clasico naman ang kanyang spray, pare. C4 dropped on bypass and SGJ scrambling para makuha ulit.
Great position para kay MVA. Pwede niya makita nga dito si EV na nakabantay lang sa bypass. And MVA gets taken down. Ang bilis kagad na naulan na ng parada dito ni MVA. Now 2v2 instantly just like that. SCJ, unti-unti na nga muna ang paggapang papuntang promised land nga dito. So, potentially being a site. Anong gusto nila i-contest? Si Folex nga ba na 2-6 o si Yotib na 6-5? Nonetheless, very unpredictable nga, no? Folex patatimingan. Gets a good shot over to Durs. Piso nga siya nun, kaya napakadali para kay Folex. Ano, si Evie na nga lang. 18 seconds left. Trying to go for the timing instead. Folex, shoulder peeking, gets a spot in. Yotib, what an amazing crossfire. Di man lang mabigyan ng pagkakataon dito si Evie. And that is Execration 4-4.
Yun nga, lot more cleaner around para dito sa side ng Execration. And para naman kay Paul, actually living at the end of the round, even catching itong player natin on the mid side. His proactivity has been a double-edged sword para sa kanya, pare. Pero CBN NBA on the A side of the map. Nakaubusan na nga sila dito, pero si Zoren nakabawi na dito kay NBA. EB spotted ang kanyang paa at 2 versus 4 na naman ang ating labanan, pare. Drop shot din. Lahat na lang tumatama para dito sa Execration. What can you do about this? Tino has to give us a clutch, pare. Ay, Tino double kill. Teka lang, posible pa naman to, pero nag-iba na barrel midway. And Execration, nga, resounding start para sa kanilang round. SGJ trying to quickly recover, and Execration naman ang sasalang dito sa ating BL side. SGJ on GR. And it will be a standard defense para nga dito sa ating SGJ. 2-1-2, pero yun lang, 1 agad para kay Tino on Yote. Pero Folex galit na po, mapasok na papunta ng A-side. Medyo kulang ang kanyang GR sa BL naman sa babawi. CBN with 2 immediately and 3 headshots ang nakuha nga nila dito, men. 3 headshots later and that's a round.
Feeling ko, inaantay lang talaga nila mag-BL sila, no, Sticky? Kasi yung Execution na nakita nga natin, very much passive, given na GR, no? Pero kaya naman siguro abusuhin ng team na pag alam mong panalo ka sa matchup, pwede ngang maging aggressive yung GR, no? Pero Execration, rekta na nga kagad. And Folex, of course, pinampasok talaga yung USP. Zorin na with the kill. Yotib inaantay na mag-swing si Zorin at talagang tumesting pa si Zorin. And now gets picked off by Yotib. 3v3 na nga lang tayo, no? Jayhawker in the middle of the fight. Mababawasan nga ng bahagya. Now, Evie trying to make a lurk of his own. Makakalampas nga ng bypass. Ang tanong, kung makaka-forward nga dito Execration, makakancel ang lurk. Or pwede nga nila mahuli si Evie na nag-ingay na nga already at tapisuhan nga siya dito ni Justin, if I'm not mistaken. Dahil dyan, SGJ naging alanganin pa yung mid-round nila, Sticky.
Ginagatas pa ng Execration yata yung nades dito ng SGJ bago sila makapasok. And Tino, Evie, Jayhawker, meron pa silang smoke, meron pa silang flash. Napan-disrupt ng push dito pero kompletong-kompleto pa ang utility ng Execration. They can still go for a full setup. Pupunta ka dito sa B-side. Here comes the flash. Di nabulag dito si Jayhawker. Harap-harapan pero CBN! Double kill para sa kanya. Fast up sa dalawa. EV. Nakalagpas na ka dito sa hotel. Baka masurprise niya nga dito si Yotib if he had a sniper pero naka-EBR siya pare. 7-4 Execration. Looking like themselves sa BL side.
Finally, no, Sneaky, finally. At yung Execration na alam kung kaya mag-take over ng laban eh. No? Hindi Execration na petiks lang, kapaka ng laro. Ito ka talaga Execration na nagtawag kagad ng LB Rush. Sikip na sikip, akala mo may prosesyon. Pero hindi pala yun problema para sa Execration. And now, Durst nakabantay sa may bar, gets one. Couldn't get the second. CBN, major adjustment para makuha ang headshot. At si CBN talaga kung ano na pinagbababaril. But gets the headshot over to EV. 1v4 para dito kay El Capitan. At 1v na nga lang dito, no? Justin gets the kill. Kino, wala talagang no match. 8-4 Execration.
Siyempre, may kota yan si ano eh. May kota yan dito si CBN pare. Dapat 90% headshot lang at all times. And tignan mo naman ang kanyang scoreline pare. 11 kills with 10 headshots already. And he intends to shoot a lot more heads dito sa ating labanan. And Execration looking really damn good dito sa kanilang BL side. SGJ trying to play the passive way, no? Pero every single time nakakuha ng opening itong Execration with just their sheer pace. And ngayon, mapapabagal naman sila this time. They're gonna test out yung kanilang really slow setup. Kumbaga, masasabi natin quote-unquote international setup pare. Ngayon, gumagamit na nga sila ng lineups. Double need to clear out itong mid natin. Pero A-side is looking likely. 3-2.
Alright. EV, bantay. Wala man lang tulong. Pero si EV, nakrossan na nga kagad dito ni CBN. His MVA gets taken down as well. Di mo na matatapos ang suntukan nga dito ng Execration at SGJ as SGJ finds the play. Na maganda nga ang kanilang depensa nga dito. No, Yotib yun lang. Walang tumatama sa kanila. At tama nga ba ang naririnig ko, bossing? Tama nga ang naririnig ko.
Time out.
May time out.
Akala ko yung tech na sinasabi nga dito ng isang Aljon pare na pag nahihirapan ka na, you hit them with a big DR. Pero yun nga, timeout officially on the side of SGJ. And honestly, a really good timeout para sa kanila. Nawawala na sila ng control dito sa mapa natin, but at the same time, you can definitely tell yung mga ibang sitwasyon na pupunta pa rin sa side nila dito sa mapa natin. So, yun nga, maybe just try and clean up kung ano man yung kanilang opening defense dito pare, especially on that mid side na kanina pang inaatake nga dito na Execration. But I wouldn't be surprised if Exe goes for something quick dito sa either long A or sa LB. So, SGJ has to be prepared to fight para dito sa baka forward positions natin dito sa mapa pare.
Good timeout, no? Para sa side ng SCJ kasi di naman talaga dapat na nagkakaroon ng ganung libreng rounds. When I say libre, it doesn't mean disrespect siguro, no? Nagiging libre siya kasi there's not really an optimal way to say na dapat gumagana yung mga rushes ng mga teams eh, no? Kung Team Stallions ka, syempre napaka-regular na yan para sa kanila. Pero for Execration to do the same thing, no, na knowing na SGJ do have players like Durst and Jayhawker na talagang may puwersa pagdating talaga sa labanan, very odd thing to look at na nagagawa ng Execration na magpadala na 3 magkakasunod na rushes at wala man lang bahid ng sagot dito ang SGJ. So tama nga lang naman na patawag nga sila ng timeout, no, Sneaky, and I feel like the theme now is moving forward for SGJ, and I feel like other than them being able to move forward, siguro na rin yung ideya ng pagbigay din ng site siguro yung pwedeng mamayagpag nga dito, no? I'm not sure. Parang nagiging malaking adjustment na to para sa SGJ na ibahin talaga yung pagiging slow pace ka nila heading into the second half kasi kailangan nilang umusad nga dito sa pinagkagawa ng Execration.
Ayun nga, and Execration, obviously, the pressure is still gonna be there, no? Especially knowing na mainit dito si CBN. CBN obviously scoring very highly dito sa mapa ng Eagle Line. I feel like him getting warmed up at the start of the game was really, really good. And medyo kikill rin si Paul, no? After having a not-so-stellar first half para ka sa kanya dito. So, willing siyang bumawi dito naman on the offensive side. Para naman si SGJ, no? I mean, it is looking good at some points. You really just have to catch yung mga players natin, especially yung trio na may kita ka natin na umaatake ng mapa off guard. Kaya na nakita natin with that crossfire in between Tino at kay EV. So we need to see more of that kaning si SGJ kung pakay nilang bumawi dito pare.
Well played nonetheless, no? para sa SGJ na makuha nga at least yung round nga na yun, no, before we do head into that dreaded timeout. Pero yun, di rin tayo tatagal as Execration now inside of the game with a major 3-point lead sa second half nga na to, no? What a call! Isang malupit nga na play na to, no? Wala man na nag-contest whatsoever. Matitira nga si Folex na nag-iisang tagabantay. At hindi nga alam ni Jay Hawker na makakalibre nga siya. At nagtawag na nga na entry dito ang Execration. Iniwan na nga ni Folex ng mag-isa. At wala nga tao, rather. Ang LB nga na to, so kailangan nga nilang mag-ingat kung saan pwedeng magsiikot dito ang SGJ. Here comes the entry. Folex now, amazing headshot. Pero si Zoren di pa nga namamayagpag. And there goes the shot in. Folex, ang ganda na mga na-clear niya nga dito. Pero nalang dito kay Durs, who gets a double spray. 2v2 na nga lang tayo. Yotib fights the lurking Jay Hawker. What a reposition here by Yotib. At si Evie na nga lang na piso. Basang pusa kung kumilos ngayon si Evie 1v2. Yotib, what a pre-aim angle. Execration denies the after timeout ng SGJ.
Yan, 9-5 para sa Execration. But at the same time, ang ganda ng slight pause na ginawa dito ni Paul, no, dito sa loob ng site as he was just looking for the big box player the entire time. And Tito getting caught out was not really ideal para nga dito sa SGJ. Slow peek around the corner. Justin CBN already down pero nasa ibang atake dito ng Execration. NBA looking to just go out mid. Taps papunta kay AV. Taps papunta kay Tino. Double kill para sa kapitan ng Execration. 2 versus 3 turned into a 2 versus 2 headshot para kay Folex. We're gonna be saying that a lot. Definitely Yotib. Medyo nahuli sa kanyang kakampi dito. C4 nasa kanyang kamay. The whole round right on him. Yotib hindi na-spottan. Si Zoren took a bit of work. Pero yung C4 nahulog lang rin. Pero nakaabot siya sa safe na spot. So C4 will be quickly picked up. Probably planted papunta ka dito sa A site. Pero Folex, with only having one piece of information, which is itong si Zoren, pare, he has no idea kung nasan si Durs.
Feeling ko naman, naalala niya pa siguro, no, na top mid. Nahuli ang kakampi dito ni Folex, no? So here comes the plant. It's definitely planted para dito sa bunker o kaya sa may lane. Di mo kasi pwedeng paghiwalayin tong si Durs tsaka si Zoren, no? At nagpa-LA na nga sila. Folex still very clueless. Kita ang gun barrel ni Folex. Apparently so, sneaky. Oo, kita nga siya. And now Zoren takes down itong si Folex para makuha na nga dito ang SGJ and defuse. Grabe yun. Parang ako rin nagtaka ako paano nakita yun.
Nakita yung palihot para. Kita yun sa 800 and 600. That's for sure. Naging wide ang model ng ating tropa pare. Pero Execration, bit of an accident dito sa ating last round. Could have been something. But at the same time, napakaganda ng opening call dun ng SGJ. May pressure na agad dito sa LB. They already know how to react all throughout the back pa natin. So medyo nag-fall apart ng ating labanan on the side of Execration. Zoren, a lot more assertive pagdating sa B-side ng mapa. Pero ito na yung delikado para sa Execration sa Alvi. Kasi nung bumagal sila, dun sila natatalo eh. Okay. Good spot para kayo. Okay.
Nakita na natin to no? Parang this is Execration now trying na hindi nga tumalab yung sangkaterbang rushes nga natin kanina. 3 beses nga lang. And now Execration trying to make sure the double swing will be effective. Folex! Ikaw pa yung nanalo doon, Zoren. With a major mistake at hindi na i-commit ang kanyang spray down dito. Now Justin going for the off-roll position. Trying to go for the top mid control. At habang nakaabangante dito ang C4, ang nasa isip ng Execration, siguro take less space as possible para maging unpredictable ang kanilang mid-round.
Narinig ko na yung boses doon ni Paul eh. Tamaan mo yun? Yes, bra. Of course, bra. Pero Tino? Ooh, good angle, pero di tumama! Salvatore, naku po, Paul! Is on fire, di na sa tinatamaan ng bala dito para with the exception of Durs, who gets a triple kill with his EBR. Pero, NBA, very quick trade, Jay Hawker, kumapit ang kanyang EBR, spotting Yotib as well dito sa House A. C4 in his hands and Jay Hawker, meron siyang option na pwede siya umakit all the way on that tower side, dito ng B side, at meron siyang vision ng kanan ng ating A site. Pero Yotib also very well aware of that possibility. Ayaw niyang pakita yung sarili niya doon. Ayun lang, Jayhawker. Huwag kang tatalon pare, huwag ka talagang aangat na masyadong maaga. Yotib, plant is down. And he's gonna decide to go on the right side instead. And alam niyang low na pare. Pwede na to ng Colt.
Pero kailangan malapit pa rin, Sneaky, no? Kasi inaccurate ang call sa malayuan. Yotib, yun lang, timing, walang dink. Alam na ang posisyon, 1 HP.
Oh!
Jayhawker using the force para pumabor to sa SGJ at tayo makakita pa ng maraming rounds. Sneaky, Prague, Execration calling a timeout. Akalain mo pag nakuha ni Yotib yun, GG's na sana. Pero hindi. May extra 1 minute pa tayong pwedeng pag-usapan kung bakit nangyari yun. Jayhawker, grabe naman yun.
Yun lang. And also at the same time, itong si Yotib is punished for his sins na you have to live or die by the sniper pare. Kasi at the same time, ano ba yung wallbang damage ng 54? If I'm not mistaken, sa katawan. And you also have the option of the cold. Pero yun nga, no, hindi siya naniniwala on either weapon. Went for the HK and Jayhawker went for the full swing. So big up to Jayhawker, no? Napakalaking pressure sa sitwasyon na yun pare, pero nakuha niya pang i-clutch para nga dito sa SGJ. And SGJ are looking very, very good dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye pare. And once again, this is what I said na pag bumagal nga dito yung Execration, that is where the opportunity lies para sa SGJ na makakuha na napakagandang setup dito sa mapa natin. Especially that initial fight nga dito sa hotel, no? Napaka worth it talaga ng sugal na yun para dito sa ating Execration side, especially knowing okay, Zoran gets a possible 1-for-1, but at the same time, he also confirmed early, no, kung may papunta nga dito sa B side o hindi. So, big ups on the side of SGJ. They're catching itong Execration off guard sa kanilang mga setups, no? So, kailangan mag-isip na maigi dito si Bossing MBA ng kanyang game-winning na strategy kasi, nga, once again, it is looking like back in the day, pare, where Tino is actually outthinking yung kabilang IGL dito, pare.
And I just looked at the replay, no, Sneaky. It was very impressive na kay Jayhawker na to get the 3 position, and siguro a lot of overlooking din dito, no, is yung triple kill ni Durs. Yun din yung isa sa mga nakalimutan nga din natin. You know? Despite the 27 bullets na meron ng EBR, ang bilis kung mag-isip nga dito ni Durs, you know, to get the transfer. And wala man dito si Jared to relive the glory days na magtatlo nga silang magkakaroon ng dominating performance dito. I feel like hindi pa rin naman siguro mawawala ang espiritu dito ni Jayhawker at ni Durs na magpaliyab nga for SGJ. At dahil nga dyan, Execration still has a chance. At least possibly, no, 5 chances, kumbaga, no, ng Execration. Kasi kung sa dalawang yun, makuha na SGJ, OT nga tayo. Now, the best shot here is definitely Execration trying to go for a very good rush. ADRF, huling-huli. And now, CBN gets the shot in. Justin Gold clear. Sabi ko na nga, pre, Execration just needs a good rush.
Uy, pero si Durs nandito rin sa likod, pero Yotib with a very nice cover sa kanyang teammate. After he died, CBN already down and out. Tino, presence known dito sa backside, pero Yotib with the AWM looking for the second one. Quick go, papunta kay Tino. Second attempt will be good for it. At isang rush lang pala ang kailangan dito ng Execration. Just like what I said, the way they slow down is gonna make them lose, but the way they speed up is gonna make them win. And when they did dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0, and Execration will cap it out. However, Salvatore, it is a bit worrying, no? Yung itsura nga dito ng Execration on the map of Eagle Eye 2.0. Yun nga, the speedy, pacey na kanilang laruan definitely gumagana pare, pero once they really slow down, doon nakakuha ng checkmate itong SGJ. So they really have to think about or at least review yung kanilang Eagle Eye na to pare, kasi pakaramdam ko SGJ really brought out a lot galing sa kanila pare.
Pero kailangan talaga maging ganun no, Sticky, before Execration realizes na ang lawak-lawak ng dagat nga dito, no, para langoyan nga nila. Kasi feeling ko they're trying to fit themselves in the kiddie pool na, okay pre, mabagal maglaro yung SGJ, pero kailangan ba nating sabayan yung pacing nga na yun, kung saan si Justin nakakuha naman ng maraming kills. Does it feel like a good fit para sa Execration na ganun nga yung maging playstyle nga nila? Kasi they've established themselves as one of the teams na pag GR ka, as much as possible, you want to get as much offense, no? Kasi doon pa lang masisira yung timing ng kalaban kung paano nga sila magsiset play. And I feel like that was the key kung bakit nakuha ng Execration yung sangkaterbang maps, let's say to games over to matches or even to someone like Virtus Pro, no? Pero sa ngayon kasi SGJ, they were able to get a few stops. And by stops, I mean very good rounds para dito kay Laders at kay Latino, no? And yun lang talaga ang kaso ka dito. It was SGJ getting limited time sa kanilang mga depensa nga dito, and especially their setup, just because the pacing of Execration the moment second half, it was just way better, no, laban sa SGJ. Take a look at the highlights, pero hindi mo magpagkakait. Zorin and Jayhawker was in a good form. Pero parang good form lang ang pwede natin masabi sa kanila. Kulang ng proactiveness, macro, mid-round, clutch presence, siguro nandun nga sila pre. Pero yung system, kailangan natin makita yan na matornilyohan dito ng SGJ.
Oh, for sure. I think there's still a lot to improve para dito sa SGJ, but you cannot say na weak team sila at all dito sa ating qualifiers pare. If anything, yun nga, just like what they said, they're one of the dark horses dito sa ating qualifiers, and this just proves na you cannot really doubt teams, especially SGJ, that have come out of Impact na meron din silang tira dito, but especially them. Sa kanila and there's, if he's playing exactly like this, and especially Zorin is now fitting right into the system, no, possibilities are endless para sa ating map number 2. Pero para sa Execration, once again, superior dueling para sa kanila pare, and I feel like na-realize sila during that timeout na okay, gamitin lang natin yung superior dueling natin para tapusin na yung laro na to pare, and that they did with their players. And yun na nga ang ating scoreline, 10-7 with a 17 kill performance para kay Justin. But taking a look at CBN, I think that is 13-11 headshots yata para sa ating labanan. MPA also pretty high on the headshot count pare, but at the same time, hindi mo masasabi na kulelat dito yung SGJ pare.
Pumalag pa rin naman talaga sila, pero tinan mo yung distribution nga natin. First 2 rounds na punta sa SGJ Dynasty, tapos nagkaroon ng konting palag dito ang EKS. Pero at the end of the day, dikit pa rin talaga yung first half nga na yan. Ang naging kaso lang talaga, no, it was Execration getting 3 straight rushes na nag-udyat dito ng SGJ Dynasty na mid. Kailangan natin magtawag ng overtime. Ay, ng timeout rather, no? Overtime. Kailangan natin magtawag ng timeout kasi nga, it was too overwhelming, no, pre? Parang ang daming naging basis ng SGJ na that was a lot of rounds para lang makuha ng Execration, no, na di man lang tayo handa. Bakit nung pangalawang beses napabayaan pa rin natin yung sarili nga natin, no? Was it the unpredictability? Was it the map? Was it the presence dito nila EV at ni Latino na hindi gumana nga talaga yung brain cells nga nila, no? We can never know. Pero Black Widow naman tayo para sa ating set number 2, which is going to be very much favorable para sa side ng SGJ. Not to say Execration nandun nga sila, pero let's see, no? Si SGJ, feeling ko yung playstyle na nakita nga natin sa Eagle Eye, pwedeng i-translate very well sa ating second set.
Yun yan. Of course, ang ating set MVP for this one, pare, I think it is gonna be kind of obvious kung sino man yan. It is gonna be Justin with a 1.7 KD, 1 KR, and a 0.41 survival rating, pare. And of course, ayun yan, no? Ano masasabi natin kay Justin, pare? Kasi I feel like he's kind of found his old vibes bilang yung ating, OG, ang ating OG super rookie ng ating Pilipinas, pare. And I feel like he's now slowly, realizing yung kanyang, I wouldn't say unmet potential dito sa kanyang baka last teams, but I feel like the M4 being back, just like what I said, is definitely gonna be a big boost para sa kanya, man. Especially knowing back in the day, pare, siya yung isa sa mga pinakamasakit na M4 players, pinakamakapit na M4 basically.
Basically, Sneaky, kung ano yung AK-47 para kay KSA, ganoon na lang din siguro, no? Para dito kay Justin, kung ano yung M4 nga ngayon, knowing na naging significant nga talaga yung adjustment sa barrel na yan, nakita naman talaga natin na naging effective nga to para sa isang player ni Justin na, syempre, halos mag-iisang dekada na nga talaga na nagdo-dominate nga dito, no, sa local scene ng Crossfire. So, yeah, well played para sa Execration. Bawi nga ng SGJ sa Black Widow. Makikita pa nga natin mayat maya as can we see a closeout dito na Execration, or will SGJ force a sub-base sa series nga na to, no? You're tuning into the CFS PHT Regional Qualifiers PH Swiss Stage. Salvatore Sigifrag nga pala. Pahinga muna kami. Pagbalik nga namin, tuloy ang suntukan dito ng Execration at SGJ. Welcome back mga sir, pa rin ng CFS PHT Regional Qualifiers Philippines kung saan unang dugo mapupunta agad dito sa side ng Execration. 1-0 nga tayo laban sa SGJ Dynasty. We now head into Black Widow, ang mapa ng Pinoy. Kuno nga dito, no? So, safe to say, no, SGJ just might be able to get it up, no? Para makuha nga natin ang sub-base potential map decider. Kasi nga, there's nothing hand to glove dito, no? Para sa side ng SGJ, kundi ang Black Widow mismo.
Yeah, in all honesty, no, I feel like Black Widow is definitely going to be a map na pwede makabawi dito yung SGJ. Granted na masasabi ko na this is one of those maps where, you know, the puppy playstyle will be heavily rewarded, no, especially knowing those initial buffer zones ng ating mga sites, just like itong short, just like itong long. I feel like SGJ, especially knowing yung kanilang history pare, and especially knowing yung history dito ni Tino, I feel like he can definitely pull some stuff off dito sa mapa na to, especially yung mga cheeky setups na makikita natin sa LA, just like the LA late push, maybe a flash incoming galing nga dito sa short. There's a lot of innovations nga, no, as of recent dito ka sa mapa na to, especially dito sa long A and yung shorts, yung kanilang short setup like this. I mean, there's a flash, there's the smoke, then there's a lot of options basically na naipakita dito sa ating EWC that hopefully yung mga local teams natin magagamit. And knowing itong SGJ, man, they probably did some studying dito sa ating labanan. Pero Execration, of course, history ng ating mga players and history of Execration on Black Widow, it has been pretty good para sa kanila pare, you know. NBA and Justin, pretty good Black Widow players. And ito naman si Paul, we know his history with this map. So, we're gonna get into the game, of course. Makikita natin kung Execration, if they can do it a bit cleaner, or is it gonna be SGJ just getting itong second map and we go into sub-base potentially.
Ay. Weapon-wise, no, double Arctic na naman tayo para sa Execration, no? Or baka temporary lang naman. Not really sure, pero ganoon din naman para sa side ng SGJ ngayon, eh, no? Na dalawa nga din na magiging Arctic nga nila. I would say na mas effective talaga ang double Arctic para sa GR side. You really have that leniency ngayon na yung both long angles nga natin, eh, talagang kubra-kubra nga. It's very reliable, no, knowing na itong dalawang players nga na to, no, Tino and Zoren, are very hard-hitting players. So, Yotib challenging itong metal box. Tino! Holy! Grabe naman yun! Palabas si Tino! Nakuha niya pa yung anggulong yun!
Nakita niya siguro si Yotib for a singular second pare. Si Yotib gusto lang mag-back pabalik sa kanyang kakampi, pero di ko in-expect, men. Si Tino mismo maghahanap ng full swing doon. Making a DRG work. Oh, pero yun lang. Speaking of the snipers, pare. Zoren, mahuhulog na ka dito sa B-side. Pero meron pa tao na naandun. Pinasabog ng 2 beses at to. Enders will be facing 3 HEs and a headshot para kay Paul. And Jayhawker na sobrahan na ka dito sa bintana, pare. Tino, the last one left alive. And get Justin. Nakuha na si Justin, pare. Pero at this point forward, I don't think it's a possibility, man.
Base site na to, sneaky, no? Pinakamahirap na site na kunin. At pinakamahirap din na site na i-retake. Ito na yung gun barrel. Tatama sa braso. MVA now gets the shot in. Execration, no? It was a round na wala man si Yoti, pero nakita naman natin ang bawi ng opposite side dito na Execration. Grabe, no? The timing was just perfect.
Yeah, back to the
Grabe.
quiet old man. Uy na, ginampik na nga dito si Tino na nandito sa ace site. And I really like that, no? You know, still respect para dito kay Tino. Now he's hitting a whole lot of shots dito sa mapa natin. Execration now using the secondary player. Pero hindi, men. Pang space lang pala yun para kay Yotib na maka-operate nga siya dito sa long A. Pero Execration, realizing wala masyadong long A control. Gusto nila pumunta ng B. I feel like as soon as makita nila na walang tao dito sa long A, alam nila agad na may naka-full commit dito sa short. So they'd rather just go the other side of the map, pare.
There's magandang full spray lang dito, no? Walang util-util, wala man lang ka-flash. There goes the flash. There's hindi man lang nabulag. Only good for one. Nice try dito para kay There's, but Execration, akalain mo nga naman, pasok na Yotib. How in the world? Boga lang yun, pero tumama to sa payo ni Zoren. And now a 4v3. Just like that, CBN already taking control ng kabao nga dito, no? Jayhawker fully aware Na may magdududot na nga ng mga numero nga dito no CBN piso pa rin. Could you imagine Sneaky na may mahuhuli pa potentially dito sa CBN? Pero wala na nga. 31 seconds left. Yotib now on the post plant. Napakahirap na naman na site na kunin Sneaky. Execration. Grabe. A blaze kagad sa ating unang dalawang rounds.
Yun nga, Yotib getting the kill. CBN, kapal na mukha niya, pero nakasurvive na HE dito. And Folex, headshot 1. And CBN stealing the second one, pare. 2-0 para sa Execration. And Tits can run back yung ginawa nila nung round number 1. Okay, walang tao dito sa LA. Yotib gets killed in LA. Tara, mag-pin na lang tayo dito, pare. And I like this galang kay Tino. Bit of a challenge dito sa B-side. MVA down. And that is one of the two snipers out of commission already. Ano yung reaction dito ng X na meron ng control sa waters itong SGJ. They're gonna need to get a kill back and that they do dito kay Folex. EV's down. Reset kailangan. Uy, pero tignan mo yung minimap sa Alvin. Nasaan na si CBN?
Paano nangyari yan? Paano nangyari yan? Di ko alam.
Wala si Cloyd naggala.
Si Cloyd naggala. Naaaya kasi lumabas. At lahat ng dadaan ng BR nga dito. Alanganin na nga. CBN now gets the headshot. Thurs di makapag-adjust. Finally gets the headshot in. At si Durs pa talaga ang pumabor sa sitwasyon na to despite the CBN lurk. Now Folex wanting for the trade. Durs now gonna get a spray. Grabe, third time is not the charm para kay Durs. And 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Jay Hawker pabalik nga ng spawn. So now and catch the players off guard. Folex now. Can he get the shots in? Yotib. Walang tumama sa kanyang boga. Miss alignment para kay Yotib. And now Folex. Paano mo nga didiskartehan nga to? Drop down nakita nga. Tino. Getting the position over to the alley. And SGJ finally a score on the board.
You got 2-1. At the same time, bit of a mess up galing nga dito sa side ng Execration. You really have to expect na kung kanino na pa ina-attack itong P-site, there is gonna be a bit of information play ongoing. You really have to expect Justin! Nako po, nakuha pa dito si Durs, pero Tino will get the trade in return. Pero laking kawalan niya na player, Salvatore. That guy was frying dito sa ating last round. So it's gonna have to be either Zorin or itong CJ Hawker stepping up to the plate.
Okay. Forward position. Zorin, wallbang. Kita mo, pre. Oh. Grabe, pupunit nga naman talaga ang wallbang damage ng M4. Pero hindi ibig sabihin nun, patay na nga dito si Folex. Still 4 HP. Yotib ang tagapagsalba. Talagang sa gitna pa ng araw, kayo nagpalit ng baril. And now EV now swinging. Yotib gets the headshot. And meanwhile, MVA. Kamunti ka na mahuli. EV gets the adjustment and the wallbang now for EV. 1v1, Otit versus Otit, EVA versus EV. Para napanood na natin to, Sneaky. Sino nga ba mamamayagpag? Parang peace up lang yan.
Hindi, gets ko yun. Pero C4, planted para kay NBA. Grabe, laro ang gulang to para EV versus NBA. Parang 4 years ago, this was the exact same matchup na nakita ka natin, pare. But now on different names, on different orgs. Pero different pa ang result para dito kay EV. 20 seconds left, taking his sweet time. It only takes 4 to defuse, pero time is taking. Isang pagtalon lang dito sa bintana para kay EV. It would be nice. Nakita yung paligat, nakita yung ulo. USP, nilabas. 5 seconds, talon. And what a nice move galing kay MVA. Tamang menu jump lang, pare. At patalon-talon dito sa ating B-site and Execration, proving that the USP is still good. Pero man, what a 1v1.
Okay, no? When in doubt, pull the USP out. NBA, isusumbong kita.
Lagot ka talaga.
NBA, hindi ka ganyan dati. Anong tinuro si Yotib sa'yo?
Tatawa ko sa hindi siya ganyan dati, pero siya yung nagturo sa akin ng ganyan eh. Ay, nako.
Wow! Ay, nako.
Parang nakakuha na naman ang bagong monitor si Idol.
De, feeling ko natutunan niya lang kay Goken yun, pre.
Omsim.
Di ba? Si Goken din eh. Iba ka talaga, Yotib, no? Mga tinuturo mo talaga sa mga kalaban mo, si Goken, smoker na. Itong si NBA, bigla nila nag-arctic, tapos ang kapal-kapal ng usok, nakita mo pa yon, Justin. Napaka-unorthodox nga naman ang entry nga na yun. Pero ano nga bang sagot ni Boss Edgar nga dito with his defense? Boss EB, nagpapakita nga din na siya isang smoker nga din. 4v2, Durs and Zoren, medyo late sa party. Pero di naman siguro huli ang lahat para sa SGJ Zoren. Inuhuli na nga ang bomb planter nga dito. Magandang boga para kay Zoren. Now there's on the defense. Gets the USP in. At nauubos ang Execration. Anong nangyayari sa ating 1v1? Yotib now. Sasala nga ng panandalian nga dito, no? Defuse. There's mauhuli. And Yotib with the one tap. Grabe ka na, Yotib. 5 and 3. SGJ. Masyado ng maraming nalalaman. Pahinga daw muna sila.
Grabe na si Yoken, pare. Grabe nang tumira dito sa mapa natin. Hindi lang pagdating dito sa kanyang sniper, kundi pagdating sa kanyang Colt. Execration, mukhang warmed up na sila after itong Eagle Eye map natin, pare. And the fact that they are starting on the BL side is just enabling yung kanilang aggression time and time again. Pero man, you can really tell na yun nga, XA were kinda slow dito sa ating map number 1. Obviously, Eagle Eye, first map of the season or first map of the qualifiers. First map after getting back to Paris, pare, and pakaramdam ko medyo naninibago pa, pero ayun nga, now they're getting comfortable dito sa ating map number 2. Yotib is hitting his shots, Volex is finding his opportunities, and the smokes are smoking, pare, para nga dito sa Execration. So yun nga, good on them sa nakikita ka natin so far dito sa Black Widow, and this is exactly what we expect galing sa kanila, pare. Superior dueling and the pressure na pinoprovide nga dito ng XA with their players.
Benos ni no, the unexpected sceneries dito na di natin nakakalain na ganun pala maglarong Execration. We're seeing it right now in living color talaga, no? Smoker na NBA na nag-Arctic, Polex at CBN na nagra-rush parang Loy at Kanulang, at itong SGJ na parang halos lahat ata ng clutch scenarios na pupunta nga sa kanila, pero sumasabit lang sila ng onte. That just means kailangan nga talaga nilang magtawag nga ng timeout dito, no? Sadly enough, to SGJ really is that team na umaabot sa point pero hindi natatapos yung puntong yun. Yun yung masaklap para si SGJ. Whereas Execration, nakakalampas sa sangkaterbang plays bilang BL, no? And we put BL players sa loob nga ng Black Widow na mahihirapan nga naman talaga kasi yung stage, yung S, pati na nga rin yung B site, napakalakas nga pag kinuha kagad yun ng GR. Pero parang hindi ata issue yun para sa Execration, no, Sneak?
Yeah, interesting as well, no, Salvatore. Napansin mo, despite yung changes dito ng OM or yung TRG guns natin, no, it's still the exact same pacing na nakikita ka natin from the players. It's still the quick scope, it's still yung, the TRG also making an appearance from time to time. I think especially preferred Unity, no, with now, it still has yung parang sliding accuracy na nakikita ka natin, no, from being scoped in dun sa sniper na yun. So still very prevalent, pare. So interesting to see that the pace has not stopped dito sa PH anytime soon, and it is nice to see that Execration is now starting to kind of ramp up dito sa labanan natin. But at the same time, hindi nagpapahuli dito yung SCJ, at Durs is also trying his darndest na ipantay yung labanan na to, pare.
Tino, nagmala-debil. Wow!
Uy, spoilers, pre.
Alam na ng mga tao yun, pre. Alam na nila yun. Kalat na ang balita.
Hype pa natin yung hype pa natin yung Team Vesper for a week, pare.
Sige. Pero bahala na sila bipolar
dyan
bukas.
Ay nako, Adrian. Ay nako.
No?
Nagpakita ka
pre,
naman. KLB
din, pre, no? Pre, suking-suki siya sa pagbe-beper ng Angkara, no? Well, to be fair, no? Parang Angkara na lang din tong mapa nga na to. Ang tanong, kaya nga pa nilang iwasan, no? Naalala ko lang din si Durs, hawak na hawak yung taas ng Storby, tas gayon wala na nga siya dyan kasi mas maganda raw siguro kung pinag-pepper na nga lang nila. And nonetheless, no, first blood para sa side ng SCJ as they get the Skull of Yotib nga dito. Problema nga lang, makakapag-entry nga ba sila? Good defense so far. Nakapag-ter pa nga dito si Tino, so that's a very hard spot to take kung ikaw ang Execration.
Yeah, kung sumobra ka pa dito sa A side, no, Salvatore, especially on the train side ng A, pwede ka pang mahuli dyan dito ni Tino. So, really a big terrace dito. Problema ka lang, when you are in terrace, you are miles away from the B side in NBA. And Polex waiting for the opportunity, swing around the corner, headshot. Pero mamamatay si NBA in the process. Jayhawker tapped out! B-site, hindi pa tapos ang labanan. Nandun pa rin si Zoren. Nakaupo lang talaga, pare.
Justin.
Pero Justin, if he can get Tino, man, isang cheeky one-tap lang, pare. is either a one tap or a highlight galing kay Tino.
Parang narinig na ata yung pagkalampag ng mga bota dito eh. No? Oh my God, Justin! Habang nagdo-double jump pa siya sa big box, pre. My God, Justin. Whole nother level para sa season nga na to, no? 14 seconds, check your corners, left and right, up and down, sa likod, sa kaliwa, sa likod, sa harapan. Justin now with a headshot para kay Evie. 13 HP to work with Zoren. Kailangan niyang ubusin lahat ng mga lahi dito sa loob nga ng site para maging madali ang 1v3. Zoren 1. Hindi natatapusin dito ni Zoren. Justin. Grabe nga naman ang pagdomina dito sa laban nga na to. Finally,
ayun na, pre!
Nakita na natin. Woo!
It took us 2 series or at least 3 maps para makuha natin ang unang dead round of the season. Welcome back to CFS PH 2026 Regionals Path. And ayun nga, first DR of the season. Very, very nice to see SGJ using the ancient tricks, pare. Pero at the same time, you really have to dito sa labanan natin, pare. Kasi ayun nga, too much pacing para ka dito sa Execration. Obviously, nag-roll na yung mga players. Every single scenario na kahit may malaking disadvantage itong Execration, sila pa yung napapanalo dito dahil lang sa, sheer mechanics, sheer dueling aim na nakikita nga natin on their side. So, you really do not really want that to go out of hand, especially pagdating nga sa mapa natin. So, yun nga, DR is gonna be required. So, para naman dito sa side ng ating SGJ, they really have to go on a tear dito sa ating remaining rounds ng ating GR side. I really do not know kung anong pacing na kailangan nilang gawin dito kasi kung masyado mabagal, mabibigyan mo na masyado madaming space itong Execration, they're just allowed to enter your side. If masyado mabilis naman, then Execration is also fully well aware of it kasi nagtatatlong sniper sila sa start ng ating round. So either way, Execration really have their bases covered. So pakiramdam ko SGJ, maybe it's time to go for mga counter plays dito sa mapa natin. Maybe a 3-person towards long or 4 players towards long. Kasi pakiramdam ko yung basic or yung usual defense na nakikita natin para hindi yan gagana up against Execration.
Kasi very odd nga, no, Sneaky. Dahil nga nawala dito si Jared, which is like the part of the Holy Trinity dito ng SGJ. Wala na tayong lurk presence, no? Di mo nga nakikita yun yung ginagawa nila Jayhawker at nila Durst dito na in turn, ang nagbumukha pang malakas mag-lurk dito si CBN, who is naturally not a lurk player, no? Anchor lang talaga siya, going in for the headshots, pero nakakalibre ng ganun dito si CBN. From the usual scenes na nakita nga natin mula sa Impact, 3 pa silang naglalurk dito, no? That being SGJ. Ngayon, lahat wala. As in, ang setup nga nila dito is puro anchor lang talaga, no? Store B, hawak nila. Yung train, hawak nga nila. Yung S, hindi nga sila nagmamalalim doon. Ang kaya lang hawakan dito ni EV is both BS, pati na nga rin yung mga nag-walk papuntang rampa. So, it's that kind of SGJ na mapapasabi ka na lang, anong SGJ bang nakikita nga natin dito? No, ito nga ba SGJ na tinalo talaga ang acceptance 3-0 ng Impact Spring? Ito nga ba yung SGJ na halos talagang dinomina ang buong group stage ng Impact Summer? Eh, no? Parang there's a bit of outclass going on para dito sa SGJ.
Yun lang, Folex already on the long side. Yotip with the second kill. EV rounding the corner. Natuhog pa nga ang dalawang players natin, pare. I offer the solution. Pero pati yung solution ko, hindi gumana dito. Para ganyan lang kalakas ang Execration at the moment. Tino trying to make something out of nothing dito sa ating round. Instead of short, going for the full long play. And he could actually catch yung C4 planter bago siya makapasok dito, pero may nadalig na ka ni Justin ang pagpasok nga dito sa A site. Pero Tino, rounding the corner, Fall X, maling tingin, maling lugar. 30 seconds, plenty of time para ulit, pero si Justin pinakitaan na may lumiliyab dito sa loob ng Echoes, pare. Pero NBA with the clear sight, 6-1 Execration on an absolute roll, pare.
Let's take a look at that, no? Folex, unti-untiin lang natin. Gets the first shot in. Gustong sumubok ulit ni Zoren at nila Evie. At talagang naging piso 2 pa. That is insane. Maraming salamat sa ating production nga dyan para sa isang malupit na IR. Pero yun, CBN getting the skull dito ni Jayhawker. Tino hindi pa rin tapos para mapatahimik nga dito si Folex. To make it at least a bearable half now, Sneaky. Siyempre, hindi mo gugustuhin talaga na makita yung scoreline mo. 8-1, di ba? Kahit man lang 6-3, pwede pa.
SCJ using the Alliance Gaming method, pare. Let's duel at the first 30 seconds ang round, tapos bigla tayong titigil, pare, and see where we are. And honestly, a pretty good place para ka dito sa SGJ na nakakuha pa sila ng 4 na buhay para sa kanila dito. Tino medyo bawas, pero still, Execration looking like a big threat, especially knowing kung sino pa yung buhay dito. Salvatore, CBN, capable of taking heads off. Yotib and MBA, of course, with the dual sniper on their side. CBN fully crawling on in. Tino ready dito sa may hagdan. Tino, yun lang. Nakita na agad si Yotib, CBN. Headshot pa ulit para sa kanya. Mukhang hindi. 2 bodies already down on the A side. It's a 2 versus 2. Winnable pa to, pare.
How winnable is it, Sneaky, no? Meron ba tayong coin flip na winnable dyan para sa Execration o talagang inaabuso na lang talaga ng Execration na meron nga silang momentum? Isang magandang huli lang para kay EV. Wala na siguro yung pagkakataon dito ng Exe. Or, in turn, baka si EV pa ang mahuli, no? CBN na pabalik ng RS, papapatid ng onte para di naman ata rinig mula sa vicinity dito ni EV. At nakaikot pa sila. Good hold by EVA. Walang paramdam sila EV. At hindi niya rin makikita magpapapuelo dito ng BR. Ang dalawa members ng Execration. EVA, saan ka pa pupunta? Hindi niya pa sinamahan si CBN. Actually, nagpamid pa nga sila. Tama lang pagkasalising nga dito. No? Ang tanong, mauhuli ba nga nila dito si Zoren? At CBN not fully aware na ang tao ay nasa Dobby. Here comes the plant. EVA nagdot-dot na ka. Zoren get caught in. And there goes the 2v1. At the end of the day, Sneaky, it goes full circle. Ang tao nagbabantay. Siya ang magbubunga nga dito. No? What an amazing play by Zoren.
Yun nga, para SGJ may not win that map, pero paparamdaman ni Zoren mamaya on the court about that 1 versus 2, pare. But at the same time, I'm surprised na hindi nag-react dito si EV galing dito sa may short side na pare. Siguro hindi na narinig yung sound, pero headset ni JK Min, maririnig yan 100% for some reason. Hindi nga narinig ang ating tropa, pero Zoren, impressive stuff galing sa kanya, pare. Despite being the new guy on the block. Pero SCJ forcing Execration to sit and think dito sa labanan natin, pare. And medyo napapost na sila sa simula ng round. Di na sila yung medyo reckless na opening dito sa mapa natin. Especially knowing what happened dito sa last round na mas willing na dito yung SGJ na lumaban for that short and that CB control. So what is the choice para sa Execration, men? Long A na lang lahat?
Oh, parang
lineups.
lang ata natin makikita to. Yes, indeed, lineups. Pero para saan? Sa trade nga ba to? Kung forward naman si Tino, wala ring visa yan. Now, the first lineup player gets taken down. Tino makakaramdam ng boga sa mukha. Courtesy of Yotib, EVA, nasa likod na pala ng mga anino dito ng A-site. Durst nakapag-parkour na nga rin, EVA can shot in, Durst good spray down, 37 HP, Folex pasok na nga sa rampa. Good shots in here for Folex. Grabe nga naman, 53 seconds left, post-plant na nga tayo mga kaibigan ni SGJ. Kaya nga ba nilang gawing 3 lang yung lamang na Execration?
What a shot guy kay Zoren! Out of nowhere with the USP, pare. And he can do another one dito kay Paul. Paul, na-stuck na ka dito sa loob ng metal box. Lumalaban na ka kanyang kakampi, Zoren. Zoren! Zoren! Get the defuse! Grabe naman yun. SGJ throughout all the chaos dito sa mapa natin, pare. Nanguha pang mag-defuse dito sa triple. Siguro sa lahat ng pagsasabog, pagbabaril na narinig natin dito sa ating A-side, pare, hindi narinig ang certain defuse sound. Kaguluhan talaga, men. But at the end of the day, SGJ will be getting that round.
Sabi, no? Parang pros don't fake. At pinapatunayan na talaga to ng sobra-sobra talaga ni Zoren, eh. No? 6-3, half well played at the end of the day, no? So SGJ talagang nakabuenas pa nga naman talaga sa kaguluhang nangyari nga, eh. Kumbaga, beauty in chaos, so, for SGJ. Pero men, no? I guess I would say na mas magiging maganda na naman ngayon for SGJ, knowing na naging aggressive nga sila sa kanilang GR, eh, no? Baka doon na nga natin makita yung pagbunga ng kanilang BL side. Inaantay lang din siguro ng SGJ na maging mas amped up nga yung naging aggression nga nila pag sila naman yung atake, no? Presence-wise, kailangan natin makita yung pagbabago nga dito ni Jayhawker. He was kind of struggling. Save goes here for Durs. Si Soren nagkaroon na nga ng onting presensya nga naman na talagang papabor, no? Back-to-back rounds na nagbigay nga siya ng paubaya nga dito, no, for SGJ. At sana din na makita nga natin sa kanilang second match.
Yun nga, especially knowing, no, para sa Execration, they actually struggled dito sa kanilang GR side last time, dito sa ating Eagle Eye map. And hopefully not, na hindi makikita natin na mag-struggle sila ulit pagdating dito sa GR side na map na to. Pero I think para dito sa SGJ, they can actually take advantage of the space ng ating Black Widow kumpara nga dito sa Eagle Eye na i-separate yung mga defenders natin to have their own individual duels. Pero knowing kasi yung individual skills kasi dito ng Execration, para they are capable of taking out 1 or 2 players on just their own. So SGJ have to pick the right fights at the right moments, pare.
SGJ, timing-wise, no, sneaky. Parang napakaaga nga nito, no? Parang di pa nga nakabuelo ng flashline natin si Justin, pero kailangan niya na nga lumayo. Folex pa talaga kinakuha. Bomb drop pa talaga. And now Durs trying to go for the spray. Folex piso na nga lang. Wag mong iisipin Folex na buwaba papuntang S. Literal 1 HP at nabuhay pa nga si Folex doon. They got the C4 at lalayo na nga ng gusto ang SGJ.
Grabe naman yung short defense ayun. Pare, parang sinabing call an ambulance but not for me. Para dito kay Paul. Grabe, man. These HEs definitely doing damage to the players dito ng SGJ. For some reason, minamagnet sila ng mga HEs on the side of Execration. Pero Yotib, posted up dito sa B-site. Bit of a crossfire with him and CBN, pare. The Cebuano duo on the side of Execration. Keeping it close. Keeping it tempered. Para dito sa Exe so far. But the full swing, Tino will not be getting that one this time. Nakakatakas naman si Yotib kahit paano. CTN having to dodge the flash. Not the headshot that time, pero HK kills still. And it only takes 2 to clear out the entire offense ng ating SGJ. And of course, si Cloyd naghahanap na ka ng isa pang ulo na nasa loob dito ng House B, pero EV will quickly temper him. Meron nang nasa likod na si Paul. And I feel like with 1 HP, he doesn't really care too much about whether or not he dies dito sa ating round, especially knowing isa na lang ang natitira. EV crouching down para hindi makita ang kanyang ulo dito sa bintana, pero may pakalan ba nalalabas para ka sa kanya dito? EV trying to get the cheeky C4 pickup. Pero flashbang sa kanyang likod. NBA spotting. And NBA pinain pa. Napakagaling, napakabilis. 7-3 Execration. Jugular na ba to, pare?
Mga tagiliran na nga to, no, sneaky, no? Kasi Execration is already putting in an amazing stop pa lang sa Storby. What more pa kaya? Pag hindi pa nakapag-cross ng arco dito, ang SGJ, Justin already nakapag-CB na nga. At maririnig niya na nga dito, no, spray, ipinang-i-spray niya ang HK417 sneaky. Folex now gets taken down. Now, Folex, despite the presence that he had, makakuha pa rin naman siya ng isa. Yotib nakakalampas. This is Execration playing GR. Pero libre lahat ng strong points ng mid, no, sneaky for Exe. Ang saklap lang na ganito yung nangyayari sa SGJ despite a good presence nung first half nga natin.
Yung no, map 1, nagna-nice one pa sila, pare. Pero map number 2, nagjajayo na yata sila eh. The way that they're moving. Jayhawker on the short side, 1 minute and 30, pare. I mean, it is one of those players that can definitely do the impossible para dito sa SGJ, but he's gonna have to catch one of the players off guard. At hindi na off guard dito si Yotib. Trying to hit the shot, pero hindi niya matatamaan yon. C4 still dropped on the side of Jayhawker. Meron ng information ang Exe kung nasaan na nga siya, pero may iiwasan lang ng Execration ng C4. Instead, they're just gonna go for the full fight. Jayhawker has to be the one to plant. Justin spotting him still on the short side. CBN spotting Jayhawker. Nakalimutan na may pangalawa pa dun sa sitwasyon na yun. And 8-3 Execration on their last 2 dito sa ating Black Widow. Yotib, a bit too brave, para, let's just say. CBN though on the mid side. Ayun lang, nakot pa kasi Tito pare. And this is what I was talking about, Salvatore. The sheer mechanical prowess ng ating mga players on the side of Execration. An individual can take out 1 or 2. And despite the good opening galing dito kay Tito to take out a key player like Yotib, this presence is still forward on the side of Execration. Crossfire between itong CB at itong big box natin. CBN will be getting the quick trade para kay NBA, pero Justin on the mid side. Headshot para kay Justin. Headshot para kay Justin again! Zoren and Jayhawker down, and EV, the last one left alive. Granted, the veteran can do wonders dito sa labanan natin. CBN will still be catching him on the turnaround. 180 Execration on their 9th. NBA quick headshot dito kay EV. 1 for 1 so far dito sa ating labanan. And really good opening. Pero si Paul, sobra or kulang. Kakagusto niya pa ng isa pare. Pero sumobra na. Sobra na pare.
Sobra. Ay, nako, kalma. Execration, alam kong gusto nyo nang tapusin to. Kasi baka mainit-init na, o baka nanlalabig na yung pares, no? NBA. Kanina ka pa nasabi din, no? Hanggang ngayon, buhay ka pa rin. At feeling ko naririnig mo na yung pagtalon nga dito ni Zoren. Aba, si NBA pa talagang tumitesting. Nakita yung barrel, tubagos, Zoren. Jumping lason para dito kay Zoren. 1 minute and 30, mga kaibigan. Now, can we see a 2v3 conversion? Next patient naman sa clinic ng Dormid. At ngayon, pinapasok na siya ng Dr. CBN now. Paano nga siya susubok dito? Nakita na kasi Jayhawker sa katerbang buong nakikita. Only good for 1. At eto na ang huling pasyente sa clinic. Si Yotib na nga lang.
Ito na nga ba? Pumalit na agad ng AM4 pare. Yotib not getting around on this 1 versus 2. Trying to get that quick finish dito kay Jayhawker. Bit of a timing. Kung makita niya na may tao na dito sa short. But misinformation para dito kay Yotib. Thinking na naandito pa sila sa may midside looking for an opportunity. Pero naandito na pala yung C4 sa AJ Hawker. Nakapasok na ng window A. Very key spots for him to get. Pero Yotib dito kay Thirst would be nice. Headshot Jayhawker pa kayo low dito. Drop down nga ba? Pero sa baba, sa taas, Jayhawker easy wall bang para sa kanya pare. Yotib. Granted it's an almost pero hindi pa para dito sa Exe.
Yung, almost. But not quite enough, no, para sa Execration. At talagang kinakailangan pa talaga nilang magbigay ng onting bigat nga para sa laro nga na to, no? Grabe, Berto's theory, di man lang makaangat dito si Jayhawker, pero buti na nga lang, pumaldo pa rin siya. Sa ikalawang beses na pagkuha nga, no? Olex now getting taken down. Lahat ng depensa ka dito ng Execration nawawala na nga lang bigla. Gusto nga nilang pumalag, pero they're just getting outclassed here by Jayhawker's TRG21. At kita pa talaga sa usok yun, Jayhawker. Oy, di mo na tinatago. Jayhawker, ba't ka ganyan?
Naku pare, nanonood pa naman si Elvin. And pili ko pumapalakpak siya pare. Sometimes the smoke is the way to go. Para ka dito sa SGJ. And Execration, nagulat. Dumbstruck dito sa ating labanan pare na SGJ is also capable of said shots. But SGJ, are they just gonna attack itong long natin time and time again? There is also the option of that boost, no? Para makakuha na mas magandang angle. Kung sino man ang mag-pick dito with the sniper on long dito kay Yotib. Pero I think mas play safe na yata dito yung sniper na Exe pa rin. Hindi niya na i-forward to.
Right. Yun lang, tatlo ang gustong sumubok dito kay Yotib. Tamang jump spot lang, kaso nga lang, pwede nga siya muli ni Jayhawker nga dito na patalon-talon. Ayun na, nakita na. Talong ka pa, Yotib. Pwede ka na mabaril nga dito, no? Napakanipis yan. Oh my God, ang galing, Jayhawker. At talagang abot kabilang tenga na. Yung ngiti nga dito ni El. As daw, SGJ, napapatagal nga ang laban. Talagang si Justin naman talagang susunod nga dito na si Folex na bintian. Justin gets the quick scope. Si Evie naman ang susubok nga dito. There's now the entry at nakakalibre na nga ang SGJ. at talagang nanlalaki na ang mata ng SGJ knowing na ang daming pisong buhay dito
Whoa.
for Exe. NBA now, can he be the hero na kinakailangan ng Exe? At buhay pa rin ang puso ng Execration nga dito for the possible retake. J-Hawker, 100 HP. Here comes the USPOHK nga ba talaga? J-Hawker now, can he go back-to-back clutch rounds?
May dead ka, ma?
Now, 1v1, NBA, parehong piso, 17 seconds, NBA, inaantay pa rin.
Ginulangan.
Mali yung pagtalon. Nice play by NBA, the veteran tactics ang nanaig and Execration shuts down Black Widow 10-5. Salyado ang series and we head into the next bracket para sa Exe.
Granted, it was not as clean as Stallions na nakita ka natin kanina, pare. It is still a win at the end of the day. Big props dito sa SGJ, pare. Napahirapan talaga nila etong Execration dito sa ating series. But at the end of the day, they are Execration. They still fall like CBN, MVA, Justin, absolutely frying everybody dito sa mapa natin. But we cannot say that SGJ took this lying down. They tried to make a lot of adjustments dito sa mapa natin. They tried to go and fight yung mga opening scenarios nga dito ng Execration to some success. But at the end of the day, Execration talaga, man. If you have Folex, if you have CBN on your team, just absolutely frying. Napakadaming options talaga makukuha mo dun. So, big ups to Execration. Still a lot to improve, but at the same time, looking really strong papasok ng ating 1-0 bracket, pare.
Grabe, no? And amazing play for Execration, honestly, no? Para nakita mo talaga yung transition nga nila from Eagle Eye na okay pre, mag-a-adjust nga kami sa laro nga ng kalaban to now Black Widow na talagang sila ang nag-dictate mismo ng pacing despite them being the GR side na itong second half nga natin. And SGJ, the flashes were pretty nice, no? Kumbaga yung flashes of brilliance natin wala kay Evie at J-Hawker nandun din naman. Siguro hindi lang talaga siya pumalag on a team na marunong talagang i-counter yon like Execration. Siguro on a team like let's say in the scheme of laban sa EKISQUAD siguro, no, baka pwede pa. Pero ngayon pre, Execration with the amount of experience that they had, for sure pre, na kaya nga talagang ambahan talaga ng Execration yung ganong klaseng gameplay, no. And needless to say, SGJ, despite them falling down in the 0-1 bracket, may pangarap pa rin naman sila makapag-top, and I feel like they are one of the contenders naman, at least in the 0-1 bracket, no.
Yeah, of course, definitely one of the teams to look out for. No? Kahit naman last season, no, masasabi natin that SGJ was also one of the bets na makakalabas nga dito sa qualifiers out of Impact. But yun nga, we already know what happened dito sa ating last qualifiers. So hopefully, it is gonna be something different para ka dito sa SGJ, fully knowing the massive potential na meron dito yung mga players natin, especially Zorin. No? Zorin actually, it wasn't too bad of a showing galing sa kanya, especially knowing yung circumstances na siya yung pinakabago dito sa team. And obviously, I feel like SGJ, medyo nag-make sense na rin yung pickup ni Zorin na with Jared kind of out of the fray. You really want to pick up a guy who is capable of both rifling and sniping at the same time at a very high level, no, pare, which creates a lot of options para ka dito sa SGJ, especially going into yung Wuhan. And na-notice mo rin to, no, Salvatore, na the sniper is gonna have a lot more prevalence, especially yung double sniper natin, mapa BL or GR yung usapan. Those opening picks are essential, especially knowing yung pacing na gustong i-set up dito ng SGJ. If they can get those early picks with that double sniper setup, pare, pwedeng mangyari ang kanilang qualification. Pero up against Execration, who also has their fair share of double sniping moments, no, Folex also capable of sniping, MPA also capable. So there is a lot more options on the side of Execration kumpara dito sa SGJ. But hey, man, it's a massive improvement sa nakita natin last time, pare.
Oh, definitely, no. So, let's take a look at the highlights, no, Sticky. And gameplay-wise, no, parang nakita na nga ng SGJ na there are still some lapses. Pero I would still be proud sa pinakita ko nga ngayon, no? Kasi pinakabanyo nga talaga ng gusto ang Execration in terms of gameplay. Kasi pre, very unexpected yung pagpasok nga dito ni Zorin, no, in Masters level of gameplay. Ito nga pala si Zorin, no, in the grand scheme na, okay, pre, kaya niya mag-arctic, kaya niya mag-backup, kaya niya mag-lurk, kaya niya rin mag-attacker nga dito, no? So, kumpleto. Kayang-kaya nga talaga ni Zorin, no? Firepower-wise, kailangan pa sigurong i-adjust. Pero I would still be proud sa pinakita na SGJ at the end of the day.
Yun nga, SGJ still definitely one of the contenders dito sa ating labanan, especially knowing yung context, no, ng ating laban na Execration, a team who's already been to Paris and back. And ito yung nagawa nila dito pa rin. props to Tino as well, bro. This is probably one of his better fragging na series, no, dito sa kanyang career, pare. And I'm really happy to see that he is still firing on all cylinders. And, you know, he's sticking to the TRG classic Tino against the grain, yung kanyang yung laruan, pare. But at the end of the day, that is what works para sa kanya. And Execration naman, looking very quite sharp. Medyo questionable lang yung GR side ni Paul dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero on the second one, or on the second half na nung na-BL na siya, pare, he was kind of feeling it. And as we take a look at the score, it is a bit of a low headshot game para dito kay CBN, pare. Only 5 para sa kanya. He's been hitting a lot of bodies, pero at the end of the day, it does do the job. Justin with a 12 kill, 8 headshot performance. Pero props na rin dito kay Boss Tino at kay Jayhawker, Durs, and Zoren, who went all the way to do digits, and EV having to play the sacrificial lamb, pare, will be down on the scoreline. Pero yun nga, once again, it's not a bad showing para sa SGJ.
Honestly, no, parang well played pa rin naman. I guess I would say for SGJ, despite, you know, not very impressive numbers. Pero siguro malaking hustisya na rin na nakakuha ng maraming clutches si Jayhawker at si Zoren. At the end of the day, it's still highs. Ang magandang expression pa rin na pwedeng ibigay ng Execration is nanalo nga sila in all aspects of the game, no? Entries, pick-ups, gameplay-wise, macro, lahat ng pwede ngang ibugay nga dito ng Execration, napadaan nga nila sa magandang butas ng karayo nga dito. No? At naging seamless nga yun. Wala man lang tiklop-tiklop. It's very much seamless to for Execration. Match MVP, no? Sino nga ba ang magiging MVP nga natin? Set MVP rather, no? It's going to be CBN with a 1.45 KD. Headshot per kill, no? 0.63. And still, say, very impressive pa rin yan, no, Sneaky?
Yeah, very impressive to say the least. It's a bit low, no, for his averages, pare. But at the same time, it's his first game of the qualifier, first game of the new season. Of course, he is going to be feeling a bit cold. Pero, of course, it's still a CBN. At the end of the day, 1.45 KD with a 1K ARP. For one of the anchors dito ng Execration, I'd say that's a pretty good performance that you can write off dito sa ating araw. But I think we're going to have our overall MVP dito sa ating labanan, or actually not yet the match result, which is gonna be a 10-7 para dito sa ating Eagle Eye and 10-5 para sa Black Widow. Once again, yun nga, no, that first half sa Eagle Eye raised a lot of questions, Salvatore. Para nga dito sa Execration, but they quickly thwarted it pagdating ng ating second half, pare.
Malaki yung bawi, no? And that's what we would love to see para sa side ng EKS, na as much as possible, they really want to shut down any claims na, uy, baka jet lag, baka napapagod na nga sila, o baka iba na yung feeling ng environment ng team nga na to, no? Nope. It's definitely them still being able to capitalize on the strengths that they have, that being headshot machines. Marunong nga sila mag-bid round, and guess what, no? Ang laki nga ng nagiging bawi nga talaga nila, no? So, SGJ Dynasty, no? Napaka-lumbay para ka sa kanila. Pero at the end of the day, hindi pa rin naman talaga tapos ang kanilang journey nga dito, no? Pero ito, kanina pa natin sinasabi, match MVP is going to be Justin. Napaka-solid nga naman talaga, not a handful of MVPs from last season. Pero ngayon, pre, dito sa ating regional qualifiers, grabe, HK and M4A1, kahit ano, Justin, grabe nga naman, MVP performance laban sa SGJ.
Yeah, and this is definitely the year para kay Justin to really step up to the plate, or at least enter ang ating top 3, top 2 player conversation, but especially knowing Zetter's not gonna be playing. So, ayun nga, there is gonna be a bit of space dito sa ating top 3, and I feel like Justin, yun nga, no, bilang yung OG super rookie, the OG ka, no, would be a bit disingenuous, pare. Pero yun nga, the OG guy, the OG rookie to do it, and honestly, ito yung gusto ko makita galing kay Justin. This is where the hype lies para sa kanya, pare, for his career. And if he can produce these types of numbers, pare, ako, Execration, he might have a second international appearance.
Tingnan natin, no? Knowing na Execration just became a very good contender, no? Laban talaga dun sa saturated Team Stallions and Virtus Pro sort of storyline, no? Ngayon, dito na tayo sa part na Execration might just have a solidified number 1 or at least number 2 spot dito sa ating regional qualifiers nga natin, no? Pero dahil no, Execration closing out itong day 1 nga nila, no? With an amazing gameplay mula dito kay Justin. Looking forward actually na sa job na magiging performance si Justin and the rest of the crew. Pero with that being said, SGJ sila yung ibabagsak nito sa ating 0-1. 1 at tayo ngay nag-aantay na para sa malupit na laban ng Wolves versus Alliance Gaming dito lang sa CFS Regional Qualifiers PH. Salvatore Sikifrag nga pala, huwag kayong aalis. Solid ang pangatlong series nga na to. Mamabahingi muna kami at pagbalik nga namin, suntukan ng Alliance at ng Wolves.
Welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa! Nagbabalik tayo sa eksena ng CFS 2026 Regional Qualifiers PH at kami nga pala ang inyong kasama si El at saka si Ramon ng ER Duo ng mga larong garantisadong makakapigil hininga. Una sa lahat, no? Ang tagal na ng pahinga natin, no, El? Kamusta ka naman?
Very much busy dito sa ating rest month, weeks. I don't really know kung ilang araw na yung pahinga natin. But it's good to be back na, Ramon, especially with the new names on but same teams. No, I would still be recalibrating the team's performances dito sa ating Swiss stage. And of course, yung matchup natin for today, Wolves versus Alliance Gaming. I feel like it's a good way to see if this third place team that was formerly international, can they fight back or can they not, diba? Kasi ganda ng bago nilang addition.
Kaya nga, ang ganda nga ng bago nilang addition, which is the elephant in the room nga naman. Sentra out, Canyon in. Malaking question mark kasi sa LAN games lang natin siya nakikita pero hindi natin siya nakikita at all sa impact stage at all. So talaga nga namang big debut, big shoes to fill ang makikita natin from Canyon this time around. Pero feeling ko naman may oras siya para magpakitang gilas. So I feel like Wolves have a good stage setup for themselves ngayon sa ating magiging susunod na BO3. Pero Alliance Gaming from being a very exciting prospect from spring, medyo barely sila nakatuntok dito sa ating third place sa ating Impact Summer, Medyo nakakabul kung ano yung makikita nating Alliance Gaming ngayon, El.
Yeah, I feel like tong Alliance Gaming, usually, they would have been the good performers sa ating Summer Impact as I expected nung siguro start of that event. I feel like they would have been the first or they would have taken the championship, pero there have been things going on that somehow they can't figure out where dapat sila yung pinakamalakas, pero nakita naman natin EKISQUAD, nakita naman natin sila SGJ getting their groove right, and for Alliance medyo nawawala lang sila sa tono ng musika nila, pero siguro sa recalibration nga, sa pahinga na nakita natin dito bago tayo pumasok sa regional qualifiers, I feel like pwede pa natin bigyan ng chance itong Alliance to make amends dun sa mga mistakes na nagawa nila sa Summer Impact.
Sa loob ng regional qualifiers, a new chance para makatungtong sa mismong main stage ng panahon teams na to. Ang expected na Wolves laban sa isang Alliance Gaming that are on a redemption arc, pare. It's gonna be a good match for us to say the least. As we're going into the map dito, tingnan natin kung makikita pa ba natin ang Virtus Sport at saka ang Ankara. Ayun na nga ang paboritong mapa ng Wolves at yung komportabling mapa ng Alliance Gaming, nakuha na nga nilang Ankara. New Mexico para sa decider, feeling ko masayang panoorin yan pag nakaabot tayo dun.
Yeah, that's gonna be a weird one, Ramon. It's quite the standard for both of these teams. Eagle Eye banned out by ALG themselves, as much as sila yung medyo mahilig sa Eagle Eye back then. Versus Virtus Pro, I would rather not as well, So base, understandable. New compound, understandable. Doon tayo landing sa New Mexico, And not to mention that Black Widow first ban by the Wolves side, very smart. Kasi alam mo naman tong ALG, they are very much the standard players din dito sa ating mga mapang to. Black Widow, mga 5v5, mga 3v3, nandyan sila Nuken, nandyan sila Delq. Of course, they're gonna try to get that map, getting it out of the way. Speaks good for the Wolves side, And I feel like if we're going to be taking straight, Ramon, even with Cetra out and Canyon in, Wolves, they have a guaranteed shot dito sa ating first matchup nila.
For sure, And gusto ko din yung medyo na-touch on mo din si Canyon coming into this roster kasi sniper nga ba talaga si Canyon sa loob ng Wolves natin? Kasi may mga naririnig akong mga makabuluhang mga bulong sa iba't ibang mga sources natin na may chance na baka nga hindi siya yung mag-snipe. Even though may history pa rin siya mag-snipe nung nasa taluntong siya, While we don't know the whole details, nandyan na naman tayo So hintayin na natin kung ano yung ipapakita ng Wolves.
Exactly.
Fully knowing the self-proclaimed most tactical team dito sa CFS SEA, sure naman ako, may naihain sila sa atin sa papasok dito laban sa Alliance. Feeling ko nga, sila nga yung mas malaking pressure kumpara sa Alliance Gaming sa pagpasok ng serie na to
Yeah, I feel like magandang benchmark din siguro itong Alliance Gaming para sa new and improved. I would not say improved, I would just say the new version of the Wolves side. Kenyon, as much as he is an unknown, no, with all the rules na nangyari dito sa atin where you have to keep your roster as much as possible, no, given that we need a stability in the league. Kenyon being not a player from our previous summer season, well, he has the ability to play now, right? My question to him is, Canyon or can you not keep up with the tide dito sa laruan natin sa regionals, di ba? Pun intended talaga kasi medyo question mark pa siya sa akin. Di nga natin sure kung siya ba yung mag-sniper o si Yobib, knowing what Yobib can do, di ba? So with this one, Alliance Gaming, I feel like sila yung pinakamagandang unang sabak, no, sa entablado nito ni Kenyon. Kasi kung LAN gamer lang din one pala ang gusto mo makita, why not tong Alliance Gaming na LAN gamers din in themselves, no? So I feel like with the benchmark being put right upon them right now, medyo alanganin pa sabihin na improved to. Kasi if you really think about it, no, back then when they were Virtus Pro, it was a Cetra team through and through, no? You can say that it's a KSA team, you can say that it's a KLR team, pero the one man that stands out on the stats and on the paper and when we watch, no, si Cetra. Can Kenyon do the same thing or can he not? Can he not?
Exactly.
Rather, no?
Kenyon and can he not? Ano, parang maganda nga yung tunog. Pero tama nga din naman kasi exactly, no? Kasi si Cetra nga naman yung matatuguray nating best player nung group stage ng summer. Kaya medyo malaki ata yung kailangang anihing bigas nitong si Kenyon bago tayo makaabot sa punto na pwede nga siya may pampalit kay Cetra. We'll never know, but we also give him the chance para may ipakita nga naman kung ano yung lakas dito ni Kenyon. Apart from the roster change na nakita natin dito from the sniper, marami ding mga certain changes ang nakikita din ng Wolves ngayon. Wala silang bootcamp, wala na rin silang org support. Player-owned ang Wolves ngayon sa loob natin ng Swiss stage. No? And not only that, no, they're coming in with a new gun meta that somehow could favor them in the long run as well. Mas malakas na AK, pati na rin ang EBR na manonerf. No? How big are these changes para sa isang goal sa papasok ng Swiss stage?
I feel like maganda yung gun changes, no? I mean, I feel bad for Elvid because, you know, he's an EBR man through and through, no? 27 bullets, rest in peace the gun. Pero, think about it, there's always the Scarlight, right? With the high, one of the highest wallbang ratios dito sa laro natin. There's always the M4A1, di ba? That we can use similar to the EPR, knowing na kaya naman niya kumontrol ng spray, even though mas mahirap yung sa M4A1, sabi ko, he can do it, no? The EBR, pwede pa rin natin gamitin, no? Pero it comes with drawbacks na kung magre-reload ka kasing tagal ng isang sniper. No? And of course, the 27 bullets in the magazine is not gonna help the case, no? Pero for the AK side, no, I feel like KSA, he is gonna have his moments, and for the sniper side, there's no Cetra, so there's no benchmark, pero we're gonna see it in port, and right now, I feel like, yeah, it's just the A1 riding through and through dito para sa mga teams natin.
Kaya nga, no? Sniper on Kenyon at sa debut game niya, pinakitaan siya ni Nuken kung paano gumamit ng Arctic sa loob ng port. Papasok tayo dito sa first set natin. Elvin nakabalik dito kay Cedric, so 1-for-1 para sa Wolves. At nasa kanila yung mid.
Oh, look at this. ALG already hitting me with EWC flashbacks, pare. Double sniper, and both of them are ohms, pare. I really like what I'm seeing. Kenyon getting the master's level treatment from ALG. This is not the impact ALG we're seeing. They're trying something new, at even though meron tayong naririnig na mga balita na there's some instability here and there for this team, I feel like they've been watching, no, and they've been supporting our troops. Pero Elvin still with the trade, making it a 3v3, health advantage, not really favoring any team. Pero with the sides of Wolves controlling mid, I feel like it's the same old standard, no?
Yeah, I mean, nakakulang ng isang pick dito sa mid pakatapos ng numbers disadvantage. Naging pabor pa sa 3v3 para sa attack.
Okay.
Pero Elvin, nice shot onto Nuken as well. Going to a little bit more space dun sa loob ng long bin natin, giving Wolves the opportunity to B-site at retake para sa Alliance. Pero di pa ata maghihintay itong si Boo. Hanapan to si Elvin. Nice shot sa ulo ni Elvin ngayon. And with the retake just like this, 2v2 tayo.
Hirap nito. Very low HP. This is what the double sniper strat actually lacks, no? You have to really get those skills and capitalize upon them, Ramon, kasi ang hirap mag-retake. Look at their HP bars, pare. Very, very low. That's one done, and that's the second. Of course, is the veterans dito ng Wolves that will take the cake away from ALG, even though they had a 5v3 at the start of the round. It was all swept away once Tenure came into play, pare.
Yeah, for sure, pare. It's just the irony from the start of the round, the rookie coming out blazed out because of the sniper doon sa long B, pero in the mid round as well as the push dito sa B, it was all KLR, it was all KSA. Pero syempre, no, big shoutout kay Elvin, also neutralizing the numbers advantage by the end of it. So, good adjustment para sa Wolves. And ALG, prioritizing a lot on their lane controls, pare. Talagang kailangan disiplina at the end of the day.
Grabe naman sa inyo. Kahit naisahan lang dito. Still, going to be holding the angle. Pero with that much HP, pare, I would rather try to get one, no? Kung ako isa, matid ako, okay lang. At least nabawasan natin sila. Gamble tayo ng 2-2 o siguro 1-1-2 kung ano man ginagawa ng TL. Kasi looking at it, this is the double sniper na ginagawa nila. Very TL-esque, no? Pero that's not gonna work on Wolves if I know them to be a smart team. Proving me wrong maybe sometimes, pero with this CA take, no, dati pa nila ginagawa, it's just going to be the same old Wolves, no, a bear in wolves clothing, ika nga.
Diba, parang nakita na natin to from them. Sure akong nakita na din to ng Alliance. Pero hindi ata na-expect ni Del QQ yun. Good shot from Yubib to get the double as Wolves will clean up house from long A to the mid-side. Ubos ang Alliance Gaming. Bu na lang ang natitira. Imposible pa to para kay Bu.
Yeah, mukhang hindi lang Alliance yung naubos dito, nawalan din ng player tong Wolves. So I kind of know what we're going to be expecting dito after the round win or clutch possible debut. He's not gonna be able to do that. And of course, no, kung meron kanina ang SS Duo, meron din tayo dito sa CRU Duo. Kung may dead round, well, welcome to the emergency caster room, no? Babalik tayo dito. And I've been saying kanina pa na kung si Kenyon is a sniper, paano na si Cetra? Paano natin siya itatapat kay Cetra? Yun yung usapan na yun. No? Maybe siguro sa team na to, gusto lang tanggalin yung argument na yun or yung topic, yung conversation na yun, Ramon. Okay, Cetra is a thing of the past. Let's put Kenyon in. We're gonna be trying to make a new version of the Wolves, no, in our own image with our new sniper. But from what we've seen so far, wala pang sabihin natin, there's not enough data for me or like screen time for me to decide upon that. No? How about you? What do you think?
I mean, yun nga, no? I agree with you nga naman. It's not really a lot of rounds para lang magkaroon tayo ng magandang judgment kung okay pa nga ba to agad na replacement para kay Cetra, no? Pero yung gist na nakuha ko sa Wolves ngayon is that their play doesn't really solely rely on the sniper, at least sa first 2 rounds natin, di ba? It all came down in the mid-round nung naubos sila dun sa long B dahil nga naman dun kay Nuken. They're all relying upon yung picks, yung tactics na kung baga parang alam na natin from a Wolves team sa loob nga naman ng CFS, no? So, good on them para sa mga adjustments na yan, no? They still know yung adjustments na ginagawa ng Alliance. Siyempre, hindi naman ito yung first outing na nakakalaro nila dito yung Wolves. So, alam nilang magpupush pa rin sila dito sa may long B. Alam nilang magpipick pa rin sila for info dahil nga naman sa smoke na nilagay dito ng Wolves on their BL side. So, while I kind of praise Alliance Gaming for them trying to look for info, parang nagagawang trap lang yon para sa Wolves. Kita mo, no? Ultimate yung 5v4 na nasisimula nila. Kaya nilang tablahin. Even get the site itself.
Yeah, I feel like this has to be explained through the double sniper na ginagawa ng ALG. No? They're really trying to implement what they have seen sa EWC, pero with how they're trying to play it out aggressively at that, Ramon, it's not gonna work. Not against Kellar.
Not against Wolves, who definitely have seen that from a mile away. A second para dito sa Wolves na ubos si Del QQ. Sila pa nga ata, yung nagsimula sana ng play at gusto agad tapusin ng Wolves ngayon. Yo, Bib, peeking into Nuken. At isa lang yung nakita niya, kaso alam niyang maraming mga lobo sa loob ng long B. Mauubos doon si Nuken, papasok sa B-site ang Wolves.
Okay, that's 1, that's 2. Okay, we're seeing something here, Ramon. Make it a 1v2.
And it's just gonna be Tams na nag-iisa lang doon sa may B-site. Nandun si Elvin sa likod. The Rat King is still the Rat King. Wolves in a 3-0. A really good start para sa Wolves.
Ganda siguro kung nakuha natin ng clutch for ALG in the 2v2. Ay hindi, nandun na yung sabihin nating moment pero wala. It's really just the tenure. To be fair naman no kasi they haven't fought tong Wolves kasi nasa Impact Summer sila. Meanwhile, Wolves nasa Master Summer sila. No? So, as much as napapanood nila yung mga execute na ginagawa ng Wolves dito sa port, yung CA take, yung Z take, yung take nila sa may mid, di ba? They haven't really experienced it in first person. Di natin sure kung nakaka-script nila itong isa't isa. Pero, I feel like watching from afar and then experiencing it firsthand, parang yung mga solutions mo sa team, it kind of goes to the wayside kapag ikaw na talaga na nakakita at naka-experience na parang, ay, pwede natin gawin to. Or pag na-experience mo na, wala na, no? It just really doesn't work. So, let's see if makaka-adjust dito ang Alliance. I like the 2-2-1. Parang si Newkid ata yung, or rather, si Delky rather, he's playing that top A angle, not really the Goken type of play if you're rocking the double sniper, which they forgo na lang, no? Isa na lang, they're gonna try to take control of CA, pero I feel like they're expecting this. Delky's already ready for the play. And so is mid, sa kay Cedric.
Should keep going on the wall bang no? At least okay na yun para kay Cedric. Does get the kill dito kay Kenyon. KSA off the flash. Forgotten space dun pa lamang sa may long A at na-expect pa nga dyan si Del QQ. That's top A. Something na pwede lang i-push. KSA has the space pero Tams nakuha niya agad yung lurk ni Elvin doon. Nuken on the shot. Will make Wolves in a 2v3. Duguan sila at hindi pa sila nagpa-plant.
Okay, huling-huli na dito ang Wolves natin. Finally, something good coming out from Alliance, pare. At Yobi tutumba. Tatlo pa natitira din sa Alliance. They kind of expected to play kahit tumamba dito si Del Q. Pero the good thing is, Rabon, napigilan nila, no? Maganda yung proactivity dito ng Alliance even though they're literally just waiting for things to happen. I like them stepping up forward. Instead na nakantay sila dun sa may site, nakantay sila sa may curve, sa may slope, lalapitan nila. So, let's see what Wolves adjust dito. Maybe just a simple execute towards LB. Ano bang inaantay nila? Maybe a pick from Kenyon, Malasetra. Pero wag na nating hanapin yung wala, no? Simpleng setup lang dito. Smoke towards mid. And then just try to take through Z. Maybe the split that we're trying to see. Pero okay, Cedric is ready. Gets out with one. And that should be the play for Wolves. No, kailangan nila mag-go.
Good pick and good info din para kay Cedric yun. To take off tong si Kellar, it kind of eliminates the sort of possibility of another mid push for them. Pero since hindi pa nakakapasok yung Wolves sa site, nasa kanila pa rin yung opportunity para maka-double dip dito sa mid. At si KSA ang mangunguna. Relying upon him to get the space. Tams duguan dahil doon sa wall bank kay Cedric. Di pa umalis na si Apre. At alam na yan ng Wolves kaya sinaspam na lang nila yung position doon sa CA. Di pa sila makapasok sa site L.
Hirap. Iniisip yata nila pwede nilang kunin yung bottom mid pa curve, no? Akyatin nila pero with how much pressure na binibigay dito na kay Cedric sa may CA side, feel ko iniisip nila maiipit sila eh. Kapag umakyat sila sa may BR, maiipit sila. So now they're trying to find a way to make one of the ALG players come out pare. No? Kailangan nila makapitas muna ng isa pero with 45 seconds remaining, they have to brute force this one. KSA no! Good pick! And that will capitalize dito, especially Elvin on that lurk to make it a 4v3 at simple execution na nila. Ito na yung paraan. Nakaman advantage na.
Ang oras na matagal ng kaibigan ng Wolves. Ito matakbo para sa push nila sa site. Napatay niyo si Tams na naghahawak lamang doon sa BR at na-expect na nilurk ni kay Cedric kaya yung hold tinukin. Yan na lang dapat ang huling kandado nila kaso di makapasok. Ang ALG sa retake, UB bonded 2K, Del QQ na lang. The last standing member will fall to the Elvin lurk. Wolves on a 4-1, dominating their first half BL.
I think that's the first time I've seen Elvin or Rock on HK pare. Rare sight to see. Usually naka-EBR siya, usually naka-M4A1 pero HK, Elvin, he might be changing, no? We'll see. His favorite guns out of the meta maybe this is the way to go. Go for them headshots na lang, no? Usually, kahit EBR siya dati, he still has a good headshot percentage, pero maybe he unlocked the new skill, no? Maybe he can take the head-to-head talaga. This time, same approach, Ramon. Maybe even faster with that Kenyon pick, and they have to go right now.
Tahimik nung una pero may tinatago itong si Kenyon. May pakitaan tong si Tams at papasok na si Wolves sa loob ng B-site. Go tarat-tarat galing dito kay KSA. Di niya makakuha tong sinukin. May pinanggagalingan at may inat na pinapakita kaso isa lang ang mapapatay sa Wolves. Good push galing kay Yobib. 4 versus 2. Planted na yung C4. And kay Cedric on the lurk as well ng gugulo. Pero hindi magugulan ang Wolves, hindi mauga-uga sa pwesto. Kailangan lumapit kay Cedric. Tumatakbo na din yung oras. Kenyon di tatama ang bala. Lalapit si kay Cedric. Kukuha ng dalawa para sa retake nila. Duguan pa rin sila. Kaya isang headshot lang yan para kay Yubits. All on kay Cedric. Pero ubos ang ALG. Nakalima ang Wolves.
Ganda ng funnel dito ng Wolves, no? After that Kenyon pick, no? First kill in 6 rounds, actually. Bit too long for my taste, but still, no? A pick is a pick. Capitalizing that one into the B execute. Okay tayo. And then once ALG tried to go for the retake, halinhinan lang sa angle, no? Take your headshots, take it one by one, then let them funnel through that house B angle, no? This time around, though, Wolves in a default position, ALG looking to man fight, no? Lalabanan yata nila as 3. Possible as 4 pa nga kung bibilangin mo yung CA player natin na si Boo. Pero hindi sila pinagbibigyan. Del Q should not be missing those shots, pare. Pero kay Cedric, tatanggalin niya sa Elvin. The lurk is gone. And now the 4-man push of Wolves. Alam na dito. Kailangan makaisa pa dito si Boo.
Kita nga yung braso, no? Pero hindi ata nasikuhan. Damage because of the nade. Pero a good pick coming into the mid side. Can kind of deter yung Wolves. ALG held strong doon pa lamang sa may mid hold. Pero ang pressured ngayon si Del QQ. Na medyo nalalamig nga sa buong port map natin. Leg shot din na Boo. Nice shot onto KLR. A good kill from Del QQ as well. Pinapakita ang gilas. Laban sa bagong sniper na ngayon lang sinalta. 2 versus 5. Medyo duguan pa nga to si KSA. Masasagasaan lang siya ni K. Cedric. It's all audio bib. At ang Golden Boy, masisiraan lang ng ulo ni Nuken ngayon. 2-5 para sa ALG.
At an awkward round, no, Ramon? Parang feel ko hindi naman sa nahirapan gumalaw yung Wolves. It's more like they were trying to look for a pick. Naghahanap sila ng pitas pero hindi dumadating sa kanila. And ALG, they were just fighting at the right time, at the right position. Kahit sumala si Del Q kanina, si Kenyon, hindi na siya sasala ngayon. Taking out Nuken na siguro naunahan siya kanina pero this time, tig-isa muna. Tamang revenge kill lang dito. But KLR, oh. He's trying to go for the smoke. He's trying to take Elvin with the ninja. That's the first time I've seen this. And they went for the ace split, Ramon.
Don't really use this, pare. Si Elvin nang gugulat na lang. Nasa likod ni Tams na agad. Assassination mission sa loob ng top A at successful ang Wolves. Patay pa, naglalurk na kay Cedric. This is beautiful tactics from the most tactical team in SCA. Good shot from Yobib. Si Del QQ na lang ang natitira. 3 versus 1. Spotted yung ulo, di tatama. And a lot of time kung i-consider yung retake. Pero lahat ng mata ng Wolves ay kung saan pwedeng pumasok tong si Del QQ. 15 seconds. And I think Kenyon, sa bagong salang na ito ay hindi sasala ang bala ng batang to. Wolves with a 6-2.
Kaya medyo naglagaw kanina, nakatingin si Elvin kay KLR. Because I kind of knew, I kind of expected anong gagawin niya. He was gonna try to go for the ninja, pero I did not expect Elvin to pull it off perfectly, no? Maladracy for yung galawan from FERVID, pero, well, Wolves, no? Their best map, getting even better. Okay, Cedric getting a bit of chip damage dito sa pagtawid niya galing sa may sign A. Pero it's just the same method by Wolves. Try to get one, try to use Kenyon maybe to anchor rather than fight dito sa mid dahil kaya-kaya na ng mga tenured boys ng Wolves na i-man fight itong mid area natin. Look at the way that ALG is trying to play this one. Nagkumpul-kumpul na sila. Possible fast rotate or fast fight din tayo pero same thing gagawin ng Wolves. Silang 5 magkakasama and it's just going to be an execute towards site B Problema lang, nagkahiwa-hiwalay pa to ALG. They had the right move. Pero bigla sila nagkawatak-watak, baka kagatin pa sila to pabalik.
Ng mga lobo na gusto nang kumain ngayon eh, no? Ako. 4 PM na, pwede na magmerienda. Pero si kay Cedric kakagat at nahanap pa nga niya si KSA. Bib with the trade. Mas pa si KLR at hindi handa si kay Cedric doon. Nauubos na naman ang Alliance Gaming. As simple as a rush to B. Walang makakaisa sa Alliance on the retake. It's just gonna be Del QQ. At mawawala lang din siya. It's Wolves with a dominating first half so far sa BL side.
Yeah, very much dominating now, Ramon. I feel like this is just Wolves, same team, even without a member before, no? It's really just domination from them. Medyo nag-aalala ako kay Kenyon because usually at the start, he wasn't getting his kills, pero you just let the new guy, no, feed the kills to himself, no? Talagang let him get the groove. Talagang follow through lang ba yung sinasabi natin sa sports, no? Just follow through your shots and you will get them eventually. And he actually did, no? Pero most of the hard work still nandito sa core 4 natin. Si KLR, si Elvin, siya sa KSA, really still trying to get their usual place without a really good sniper as of the moment. We'll see, no, dito sa kanilang defensive half kung makikita natin more of Kenyon. Where will he be playing, no? Ang tanong ko. Top A, House B, Store B, or maybe he's gonna be more of that mid player na hahanap ng pitas through the smokes, no? Baka may ganong klaseng mahika din si Kenyon. Gusto ko makita, no? Pero for the side of ALG naman, medyo sabihin natin, as much as they got some rounds, some of them, or siguro all of them, no, pure chance, no? Pure chance na tumama lang yung call, pure chance na tumama lang yung sugal nila, and siguro kailangan pa nila ng more than that to get some rounds dito and to actually get this map away from the Wolves.
For sure, pare. At medyo nasasaktan nga ako eh, no? Na ginagamit nga natin yung word na luck para sa isang Alliance Gaming team. Kasi consider mo, kahit sabihin natin galing din silang Impact, sila na rin nagsabi na matagal na nga silang magkakasama before the Impact system even started for this team. Pero yun na nga yung kailangan nila eh, no? A bit of luck and a little bit more of that skill laban sa isang Wolves. 7 na nga sa first half. And KSA with the AK-47 that shows us how it's done. A second para kay Kenyon as well. 3 versus 5 agad ng Wolves.
Ganda. No? So with KSA taking the first, Kenyon as the support, easy peasy lang dito sa Storby. And the ALG, parang nawala kagad yung game plan nila. Look at how the defense is for Wolves. So look at how the GR side really just revolves around trying to control that mid area. Pero of course, after that aggressive push, you just keep the sides and you rotate this player away to try and siguro predict where this BL's team is going, no? So with 3 members dito on mid for ALG, parang no choice sila dito, pare. They just have to execute, but the nades are just on point. Even though minimal yung damage, alam nila kung sa pamot ng ALG, and I feel like this is just around na we know how it's gonna end talaga.
Kumbaga parang binabantaan lang bago makapasok eh, no? Trespassing ang ALG, pero syempre wala silang pakialam doon. Hindi nila binabasa yung slinyas, pero si Elvin mapapatay at si Boo makakaisa din kay Kenyon. Duguan si Boo, mamamatay na ata si Tams. As ALG, wala ba bit of space dito sa top A, pero di sila makaplant. Alam nilang ang hirap dahil nga naman kay Bib. Na-hold pa rin yung space dun sa BR. At si Boo masaspatan lang. Wolves starting off strong against the second half.
Very much so, no? Gusto mo makita dito yung isa pa, KSA. Bigyan mo pa ng isa pang aggressive push. Alam ko dalawa na ilalaban sa'yo. He still gets the save. Deja, kill. Pero may trade naman, and Bib! Ba? Open B-side tayo ngayon, Ramon.
Kaya nga eh, no? Yung play na sila na mismo nakasalta, sila ang na-counteran doon. Counter punch para sa ALG. Nakapag-plant pa nga sila ng C4. Nuken gets a good shot kay KLR as well. This is what we've been looking for para sa ALG to win their fights out. But they have to expect the double lurk out para kay Elvin. Kenyon will be the last man as well.
Let's see it.
Good timing para dito kay Boo sa push. At Baka nga naman makapag-clutch ang bagong salta ng Wolves. Hindi tatama ang AWM sa second shot. Natama kay Towns pero 10 seconds. Kailangan lumapit itong si Kenyon. Pero that's still QQ on the shot as well. ALG may pampalag pala.
Let's look at the rookie mistake. No, Kenyon not whipping out the secondary to try and get that kill. Relying more on the sniper, which is a stylistical difference, pero still, LG showing that they can still fight back. Kung si Kenyon yung nandun sa House B, I feel like it would have been a different story after yung trade ng KSA, pero never mind that round. Let's focus on this one. Big presence sa LA. Back out kaagad. Walang rotation for Wolves, no? They know what's up. And with Kellar getting the sniper up sa top A natin, parang this is a new look, no? Letting the newbie get that rifling on go. And for ALG, after that LA push, LA test, parang nalilito sila sa pupunta. So, mid it is, no? Mid it is.
Definitely something na pwede na lang tahanan ngayon, no? As Elvin, gets spotted out din para kay Cedric at CA control na makakuha ng ALG. We do note the guns na hawak na ngayon ni Kenyon since hawak ni Kela kanina yung M4 siya ang magiging kumbaga parang mid support para sa Wolves, pero ngayon na may CA control ng ALG. Handang-handa si Kenyon. Pinakitaan pa ng M4. Gets one in a second on his debut game. Kenyon going up huge para ma-hold yung long A na yan. Si Tams na lang ang natitira. At nag-trigger discipline pa si kaibigan. Spots one, gets the second. And the last hope para sa round na to, para sa ALG is coming up massive with that 2K. Pero ang dami pang oras para makiikot lang mga Wolves na yan. Nasa CA pa nga. Itong si KSA. At baka maging trap pa to para kay kaibigan.
Hindi siya makuha yung C4. Ang hirap. So he has to get one. Pero pagkakuha niya dito kay UB, possible gagalo ka sa KSA. And little does he know, hindi na kailangan gumalo na KSA. UB will take it all, pare. And that's the 9 for Wolves. Any last hurrahs, Ramon, for ALG? I feel like they are trying things, no? Double sniper, instant pushes, mga testing sa LA, testing dito sa mga angles na they're trying to look for a fight. Proactivity is there, pero where's the skill, no? Where's the gap minimizing between them and Wolves? I don't see it. And the same hold being done. Pero si Yobib naman, siya kasi KSA magduduo, it's the same thing, pero it's the same result. Sila pa rin tutumba. 3v5 na naman for Wolves.
Ano nga, no? Nakapasok pa nga dito sa B-site. Si kay Cedric, syempre hindi siya kontento sa dalawa lang. Kellar, mapapatay na lang din. And finally, around the pwede pang maging proud ang ALG kasi nasaktuan nila si Kenyon. Si Elvin na lang ang natitira, no? 5 versus 1 para kay Elvin. May oras pa siya, El.
Even if he has time,
Wala.
I don't think he's gonna be getting 5 in 25 seconds. You know, like 1 kill per 5 seconds, pero wala na din siyang time para mag-defuse. It's a bit of a long stretch, no? At least ALG, they have found their footing dito sa kanilang BL side. Albeit a bit too late, no? Triple push dito from Wolves. I like this. I've seen this before.
Something na pwede nga natin makita from Wolves now. Elvin with the double long A push has gotten the double kill. Sa ALG na nagsasetup pa lang. Sa nag-uusap pa lang. Anong gagawin natin, guys? Naubos tayo agad kay Cedric. He gets the kill dito kay Yobe, pero the M4 showing its work sa wallbang. Kay Cedric down. Nuke and Tams na lang at baka matapos na ang port map nila.
Yeah. Isip lang natin, no? Done and dusted. Pero after all of the fighting, Wolves still the bear in a wolf's clothing nga dito sa port natin, no? Still the same old but improved. We've seen some ninjas, we've seen some clutches, Kenyon rifling and sniping at the same time, no? Versatility at its best maybe for Wolves, pero let's confirm muna yung round natin. KSA found out rotations have to be made. Tams will take him down. At may pag-asa pa dito ang ALG, no? Maybe the curtain is not closing just yet, Ramon.
Maybe not. Lalo na't natanggal nila yung isang kabilang parte ng long A hold na meron ang Wolves. And instead of trying to rotate, nag-double hold na lang sila sa mid. Okay. Playing for that BR control and a possible angle sa pagpupush dito sa top A. Kaya malaki ang trabaho ni Nuken ngayon. Tik, narinig nga yung pagkasa ng baril niya, KLR. Well, just get the kill dito kay Nuken. Mabigat ang hinaharap ng ALG. Alam nilang Wolves ang kalaban. Higante ang mga kalaban nila. Pati si David nakaramdam ng hirap at dahil sa talo ni Tams kay Elvin sa round na to, kailangang itanggap na Wolves talaga ang makakapanalo sa port map.
Well, it's the same old ika nga, no, Ramon. Wolves, no, a nod to the Fairview team, will take their port map away and will secure it cleanly, not albeit as fresh as they used to. No, 10-4 is still not bad, pero I was expecting more of a 10-2, a 10-3, maybe siguro a 10-1 kung kakayanin pa nila. Pero at least we got a taste of Kenyon, no? Sniping, rifling, doing it all for the team. Yung core natin na apat, si Elvin, KSA, si Yobi, si KLR, I feel like they are trying to be more versatile in how they set up. Nakita natin doon sa GR side nila, no? Where Kenyon, naghahawak siya ng Storm B habang sumusugod dito si KSA. Second setup natin si Yobi and KSA, the duo. It failed, pero at least, no, nakikita natin yung innovation nila dito sa kanilang laruan sa port, which is supposedly their best map, no? I like what I'm seeing here from Wolves, and moving on, no, from their past team member, huwag na nating hanapin yung wala siguro yung kanilang motto for this regional qualifiers. And I feel like if they get used to Kenyon and Kenyon gets used to them and to the playstyle natin dito sa laruan, I feel like Ankara is gonna be a treat. And Kenyon, you got your taste, buddy. You got your win. Now it's time to be hungrier and get those dubs even more.
Kumbaga parang nag-warm up na si Idol no? Tapos parang naramdaman na niya yung first taste of victory niya dito sa loob ng ating main event. Pero truthfully no, it's kind of like a story of expectation, lalo na since malaki nga yung issues na kailangang i-fill nitong si Kenyon. Pero he did his job just right nga naman. It looked like the spirit para dito sa Wolves is a playstyle that, as you said, no, versatile. Pero in a way na parang now everybody has the same kind of output. Parang maganda na din yung nakikita natin map control as what we kind of expect from a Wolves team. But mas parang naging sharp ngayon yung naging instincts sila sa game na ito no? Just striving not only off of good confidence, pero I feel like the communication has been looking pretty well sa kung gaano kaganda naging response sila sa kahit anong binabato ng ALG dito no? Malaki nga lang yung naging sort of regret ko para sa ALG kasi this is one of the few times na nakita natin nagpa-pop off nga yung na-expect natin mag-pop off dito sa ALG na si Nuken and sometimes nga naman si Tams, pero hindi ata nabigyan ng malaking sort of benefit no? Kasi at the end of the day, you're still trying to outfrag Wolves.
Yeah, you're still trying to outfrag Wolves and still you're trying to beat a team that has been in Masters nung summer habang kayo nasa Impact, no? Still, benefit of the doubt dito for ALG as much as they've been trying to get better, no? They've gotten 4 rounds dito sa port, and for Ankara, map pick, I'm looking for better things. On the other side, no, going back to the Wolves camp, the X factor might be gone and versatility is the word na gagamitin natin dito sa team na to. And I feel like that's a big W for them because now that they each have to produce their kills and they each have to carry their weight, no? Parang itong team na to, it's going to be more trusting of each other. Hindi mawawala na siguro yung mga naririnig natin sa voice comms na pinapalabas ni CFPH na medyo tense, nawawalan sila ng oras. Sana mawala na yon now that they trust each other and know that everyone has to, carry their own weight and rely upon each other. Sana yung sistema na to, it gives them the chance to get back to that international level and give Kenyon, no, his first taste from a LAN gamer to an international gamer. Ang ganda na story, no?
Maganda nga naman. It just gives you the sort of kind of spotlight na anybody can kind of do it. Pero in the case of Kenyon nga naman, while the sample size is still small, may opportunity pa siya magpakitang gila sa ating magiging second set nga naman. No? What a way nga naman para ma-reintroduce ulit ang Wolves sa ating naging CFS regional qualifiers. For them having a 1-month break compared to the top contenders like the STSs, like the Execration, that only has like a little less amount of time compared sa Wolves na nabigyan nga ng pahinga ng konting time para mag-ayos ng kanilang mga strats at kung paano nila i-integrate itong si Kenyon. Does seem like they made the most out of the break that they've had. And from the guns as well, nakita natin no, na-utilize sila na maayos yung mga M4s na medyo naging, I'd say it's been prevalent sa buong lobby natin, pre. Pero hindi nawawala yung mga wallbang sa mid. Pati na rin yung damage na nakikita natin using those new guns.
Yeah, even the HK, no? Kay Elvin, of all things, no? Of all people, si Elvin ang gumagamit ng HK. Shying away from that M4A1. Siguro a few rounds lang. Si KLR lang hata nakita ko nag-EBR for this game. Pero what's more interesting is the fact that si Elvin, he was using the HK to get a wallbang kill dun sa misters ng BR for the last round. No? He was trying to spot Tams, I think it was. And nung nakita niya, he tried to wallbang through the stairs. Ganda nung pinapakita dito ng mga teams natin with the new guns, the AWM as well. Nandyan, there's also a presence of TRG. Pero AWM is the way to go na talaga for this meta. I like yung changes natin. It helps teams adjust and it helps teams create opportunities kung saan wala dati. And with that being said, no, I feel like Scarlight, come on guys, it's sport. It has a wall bang. It has 35 bullets. It's sport. Come on, you use the wall bangs for the Scarlight. I would like to see more Scarlights, pare. Even with all these M4A1s. I hope sa Rosea Brothers natin dyan, pagdating bukas, gamitin nila.
Yes.
No? They're the ones to do it. Ginagamit nila yung dati pa. I hope they bring it back. I hope they get a win with the Scarlights. Pero I digress.
Yeah, hopefully, shout out to Cold Blooded. Hopefully we see them come through in the main stage nga naman in SCA. But yes, rest assured, no, there is that potential to still see what the new meta is gonna be in store para dito sa loob ng Wolves. As we also take a look at ibang highlights ng ating naging first set, we saw the map dito. We knew what was gonna happen knowing na ito yung map pick ng Wolves. The big question is how will ALG bounce back? Now, we've given our ideas about Ankara, pare. But we also kind of know that mainit din ng Ankara para dito sa Wolves. I feel like the tactics are not running out.
And if we're going to be basing off ALG's performance compared to Ankara, baka makita din tayo ng double sniper methodology from them. I've seen it work in other regions. Dito sa atin, I feel like it's a bit hard to implement. Pero if they can pull it off, no? And they pull it off against a proper opponent, which can be Wolves, which can also not be Wolves, baka makakuha dito ng momentum ang ALG. And maybe some other teams would try to, get the idea from the source itself, which is of course the Brazilian League and sometimes of course the PL League, no, CFPL, no, shout out sa kanila for getting that double sniper meta ongoing. Mahirap i-implement sa atin, pero here is our scoreboard, no, for that game, 10-4, and of course popping off for the side of Wolves, Elvin, Ioeb, and wala to, si Kenyon nandyan.
Okay, no? 11 kills to actually cap off his debut set. So welcome to the main stage, Kenyon, with how well you actually perform, pare, no? Pero again, the shining forces still lie upon the core that is Elvin, KC, as well as Yobib to pave away para sa team na ito, no? With 16, 9, and 13 respectively. Just goes to show, pare, that while the sniper is new, it's the same old Wolves at the end of the day. While on the other side naman, no, pare, no? Alliance Gaming kind of bugbog na sa pagtapos dito, except for kay Cedric, who's also been handling his own laban sa mga idol na to. But when all said and done, it is still Wolves na nakakuha ng kanilang port map as well. So ang set MVP natin, it's none other than the Rat King himself, si Elvin, with a 2.29 KD. A kill per round is insane, pare. Kita mo yung output ni Elvin, kahit iba ang organization, same pa rin ang may expect natin sa kanya.
Yeah, and even better headshot per kills, pares 0.5 headshot per kill courtesy of the HK, no? The initials dito sa statistic na yan, bringing him the headshot through the roof. The survival rating of 0.5 as well, no? Elvin, well, not much has changed, no? You take away his favorite gun, he just gets a new one. The HK is the way to go for him. And I feel like with the headshotting Elvin, no? It's not just KSA you have to be worried about. It's not just Yobib you have to be worried about. It's also Elvin, no? Not just the Rat King, but as a headshot king as well, soon to be.
Kaya nga, no? Malalim ang kagat ng mga lobo sa loob ng port at sa pagpasok ng Ankara, kailangan makabawi ang Alliance Gaming. Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, mamay nga muna kami. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El, magbabalik ang Regional Qualifiers. Welcome back mga tropa. Nandito pa rin tayo sa loob ng Regional Qualifiers. Kasama nyo pa rin kami magtotropang ER Duo, Ramon at saka El. And with the port map done and dusted, papasok tayo sa Ankara na 1-0 ngayon ang Wolves. Siyempre, something na na-expect natin pero ibig sabihin din to, kailangan bumawi ng Alliance Gaming.
Yeah, very much so, Ramon. Kasi kung makikita natin kanina, they had some good ideas. Di lang nila nakapitalize. Maybe it's the strength nung kalaban, no? Masyadong mabigat na pangalan ng Wolves, no? Masyado sigurong makate, masyadong matalino, masyadong magalaw, masyadong malikot, lahat na masyado. Pero syempre, wag din naman natin masyadong maliitin itong Alliance Gaming sa Ankara because it is their map pick. And kung may pupulutin tayo sa double sniper na ginagawa nila kanina sa port, pwede lang i-apply dito yan, no? Sabihin lang natin yung kanilang source material. Number 1 na tumalo ng Pilipino sa EWC, Team Liquid, no? Kung meron silang Goken at 77, meron tayo Yuken na pwede na rin, no? Canpaso is the same rhyming word. And maybe Del QQ, which is not really, ang lahi niya sa 77, pero okay lang, no? They can make it work. Kasi a bit lukewarm the idea, pero maybe this is the map where they can pull it off perfectly, and I'm looking for them to get a comeback, especially against the Wolves that is not really a very heavy-hitting team right now. It's more of a very many punches, no? Marami sila sinusuntok, ang dami lang ginagawa, and that's what I like from these Wolves. They're working together as a pack.
Baga parang ticking time bomb, no? Habang tumatagal yung bomba ay lumalabas na yung mga surprises. So we'll take a look if ALG can expect that as we move on into the second set. Wolves 1-0 na ngayon. And ALG gonna start on their GR side. 4-man hold sa loob lamang. Torby na yan. Anong gagawin ni Kay Cedric dito?
Give them a bit of util damage on Taurus KLR. Medyo maganda. Aray ko po kay Cedric. Medyo maasim for my liking. Pero he's gonna find one with the wall bang courtesy of the A1 pare. He can possibly get 2. And that is going to be the kills. Pero tutumba na siya dito kay Yobib. 3v4. ALG still has the lead. Pero Kenyon, he's being tested pare.
Risk para dito kay Kenyon. He stands his ground pero akala niya 1v1 yun. Pre, bakit may Del QQ bigla? Ginulat ang Wolves sa setup. Not only dun pa lamang sa may LA no? Pero kung gaano kabilis lamang din yung pag-push doon sa hotel. Medyo na-compensate pa nga ni kay Cedric. He even got himself 2 kills. Yobeb on the shot dun kay Del QQ. As they're now getting into a little bit of even territory with just one more win para sa LG.
Funny thing about this spot, no, Elvin, favorite spot niya yan. And if you give Wolves the time, no, to really work together, even in a negative number situation, pwede nila sila makuha. Inaantay ko lang talaga yung kailan gagalaw dito sa Elvin. Kasi kapag hindi siya gumalaw, no, yan yung mangyayari kay Yobib. No? So now he's being forced to move. He's gonna find the one. Could still consider this a possible clutch Ramon, pero ang layo ng C4 and it's being wrapped. Though malayo din naman dito si Boo. It's Nuken to take the win. Ganda ng ginagawa dito ng ALG. And funny thing lang na Ramon, to continue that kill kay Kenyon. Si Delki siya, si Nuken, nag-double sniper. Pero pareha sila ng lugar, no? So that's the funniest thing ever to me. They're really copying TL, pare. There's like Goken 7-7 again.
Kitang-kita yung inspiration no?
Omsi.
Ulang na lang, lagyan ng watermark. Yung naging laro dito ng ALG, pero I mean, they executed it pretty well. So thanks to the coordination of ALG. Pero PSA, gave it of AK-47! Inuubos na naman ang mga wannabes para dito sa ALG. Elvin on the headshot din. At kung ano yung coordination sa first round, walang-wala sa second round.
Walang-wala talaga. Vamos, sabi dito ng Wolves, no? You guys might be TL, but we eat Brazilian teams for breakfast. That's what the Wolves say, no? Or I should say, their former quote-unquote Panther organization from back then. Pero right now, well, it's a very standard round. Nuken's being caught walking in the middle of mid, pare. He's about to regret that, but buhay pa siya. And there's Elvin to clean him up. All left to Tams na playing trigger discipline, pero I don't think he can do much here.
Gets the kill din kay KLR, pero dalawa lang ang makakuha ni kaibigan Tams at this stage of the game. The surprises are out the window para sa ALG. And Wolves off of the AK-47 plus the lurk timing from Elvin nets them the first round on the board.
Kinabahan na ako kay KSA. Hindi siya gumagala for a few seconds there, pero no DR dito, no? It's the ER duo. Kung ang DR duo is dead round, tayo overtime kasi extra rounds sa pupuntahan natin, no? Which I would love to see for ALG, pare. Kasi I really want this team to, you know, get something out of this sniper or double sniper method na ginagawa nila. Pero kung si KSA ang kalaban mo and is rocking the KS AK-47, pare, is just entering like a wild man, very hard to defend, no? Especially kapag yung first shot accuracy ni KSA is through the roof. Let's see though, TKCA, possible diretso nila yan hanggang sa GRRS. Pero they're just going to be laying down some utility, forcing ALG to rotate further from this A side. Kasi kung ang iniisip ko pare, this looks like a Stallions execute, but with KSA getting the entry.
There is no room to be said para i-build. At ang mga lobo na gutom na ay nakagagat sa loob ng A-site. Boo on the shot and does not get the transfer. Lobo will get the kill kay Boo. It's down to just a 4v2. Flank ang magaganap Naamoy ni Kenyon yan. Gets the shot
Hit
kick
them.
kay Cedric. At si Tams na naka-sniper lang din. Kailangan tumama para makabukas. There's a conversation para sa retake pero Kenyon on the second round win para sa Wolves.
Natamaan na actually ni Kenyon silang dalawa with one bullet. Killed the one and then just confirmed the other. You can try to test dito sa may mid. But Kenyon showing us glimpses of this gone by. Melvin being tested pare and he's going to get a kill pero traded out. Ganda lang pinapakita ng Wolves. ALG try to go aggressive Ramon pero kayang-kaya pa rin sila ng Wolfpack.
Yan nga no? Kumbaga first contact doon sa mid, debate out lang yung naging rotate all the way towards B door. Pero dahil nga naman sa confidence ng Wolves after the pick-off sa mid, they agresibo si KLR and Tams will take care of him but still 3v2 numbers advantage para sa Wolves and they have taken yung tunnels B space. Will this timing work out para sa C4 delivery na hinahanda ngayon ni Kenyon? They're already wrapped in towards that P site and ALG have no idea.
Yeah, they don't have an idea. Akala ko i-wrap around nila dito si Tams eh. I feel like that should have been the play, no? Doon sa door B, try to wrap around to hotel pero what do you know, Wolves really like a wolf pack just stays together. They get that post plant ongoing. Kenyon still alive holding dito sa main mid area natin pero have to look at Tams though. Smoked off yung area niya. He's being marked though. This is crucial fight.
And Tams has to win this. Para nga makita ko may retake na magaganap ang ALG. Tams wins the headshot. Kenyon out in the open. KSA will get the kill kay DLQQ. 10 seconds. Kailangan gumalaw ni Tams. Mamatiin niya si
No
Kenyon.
time.
Pero 5 seconds. Hubos ang oras at kaibigan ng oras si KSA. 3-1 para sa Wolves. It could have been a disaster kung may extra 10 seconds pa ang ALG.
Exactly, and KSA using the AK buffs para he wallbang that shot to get the kill. And considering the wallbang effectivity is good, Nuken will get one better trade addition to KSA. Pero I like this from ALG, no? Pinapersonal yung floor A. They're getting the man advantage. Problem is, Wolves is already acting on it.
Okay, Cedric's gonna be the one to take down KSA. Si Elvin nasa likod na nila.
Oh!
At hindi pa nga niya natamaan si Tams! What could have been the rat has become a really good shot para kay Tams KLR on a 1v4. Mapapatay lang si Tams ang bata ng ALG pero do or die na para kay KLR sa round na to. Nasa kanya yung C4, naspatan niya si Boo pero DelQQ not too far behind. A second round win para sa Alliance Gaming.
Proactivity from Alliance, no? Ganyan yung galawan na talagang magpapatigil sa Wolves. Why be passive when you can just pick them off one by one? Alam niyo naman na si Kenyon, medyo baguhan pa lang yan dito sa eksena ng gantong level, no? Pero you really need to capitalize the movement that Wolves is lacking. No? They're going to be defaulting, pwesa yun silang gumalaw, pero second time does not work. DelQ is gonna go down. And from the looks of it, the space being taken no, ng Wolves, they want to execute towards A. Pero, of course, double check lang tayo sa CA towards TB. Baka may mahuli pa tayo, Ramon.
Maybe. Tendencies na gano'n yung ALG at the end of it. Knowing
Kita ba
Wolves na markahan na nga nila pero I don't think nakita pa nga siya dun sa smoke. I think instinct lang ng Wolves na may tao dito kasi bakit nila isa-smoke yan kung wala. Boo.
Ayun.
14 pero AK ang makakahanap. KSA alam niya may pangalawa sa loob ng tunnels B saan man sila makahanap. Laging saktong-sakto ang Wolves sa picks nila. Elvin with a shot. It's all down to Nuken. Ang mapapatay isa-isa para lang hindi maging flawless pero at the end of it, it's a Wolves round. Hahanapin na lang si Nuken.
Yeah, we can call this quits, Ramon. 4-2 for Wolves. And so far, they're not really having a problem with ALG. Sure, yung ALG may proactivity in some runs, pero problem is Makati din tumutok tong Wolves, no? And you would usually find them together taking floor A. Yung default nila, dalawa lagi na dyan sa may floor A. Tinatanim lang nila si Kenyon dun sa Miniter and then just go off the other way. If magpapabi sila, no? So the problem for ALG speaks na kung magdo-double sniper kayo and you want to take care of floor A, baka hindi lang kayo pansinin ng mga yan kasi halata siguro sa nila yung ginagawa yung double sniper. Pero kung magpo-push naman kayo, tas nandyan yung mga yan, parang kayo din yung lose-lose situation basically, yung sinasabi ko dito para sa ALG. No? And for Wolves, I like the way that they're trying to go around the map. Hindi sila set execute na lang kagad. They get to pick, okay, let's look for more as a team, no? And that's what happened in the last round nung kinuha ni KSA yung mga kills doon sa TB. It's just working out flawlessly for the Wolves side. And as for ALG, kulang pa siguro inspiration nyo from TL. Maglagay kayo ng Viper player dyan sa bench, no? Baka gumana.
Maybe. Especially kung ang magiging goal nila is to kind of put pressure on one of those entry points. Siguro nga naman makakatulong yung Viper. Pero hindi yan ma-address ang isang napakalaking factor so far ng Wolves ngayon, which is how well they're kind of controlling the macro game, from the moment that they kill off the floor player as well as yung proactivity ng Wolves para makontrol yung mid side nila. It's kind of additional layers upon layers na kailangan i-address ng ALG na hindi enough na mananalo lang sila ng fights. They still need to find the players na talagang nagiging key. Kaya nagkakaroon ng round-winning moments so far. Ang isang katulad ni Elvin, ang isang katulad ni KSA. But I digress. It's still an ongoing match nga naman. So malay mo, kailangan lang ng init ang ALG. Pero yun lang din naman yung sinasabi natin from the first set pa lang. Yung init na yun, unti-unting nauubos. Lalo na sa kung gaano ka-impressive yung nagiging executes dito ng Wolves.
Yeah, yung problem lang din dito nung ginagawa ng ALG is they're trying to get the methodology ng isang team na kilalang-kilala ng Wolves, no? It's TL. Kaya ako sinabi na mag-Viper kayo dyan sa Vences because Adriano does it dun sa mga Ankara matches nila. Usually, he plays that shotgun. He even uses the old ones, no? To really get that shotgun game going. Pero, for ALG, can you really just imitate this methodology na ginagawa ng TL? No. Maybe napanood nila. Maybe they see, oh wait, it works versus Stallions, no? It worked versus Execration, no? Pero life often imitates art, but ultimately life fails to capture the art itself, no? Yun yung pinaka-problem with trying to copy a methodology na hindi mo talaga na-aral in a span of maybe a few days lang kakatapos ng EWC. And siguro, as much as they have prepared for it, yung contingencies dito ng Wolves yung hindi nila na-account for, no? Maybe alam talaga ni Wolves na ganito yung galawan, na may solution dyan, na wait, kailangan na malaman natin paano i-counter ito kasi baka gawin din sa atin to, no? Because of course, it's a Filipino team, Stallions yung natalo ng TL. So kailangan prepared din tong Wolves na kumapot sila in a situation like that, alam nila gagawin. Maybe it's just the counter for the counter talaga, Ramon. And yun yung ginagawa dito ng Wolves, which to give them credit is working beautifully. ALG is trying to create that opportunity to catch them off guard, pero it only works maybe once in a while. Yun yung mahirap dito sa ginagawa ng ALG, and the beautiful thing for Wolves.
Yan nga, without even maneuvering around the map as well. We're still in this third round din, bear with us. Babalik tayo as soon as possible sa loob ng Ankara map natin. With how the game has been going, it's looking more and more likely with the Wolves taking it right now, which kind of goes with what we kind of expected. Wolves, while they still have the core in this team, syempre hindi mawala yung flavor pa rin ng team na to, but kind of looks like they're still on their way para lang ma-prove na pang championship pa rin ang team na ito, Is it going to be enough for international? Siyempre, it's kind of early to tell, especially since this is the first day of regional qualifiers, Pero, magmala time machine muna tayo, Let's look towards the future. With how well this Wolves team is going right now, and then you put it in front of an STS, you put it in front of an Execration, you put it in front of a FERVID, Is this a Wolves na pwedeng bumalik sa ating top 2? Possibly even top 1 sa tingin mo?
Medyo mahirap na usapan niya, Ramon, kasi if we want to go to the future and you consider Kenyon as a new guy dito sa team nila, as much as you give him time to practice with the boys, ng Wolves, ultimately it's still a 4+1, a team. It's still a 4+1. Contrast mo siya kay, of course, etc., the X Factor, as I like to call him, where you really think that guy is the one that's going to be solving half the problems for Wolves. This time though, the only good thing I would say na kahit na wala si Cetra is the versatility. Every one of them is making the plays. Not everything is perfect for them right now, pero nakita naman natin sa port na kung kailangan mo ng ninja play to go to BR, di ba? You have Elvin to do it, no? Na kung hindi kaya ni KSA, kung hindi kaya ni Yobib, si Elvin ang gagalaw, siya yung mag-entry dun sa split na yon. And I feel like the versatility and that Wolfpack mentality where, okay, we just need to fight together always, is going to get them that possible position. I would say, I would not contest, sabi nating top 2 as of the moment because nadidisregard na natin yung naging EWC experience ng STS as siya ng Execration, right? I feel like we need to see them go versus FERVID first, no? Yung mga tanyag na teams muna bago natin makonsider na, wait, are they currently in the placing na kaya nila bumalik dun sa trono nila, or will it take some time for this new guy, this Kenyan guy to get integrated? Pero kung ma-integrate naman siya na mabilis, we just don't know what could happen, no? Maybe the one thing I could say is surprise us na lang, no, Wolves?
Maybe, no? Kind of does seem like he is looking to become somebody na hindi malasetrat na the flashiest sort of sniper na may expect natin, but somebody who has been on the back line, somebody who has also been laying off of util pagdating sa mid-round. I think he's been doing a good job pa rin naman as Kenyon has been showing so far sa loob ng game natin, but as we also kind of see it, we're still doing our best para makabalik lamang sa game na to, kaya the discussion just keeps on flowing para sa loob ng Wolves and how well their future looks like dito sa loob ng regional qualifiers. Just to kind of talk a little bit more inside of the spectrum, doesn't it make you feel more exciting to see that the Swiss stage is back tapos ganito pa rin yung format? It kind of opens up a lot of opportunities for new storylines as well as some new players, some new teams to kind of show up their frags from how much practice they've gotten from the master stage as well as impact. No? Exciting talaga. Ngayon na nasa loob na ulit tayo ng regional qualifiers, pre.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm looking forward for SGJ, no? Shout out to my boy J Hockey dyan, kahit natalo kayo. Okay lang, exit naman yun pero talagang for me and the Impact boys, I feel like as hard as it is to say, no, I feel like dalawang squad lang yung makakalis dyan, and it's going to be the first and the second, no? It's going to be EKISQUAD and it's going to be SGJ for me. For who they beat though, para dun sa slots, still up in the air. You could say that atras, kahit sabihin wala silang pinagbago, kaya silang tapatan ng Impact team. You can say acceptance maybe, and siguro out of the blue, yung team ni Devil, Team Vesper, might make waves talaga, no? Dito sa Swiss stage natin. Ganda nung matchup na ipapakita natin dun sa, I think tomorrow yung matchup niya, last game sila, which I think tayo yung magkakas, no? So very much a treat dito for seeing Devil back in the pro scene. Pero yun nga, no, I feel like impact wise, only 2 teams talaga yung sa tingin ko kayang makasolid nakuha dito ng group stage slot. For the rest, the Masters teams, depende na lang kung paano mangyari yung mga 3, yung mga 1-1, yung mga 2-1 matchups. Syempre, sa loser side din, sa 1-2 and sa 2-2 matches. Yung pinaka-exciting sa 2-2 matches natin, Ramon. Yun yung parang do or die na talaga, and maybe we'll see some, I don't know, familiar faces doon na akala natin, 3-1 sila or 3-0 sila, yung pala doon sila at the end. Still trying to get out of this Swiss stage festival, di ba?
Yeah, exactly, no? Kumbaga parang may onti lang yung surprises na nakita natin from the last Swiss stage. Yung nakita nating pagtalo ng Atras sa Virtus Pro back then, as well as a few other sort of surprises. Yung SGJ na hindi nga nakapasok. What we kind of expected from the Spring Impact champions, falling short out of those expectations. Ngayon, it's kind of a clean slate for everybody across the board. Especially nga naman dito sa Wolves na first time in those 2 years outside of that top 2, we're looking to get the redemption arc, the redemption story, because it's not just about that El Clasico matchup between the Wolves and yung STS at the end of the day, It's kind of their own sort of arc na kung saan dapat sila ang kailangang bumalik doon sa top 2 conversation na yun. No? Yung dating nagiging kampiyon ngayon ay hindi nga nakaabot sa grand finals ng last nating season. So pretty much a nice story na medyo far cry nga sa nakasanayan nating villain story dito sa Wolves. No? Ngayon parang di nga villain story nakikita natin. Kumbaga may aura silang parang anti-hero na gusto nga mag-reform, papasok dito ulit sa ating Mega Regional Playoffs.
Yeah, I kind of want to root for them in a sense na
Me too.
maybe this new guy can make a name for himself. Maybe Kenyon can actually do it to get them back in form. Baka talaga si 02 may mata talaga siya for players to, develop and then make them a superstar. Much like the likes of coaches like Coach Tanks, like Aries na sabihin natin, they gotten themselves in a position where they took the gamble on a player na medyo unknown and then just develop them all the way to the superstardom level or this level na talagang sobrang lakas nila. And shoutout din siguro sa acceptance getting Mac Mamba as a coach and for CBF for getting J Bice as well as coach for these teams to get coaches na kaya mag-develop sa kanila as a team and as players themselves. It really feels na they kind of know what's up and what's at stake dito sa regional qualifiers natin because everyone is doubling down on that coaching staff, and being coaching staff myself, I feel like magandang direction to para sa scene natin na makita pa yung ultimate potential ng mga players natin na hindi lang wala practice, hindi lang na mainit, di ba? Meron din tayong form and function sa galawan natin at hindi lang tayo basta mainit, basta makatitumutok. May sense din yung ginagawa natin.
Pare. And hopefully sa lahat ng yun na parang na-ensayo na nila yung lahat, especially from the amount of time na nag-break nga tayo. Coming back into this, ito ang application period that sana peak performance level ang may expect natin sa lahat ng koponan. Does that sort of pressure kind of fall upon the top 4 or the top 6 na nakita natin sa playoffs? Syempre pwera na lang sa top 2 natin, nakakabalik lang from Paris. Medyo pwede natin sila lagyan ng caution, especially since kakabalik lang naman nila ng EWC. Does that give a lot of pressure now to the rest of the top 6 ngayon? Kasi syempre, a lot of the impact teams have been making their preparations, dealing their practice. Is this a time for the mid-table teams to shine, breaking through that barrier na nakikita natin from a lot of the teams na stuck dun sa middle table na yun, pre?
I would say, yeah. Sabihin lang natin yung problema lang nila is siguro the stability of the roster. With the roster lock ongoing, di ba? You kind of have to look at it in both a good light and a bad light where, okay, magaling to si ganito, he's gonna be my teammate for a long time pa. Or rather, wait, this guy he's a 50-50. I kind of don't wanna be teammates with him anymore. You gotta have to just stick your head in the ground and just work, and grind talaga. And I feel like that's a better system, tong ating roster lock than the teams dito sa atin na after a season, watak-watak na and then form lang bago. Stability is actually what we need dito sa liga natin, and with the coaches being here, yung mga bagong coaches, right? Sila J-Bice, sila Macmamba, sila Tetra from Team Vesper, I believe. Maganda yung makikita ng stability, and of course with the roster lock, it's gonna double down na, okay, you're stuck with me, I'm stuck with you, let's work on this together so we can be better at it. Let's not just take chances na porket magaling na sila sila lang yung magaling at the end, Try natin basagin yung conformity na yon. Let's not really just allow this to happen and try break through some barriers now, Ramon. Siguro yung masasabi ko for our mid-table teams, which maybe they can get something out. I believe some of them can beat FERVID, knowing that FERVID really is in a weird situation right now as well. So, okay tayo makakita ng upsets. And for me, upsets is where it's at.
At kung magsisimula yun dito sa loob ng Swiss stage, baka maganap kasi kung mawawala yung chances nyo sa loob ng Swiss stage pa lang, your year ends early at hindi na kayo makakabawi naman ulit. On the way towards the path papunta dito sa CFS Grand Finals, eto ang iisang chance na meron sila. At kung mawala na sila agad, manunod na lang ang mga idol natin sa mga namayapa or sa mga nakapasok nga naman sa main event natin. No? Medyo pangit pakinggan ng mga namayapa no? Pero it's a credit sa lahat ng mga nag-work hard para makaabot nga dito sa punto na to. No? Again, we're doing our best para makabalik lamang ulit dito sa game natin. We're getting an update na nag-aayos ang kampo ng ALG para makalaro ulit. Pero rest assured, kapag ka nakabalik tayo sa game na ito, ay sunod-sunod ang action sa loob ng regional qualifiers. As we're gonna be moving over to a short break. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El, magbabalik ang regional qualifiers. Welcome back mga tropa sa loob ng Regional Qualifiers. Kasama nyo pa rin kami ang ER duo na si Ramon at saka si El. At nandito pa rin tayo sa loob ng Angkara kung saan nagmamadali ang Alliance Gaming na parabang nag-aabulan sa Senador. Kung saan nakahanap na sila ng malalaruan at makakatuloy na ulit tayo sa loob ng ating Angkara map. Pero syempre, hindi pa rin magbabago ang score. Lamang pa rin ang Wolves at totoo lang. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi pa ang Alliance Gaming.
Finally, we're back in the game and nothing changed. No? It's just the same double sniper setup dito for ALG. Napag-usapan naman na natin yan, Ramon. And this time, they switch it up, no? Hindi na yung 1 at 2 yun nandito sa site A natin. It's gonna be 1 and 3. It's gonna be DelQ and Boo. No? They moved away the snipers into other areas kung saan magkasama na naman ulit sila. So it's literally a TL kind of strategy na pagsasamahin nila lagi yung mga snipers and just siguro gamitin nila yung counter USP when sumusugod na yung buong pack dito ng Wolves. Pero right now, wala pa silang ginagawa. Siya si Yobib. And KSA tried to poke and prod. And sobrang tahimik nito for ALG side. Medyo kinakabahan siguro sila. Kay Cedric try to jiggle peek that window sa hotel. Pero does he know Elvin's already here?
Oh. Rely on timing. Spotted na yung mga paso. Handa na mentally itong si kay Cedric. Mas handa physically si Elvin on the shot. Whatever meta change, the HK stays strong. And on the hands of Elvin, tatama ang ulo. 5 versus 4, ALG. Now knowing the possibility of that B push, Tams tatama ang kanyang Arctic. Nuken, tatama din ang double sniper sa loob ng B site. Ipapaldo sa depensa. Spotted si Kenyon on the lurk. At naghihintay lamang si Boo. Finally gets the kill kay Kenyon. It's a 3v2 para sa ALG.
You have the C4 though. If you convert this na post-plant kagad, baka malula dito ang Wolves. Dahil di nila alam kung naka-regroup na dito ang ALG, pero nahanap ni DelQ si UB Benson left the Alpha Wolf, no? That's why he always stays at the back of the path just in case someone tries to ambush them, pero wala siyang magagawa. Sayang, low HP pa naman yung dalawang natitirang miyembro ng ALG, pero still, they will get the round 4-3.
They do. Finally, they do as well. From the pick-off over towards Hotel as well as yung conversion ng Wolves tunnels. Di sasapat sa ALG na pati na rin proactive pagdating dito sa mid-round on the 3-4.
It's the same situation, I guess. Same default TL B-side snipers. I would call this one, no? Usually you have Koken dyan sa may RS and then you have 7-7 na nandyan din sa may TB or usually hovering dito na nakamark sa may hotel. Pero lalo yan ng Wolves. No? They're setting up for what seems to be a Stallions-esque maneuver dito sa ating site A where they go to vents and they get the exec perfectly.
Mga parang kabayo. At raragasalang to si KSA gets the kill pero DelQQ malinis! Tumarabaho sa loob ng site! Tatlo para sa loob ng pensa ng ALG. Alliance Gaming on a 4v2 na drop din nila yung C4.
Oh, mahirap yan. Malakas umubos ng kanin dito si DelQQ sa top A. And they also have the flank. So, Elvin at Kenyon, no? Actually aware. And Elvin gets the pick. Now it's a problem. 1 minute remaining on the map natin. C4's down, Kenyon. Oh, nakita yata yung paa, Ramon.
Maliliit na bagay pero kung magsusunod-sunod baka ma-overwhelm ang ALG kaya dapat mapatay na si Kenyon sa loob lamang ng Vents position. So you even have a setup in a high-low pero kailangan tingnan ng bawat angulo. 30 seconds on the clock. Cedric decides to move forward. At hindi handa si Kenyon doon. It's all down to just Elvin. And there's nothing that he can do unless a miracle can be cooked up. 20 seconds para kay Elvin. Dalawang nakatao sa loob lamang ng site kay Cedric. Mapapatay. Pero mauubos ang oras ni Elvin. Kailangan niyang pumasok. as ALG will get the timing kay Elvin. 4-4, tabla ng ALG to.
Look good on paper para dito sa Wolves. No, they tried that Stallions execute with all the flashes and the nades, pero naubos na sila ni Delq. So good on him for that run, no? Similar approaches dito for ALG. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And it's the same approach for Wolves. Revenge take dalawa. Rather, isa na lang ngayon, no? In the name of KSA. Susunod ni Elvin. Possible, pero what seems to be the difference dito? Keller marking from afar. At si Kenyon, yung naghahawak lang dito sa may mid. Trying to catch off any rotators sa may CA. I don't like this setup where your sniper so far away. If he gets picked off dito ni kay Cedric, no? It's gonna be bad, pero ito ni Execute nila, Ramon.
Pasok na nga sila. Del QQ, same spot but not the same result. Mauubos lang sa Nickel R. At niraratlat lang nila si Bu. Walang magugulat sa Wolves. Expected ang hold dun sa A. At ino-hold lang ni Kenyon yung rotation. Nasa harapan lang ni kay Cedric. Konti na lang mag-smile siya. At kuwang-kuha yung picture 4 versus 2 para sa Wolves.
Very, very picturesque scenario for Delq, pero hindi nyo na-capitalize. You can try to take from CA, pero TikTok, buddy. You have to go. Kenyon takes him out. And it's just the works dito for Wolves, no? Even that far hold dito ni Kenyon from mid works out. Elvin takes the final kill. And 5-4. Closer than we expected, Ramon, pero this is what I like, no? This type of game. Para sa ALG, they show that they are capable of rocking that TL meta. I would say the double sniper strat is kind of favoring them for a bit. Pero still, no? Nalamangan pa rin sila ng Wolves ng isang round lamang, no? At least isang round lang.
Yeah, and it's off of not just the macro game anymore. Napakita na din na may palag pa rin pagdating sa fast executes na sinabi mo nga din no? Mala Stallions ang naging galaw sa pagpasok nila dito sa loob ng A site. Pero sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Kaya syempre may opportunities pa rin ang Alliance Gaming dito no? So good on them to make those adjustments in the mid round. Pero tapos na ang first half natin, so the opportunities have gone slim para sa kanilang magiging GR side no? Kung kailangan nilang bumawi laban sa Wolves, sa BL side naman sila magtutuos no? Pero fully rolling yung ATBG Wolves team, inakahanda na yung GR side nila sa loob ng Karamap.
Yeah, I'm curious kung paano papaganahin nitong ALG or kung tutuloy pa rin nila yung double sniper na ginagawa nila dito sa kanilang BL side, because honestly, it's kind of hard to do, no? If you know the TL strat, it's usually si Goken lang talaga yung nakahawak permanently dito sa ating sniper. And then si 7-7, he usually just switches it up depende kung mag-slow play sila, depende kung mag-rush sila. If that second sniper has to go fast, he rocks out the USP. Pero with that pick by Nukan and K. Cedric following up, no? 5v3, pero it's a familiar scenario dito para sa Wolves.
Kapatay pa nga ni Elvin Sinuken. Medyo strugglesome. Tuwikan pa nga si Del QQ doon. At may buhay pa siya. Papasok na sa loob ng B ang ALG. KSA looking to try to get the pick off. Kasi alam niyang malayo pa ang IGL. Good timing on to Del QQ. At alam din ng ALG na hindi nila ma-plat yung C4. Kailangan pa makakuha ng pick at mapapatay nila si Elvin doon.
Yeah. Good ideas dito from ALG, shifting in and out, pero they still have to worry about Keller dito. Yes, no, he's not. Gets the kill. 1v2. Kakatanim lang nung C4. Posible pa to. Bu, medyo umaasim na onte. Pero double hold lang to, no?
Crossfire din yun no? Parang mapapatay nga sana itong si Bu. Kung nag-spray lalo itong si KLR. 1v2 pa rin. Tams gets a lot of damage done sa kanya. And the 20 seconds. Iisip ko kung dapat umikot na lang dito si KLR, but no time to consider for that. It's the double pick para sa ALG and the 5-5 para sa BL side.
Nga, start dito ng ALG is pretty okay still. Trusting the Brazilians method, pare. The double sniper is working out and Keller's about to face K. Cedric. Ganda lang ng wallbang. And another one! What?
Nakadalawa pa siya dun? Welcome to the M4 meta, ladies and gentlemen. With 2 kills like that, and Kenyon another shot, Wolves have now gotten themselves the redemption arc they were looking for sa second half. 2 versus 4, tapos duguan pa. Or, mas malayo pa itong ALG, no? Wolves have definitely stepped up dun sa defense on that mid side.
Yeah. Ganda ng ginawa dito ni Killer. I actually did not expect that. Maybe that's just the wall bang damage talaga dito ng FR. As far as I remember, hindi nagalaw yun. Still, Scarlight's better. But that's just my own opinions dito. 2v4 for the side of ALG. They actually can go dito, no, sa side B natin. Pero ang problema kasi si Delk naka sniper. So, if you let him go first then trade it out with the M4, good. Pero, where does Wolves play their positions? No, that's the more concerning thing for ALG dito.
Definitely playing for retake at this point. I do respect the idea para kay Del QQ. Malaki LP lang kung saan siya dapat making first contact because he is the Arctic player. Pero naging na sila. At expected na yung magiging play dito para sa Alliance. Atid na yung C4. Retake on forward para sa Wolves. At hindi malayo ang pagitan ng dalawang teams na ito. Magkadikit at baka body system lang ang ilalaro dito ng Wolves. It's a futility as well to try to flush out the positions para sa Alliance Gaming. 20 seconds. Pasok sa site. It's not even a wall bang. It's a smoke bang para kay Yobi. 13 seconds.
Oh,
Pulled
no.
out that blinded pa si Del QQ. Puti ang makikita. At Wolves ang mananaig.
Napaikot-ikot doon ng ALG. It's like they just got the post plat and accepted their fate, pare. Wolves back in the lead. ALG, we know that they can do this double sniper strat, pero I need to see more variations of it. Hindi yung pwedeng naka-hold lang dito sa Nuken. Si Delke yung aggressive na umahapak dito sa mga sites natin. It's not that linear, no? Hindi ganun ka-linear dapat yung ginagawa nila. Konting asim pa siguro, I would say. Or maybe just forgo the double sniper remote and just stick tayo sa luma. 4 rifles, 1 sniper. Kay Cedric, oh, ganda na ng timing ni Elvin dito. Nakaramdam ata siya! And KLR, wallbang lang! Kanina ka pa, KLR, ha?
Hindi niya kailangan makita si kay Cedric dun. Puro binilang yung oras kung kailan dapat may tao dun sa LV. Just praise and praise for it. Gets the reward, the first blood. On the other side, the door B. Tunnels gonna be the option para sa ALG. Pero papasok sila doon with only 3 players doon sa tunnels. If they want to get towards this, kailangan nilang patayin yung anchor na si KLR.
So, the positioning dito ng depensa, no? Mahihirapan pumasok si Nuken dito sa hotel or even dyan sa door B. Huling-huli siya ni Elvin. KLR ready and waiting si TB. Execute happens pero nahuli si KLR!
Swipe right and get sprayed down. Wolves surprised by the Boo entry. And now can get themselves into the site. With the Wolves that only had 3 players, they have to consider every possibility. Yung flank galing kay Nuken, mapapatay lang ni Yobib. Now we're back to the even ball game. Retake is on. Di tatama ang EWM. And they have to push forward. They don't have the most amount of time. And Kenyon just gets the shot in. KSA papasok sa site. It's all on thumbs. Pero sa laban ng KSA 47, ang Wolves pa rin ang tatayong tagumpay.
Yeah, Sneaky said it best, no? Damn. Wolves in 3v5 scenarios, pare. That's something to watch out for. Nakakailang 3v5 scenario na sila where they make it possible and they just steal the round away. Looking at the replay, no, KSA with that beautiful shot dito early dun sa main ledge, and then the second, he actually manages to get that tap dito sa defuse, no, and then literally just wipes back to the head. And that's how they get their 7. Okay yung ginagawa ng ALG. Ganda ng hold kanina ng Wolves, nabasag, pero mas maganda yung naging retake. And that is a problem, no? for ALG. If they can't manage to make use of their holds, nagkakalat pa sila around, it's a big problem. Pero KSA is down, K-Cedric courtesy for that kill. Isang malaking regroup and hit lang siguro kailangan dito ng ALG to get around back.
No Viper pa rin no?
Okay.
And no reaction coming through from KSA. Now seeing ALG now taking that Vents control and possibly the opportunity they're looking for. Nakapasok na agad si Tams. Pero masasprayan lang ni KLR. This is Wolves until Boo and Del QQ. What's their name on the kill feed? Pero yung flank ni Elvin pa rin. Munti ka na lang makalimutan. Nuken! Tatama with just that sniper. At si Kenyon na lang ang natitira. The newcomer para sa Wolves has to make it huge.
Does he have the genes? Does he have the factor? Can he do it? Sees the first shot, Ramon. Second one is more important. Wala pang plant. Boo, going to stick. Trust the USP dito.
It's not a nade. It's a smoke, so posible tinitingnan ni Buyan, pero does decide to play passive na lang. Kenyon, di tatama ang bala. USP na lang. And Boo has the time to try to reconfigure kung saan siya magpo-position. Kenyon papasok sa site, pero Boo pa rin. Ginulat si Kenyon. ALG 6-7.
Oh my goodness. Kenyon, munti ka na. I saw the vision if you hit dun sa may stairs. Okay rin, pero gotta say, no? Before that execute happened for ALG, they were doing a TL hold dun sa may baba ng stairs and nasa loob the room stairs, no? Yobib though will get aggressive dito sa floor A. Try to go for more. May wallbang potential pero wala na siyang kalaban. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, K-Cedric, ang lalim-lalim na niya, about to meet possibly si KLR. Pero hanggang poke and prod lang magagawa niya. Kaya sa'yo doon, unaware! Pero nahuli niyo si Cedric!
Patay na pa yun? How did he get that shot? Yung flick papunta sa tunnels B has now given Wolves the one-man advantage na kinakailangan nila dito sa round na to. Still a 3v4 and a lot of time para sa ALG. They have decided na yung Dorby na lang ang ipapasok and possibly try to go for a pick.
Tama yung humble dito ng ALG, no? They go towards second mid. Medyo, sasabihin ko sana okay kung tinilin sa may curve, pero never mind, no? They're just gonna be smoking front of what an exit. Mahanap din Yukan si Elvin all the while, pero there's Kenyon, good for one, has to go out, keep the man advantage.
Keep himself alive para sa angle from HM. Nasukuyuwi lang si KLR, pero Noken still wins na sniper 1v1. But the C4 is still dropped, so kailangan din kunin yan ng ALG. And deciding against it, iikot na lang si Tams. A gamble para sa kanya. Yobib expected, pero Tams with a shot. Enough for si KLR on the 1v2 from Kuya Will. Fights forward. Space down 1v1. Low HP pa si Tams. 18 seconds. O boss ang oras ni Tams. And that is a 2K para kay KLR. 8-6 para sa Wolves.
Timeout for ALG. I'm kind of expecting na di nila ipagpapatuloy yung double sniper na yan. It has its moments, Ramon. Pero right now, what they need is solid holds. Kaya nilang gawin yung execution nila, like for example, getting down that one kill, getting the second, pero pagdating sa post plant, I don't see the value of having a sniper lurk, no? Nakita mo kanina si Nuken is getting picked off, right? Even when he's trying to lurk. Contrast mo sa ginagawa ni Kenyon na he's not really lurking, he's just marking the flank nung sa BL side dito ng Wolves. The contrast in approach is what keeps the difference dito from Wolves and ALG, kung saan kailangan pang kumuha dito ng space or kailangan i-capitalize ng ALG yung space na nakuha nila. They just can't because they have two almost passive guns, no, na kailangan labasan dito ng mga tao from the GR side. And when you have that perfect opportunity for GR to get the timing out, parang hindi nangyayari for ALG yun eh, no? So Wolves just perfectly playing the counter dito sa double sniper. ALG, something needs to be done here, no? Maybe just put Nuken permanently as the sniper tapos 4 na rifle na lang.
Maybe, no? Especially if you put all the trust in Nuke, and he hasn't been doing the most exemplary job, pero still gets the job done nonetheless. Nakita natin yun from that port game. Somehow trying to see if he can get some glimpses out of him right now, kasi so far from what we've seen from ALG, it hasn't been all Nuken, but clearly from the wrap around all the way towards mid from Tams, as well as some good frags coming forward para kay Del QQ. Haven't seen a lot of good shining moments coming through para sa ALG. While it is a very close contest, mind you, yung Wolves pa rin yung parang, sabihin natin may mga additional layers pa rin na hindi natin may pagkakaila sa kanila eh, no? The full retake scenario as well as the protocol para lang hindi sila mag-overpush whenever they have the man advantage is just what you kind of expected from a championship winning roster. And while some minimal changes here and there have shown na pwede nga magbago yun, mukhang wala pa atang nagbabago para sa loob ng kampo ng Wolves.
Walang nagbabago. More like, hindi sila nagbago. It's more like they changed accordingly sa kalaban, no? Parang kanina nakita natin pumupush si UB, floor A, Higas the one that forces the rest of ALG to leave itong yellow side natin. Punta sila ng arc out towards B. Mga ganong klaseng control din sa mapa yung nagpo-force sa ALG to make mistakes. After that timeout, no, tingnan mo na. Del Q on the AK. I feel like it's the appropriate move. And also the appropriate reaction by Wolves to put Kenyon on B. Get that first pick. Tanggal si kay Cedric. Pero still, ALG now that they don't have double snipers, pare, they can still move freely as they can. So you can see still Del Q moving forward. Wala na siyang sniper na hawak. He can still take an aggressive angle or an aggressive fight, and it's not gonna cost any opportunities dito para sa ALG.
Siguro nakiisip din nila na ang dami nga nila na naka-invest dun sa hotel. Kailangan nilang i-reclear yung mid at yun na nga ang gagawin ng ALG. Pero Elvin still here. At yung HK nahawak na, sasabog sa mukha ni Boo. Hindi makakadalawa kay Del QQ. The trades are good for ALG but they need to do a lot more. It's still a 3v4.
What's funny this time around, no, Ramon, is Wolves rocking that double sniper. KLR on 1 dito, iniwan nila siya sa A na Malagoken. Habang si Kenya naman dito sa may B, got that first pick, is now trying to triple hold dito kasama si KSS sa UBIB. ALG though, it's the TB push that they're going to be trusting with one guy late sa may second mid possible or through hotel dadaan. Pero with 1 minute remaining, the jig is up, I feel like, and it's all up to the cross. Wait.
Where's the cross? The cross is gone. Yobib is dead. And so does Kenyon. This is an easy push para sa ALG. Comes ang attacker na hindi na na-expect. Nuken, kitang-kita yung barrel. Pero KLR,
Bang!
hanap nga niya. Nakasabog pa nga dito kay Del QQ. What is happening to ALG? Easy C4 plant na sana na naging 1v1 pa para kay KLR. Now on to Tams. AWM. 35 seconds, C4 planted, drop and into the kill zone para kay Tams. 7-8, pumapalag ang ALG.
Okay, I thought Tams was a gunner there, no? Knowing that this HP is very, very low, pero siya yung nakapulot na TRG ko nag-swap dito. Si KLR into the M4, si Tams naman yung naghawak ng sniper. Nakita na natin, no, ALG, they can trade blows when it's only one sniper in the mix-up. And for Wolves, well, maybe KLR as Goken does not really work, pare. So, they go back to this aggressive push, not sa may floor A, pero sa may mid. Pero nakakakutob ang ALG, no? They're going to be leaving K Cedric to make present siguro. Yes, some spams here and there. Pero it's floor A that we gotta watch, Ramon. Dalawa na naman dito naka-hold. Not really across, pero siguro once dito yan para sa side ng Wolves, and it's going to be KSA and UBIB, no? The prime fraggers now para sa side ng Wolves. They need to take care of this approach by ALG or else, no? Masyadong matagal para sa rest ng Wolves na mag-rotate.
And a smoked off KSA gets ratted out by K. Cedric. Pero the smoke gave him a false sense of security. Instead, became parang naging stage na yon ng ALG para makalapit and neutralize that threat for themselves. And maybe a reset into the mid side. Elvin, kinuha niya yung timing para mahawakan na lang yung mid doon sa hukay. Kinalagay ba niya sa hukay? Ang ALG, kinchinek pa yun ni Tams! Lahat ata nililinis ni Tams ngayon. Kinuha niya yung B-side kanina at baka on the way na ang ALG doon. Kenyon has to hold with all the might that he has. Good shot onto Boo. Pero buti na lang nag-reset ang ALG.
He needs to repick this. Different angle doon siya sa may ledge, sa may Kuya Will. Kenyon, you need to get something aggressive here. 33 seconds remaining. Yobib na dito na he's gonna be able to stop kay Cedric. Ngayon, na kay Kenyon lahat pare. Nuken and the crew. Mapipigilan ba sila ni Kenyon? Oh, the angle's better.
Kitang-kita. Spotted pa yung
kita!
pa! Nuken! The smallest detail makes the biggest difference. Wasak ang Arctic. 2 versus 2. C4 retake. As Wolves now forced on the rotation. Sayang na sayang para kay Kenyon. Na pwede ding bawian ni Yobe. Papasok sa site. Del QQ.
Oh, no!
Good flash. Good spray down onto KLR. Alliance Gaming 8-8.
We gotta take the moment here, Ramon. We need to pause for a bit. Kasi Alliance Gaming Team just might be able to do it. Sinabi ko na timeout, tanggalin nyo na yung pangalawang Arctic na yan. And look at what Delq can do with the AK, pare. Sabi sa inyo we are not Brazilians. Pero vamos dito for ALG for actually acknowledging that the play, the strategy does not work, no? At nung nag-adjust sila, umokay yung laro. Medyo may problema lang dito sa side ng Wolves, no? Kasi kung bibilayan mo sila, 4 na lang sila. Kinuha ng Aliens yung isa. Pero kaya-kaya pa rin hawakan dito ni KSA yung side A. Tamang hold na dito sa may events, and kung makontrol niya yung kanyang recoil, he can possibly win the round out for the side of the Wolves. That's one! Pero isa lang makukuha niya, Ramon. Ngayon, 3v4. Gonna be a hard task for the Wolves.
Sa ganong sitwasyon, okay sana yung isa. Kaso again, sabi mo nga nawala nga yung isang si Yobib. KSA needed to get 2 para lang makompensate. Kaso nag-ayos na ng dalawang flankang Wolves. So tamang ani lang ng palay si KLR sa loob lamang ng exit. At hihintayin niyang lumapit si Elvin at si Kenyon. 4 versus 3 retake and ALG. All eyes set up doon pa lamang sa may exit habang ang Wolves nakakita ng angulo at spot pa nga na si Nuken. KLR lalabas sa exit at ubos ang ALG dun. Bahay na yun ng ALG. Pero Wolves ang nakakatay sa loob ng walang malay.
Oh my goodness. Kaya pa ba yung dead round? Bumalik naman na si Eobib na turn to sender ng mga aliens. Pero what a 4v5 actually, no? With KSA getting 1 3v4 technically. Tas, well, bumalik si Eobib in spirit. And yun nga, wala talagang mistakes dito for the side of Wolves. It's very clean what we're seeing, no? Nakita yung angle from floor A to top A. Pat kasi ganun yung position dito ng post plant ng ALG. It's those kinds of mistakes na make you look one angle, no? Nung namatay si Tams or si Boo dun sa taas, napatingin sila Delq sa baba, and that actually just made the mistake happen for them, no? Those forced errors, pare, dito sa side ng ALG is what got them that mistake of a round. Na dapat sa nila yun, dapat sila yung 9-8, dapat hindi dead round to. Dapat timeout to ng Wolves kasi 8-9 na. And they have to force that extra round, no? Kung saan maging tuna yung ER duo natin, pero wala, no? It's just perfection in the versatility and the trust dito ng Wolves, no? Nakakuha si Keller ng isa, pumasok si Elvin sa top A from the side of CT, pero all goods lang for Wolves. Very proper the retake. Look at this. Elvin, rather, nasa baba. He got Nuken. Pumasok si LR at sumabay din si Kenyon dito sa may events. Ang ganda ng sequence natin. And it's just one more round to seal the 2-0.
Sila pa yung dehado doon, men. 3v4, hindi umubra ang Alliance Gaming. Parang masakit na siguro yung ulo ngayon ng Alliance kasi sila mismo alam nila kung gaano kabigat yung ganung naging round despite everything working out for you ay hindi pa sumapat para sa kanila. Tamang shake off lang ulit, Wolves. Holding on to the angle. Kenyon spotted na agad si kay Cedric at hindi mawawala ang chance kay Kenyon yan. 5v4 in an instant.
Tinry pa talaga ni kay Cedric i-prefer no? Natamaan niya ng konti si Kenyon, pero Kenyon just slick with it, no? He's not as flashy, he's calm, and he's confident with it, no? Tatlo na nandito for the side of Wolves on site B. At mukhang alam nila paano mag-ending to. Pero the problem with these kinds of holds, pare, is that ALG somehow breaks them and Wolves somehow retakes the match's advantage. Yobi unchecked! Gets two! And that's the end.
Biggest punishment ever. Not checking your corners. And this could be the end para sa Alliance. Pwede kang magpanggap, pwede kang makibagay, pero sa isang team na maraming papugay sa loob ng CFS, mananaig sila sa loob ng Ankara. 2-0 para sa Wolves.
Yeah, treated ALG as sheep, pare. They just got herded into the proper mouths dito and the Fangs were waiting para kay Yobib to end that round. 10-8. And it's not bad for a map pick dito ng ALG, pero there were some instances na masasabi ko na dapat sa nila yon. Case in point, that 8-8 round, no? Kung saan 4v5 dito ang ating Wolves, kung saan nanalo pa sila. Those kinds of instances for ALG is what sucks for them talaga. Na dapat secure na yung round. Dapat yung 5v3 na convert na natin. Dapat hindi na tayo natal sa mga ganitong situation, pero Wolves somehow finds a way. Now, kanino problema yon? Sa ALG ba o sa Wolves, no? It's more on ALG because they were not supposed to make mistakes, pero na-force yung error sa kanila, and that is how Wolves tries to break down teams. Now, this time naman, it's not really opener na makukuha mo sa kanila na lagi sila yung may lamang, lagi sila yung 5v4. This time, mas nakita natin, Ramon, sila yung 3v4, 3v5, and they were getting those comebacks happening in the rounds that they came. And wow, kung ganito sila maglaro versus Alliance Gaming, I would like to see them go up against a fellow Masters team. Tingnan natin kung gagana yung mga 3v5s na ganun.
Maybe, no? And hopefully we do see that opportunity to come forward para sa pero teams na to. Pero para sa Wolves, it's just another day in the office para sa kanila. Medyo pinawisan ng onte pagdating doon sa second set. All technical issues behind no? Nakakapakita pa rin na nakakapalag ang Alliance Gaming from the double sniper setup na nakita nga natin sa kanila. Could it be because of the changes from the AWM? Could it also be the amount of time nga naman na yung practice ng Alliance Gaming is finally paying off, or was this just another off day, or at least some slower pace na nakita natin sa loob ng Wolves? It's a debate na makikita natin ulit sa loob ng series nito, pero all things considered Kenyon filling yung shoes nitong si Cetra. Still a big question mark, pero he did well dito sa loob ng ating games. Maybe some flashes na pwede sana sabihin natin na maybe he could be more proactive, maybe he could be a little bit more faster on the angle, pero still, he did well dito sa loob ng ating 2-0, pare.
Yeah, I can say here, Mo, that the baseline is high, no? The ceiling I haven't seen yet dito for his performance, pero you were seeing him in those clutch moments. He kind of knows the right call. He kind of knows how to play the situation. Siguro is that mechanic difference lang in how he uses the USP, in how the former player, uses the Colt, and how they try to operate mechanically. Siguro yung mga ganong klaseng differences lang. Take note, iba na yung meta natin with the sniper. The TRG is gone. Technically, the is the meta. Pero the thing is, it's how you use the secondary. Yun yung pinagkakatalo ng mga magagaling na sniper. It's how you use that secondary. Mapa USP man yan, mapa Colt, no? Prime example would be Goken with his Colt and with his Prime TRG, right? He's been through all the metas ng snipers. He's good with every one of them, but the Colt remains the same. His secondary remains the same. It's always been good. Ngayon, si Kenyon, to contrast him to Goken, would be good on the sniper, not as fast on the flicks, calm, cool, and collected with the holds, no? He's a pre-fire guy, he's stable, but when it comes down to the clutch, dun tayo nakakakita ng erratic moments kung saan do I use the sniper? Do I use the secondary, yung USP ko? Kailangan niya i-work on yon. Pero pag na-fix niya yun, the floor is high pare, the ceiling could be even higher.
Ito, no? On his way to becoming a well-rounded player, itong si Kenyon. Pero for his debut game, definitely an A in our book so far. No? Maybe a B+, no? Kung gusto nating maging mas eksakto para dito kay Kenyon so far. But the protocol for Wolves definitely says the same, if not better, to say the least. No? From how well they kind of maneuvered themselves dito sa Port as well as dito sa Ankara, definitely a Wolves that has used the time off very, very well. Pero para naman dito sa Alliance Gaming, sayang no? Kasi nakita nga tayo ng flashes of that Team Liquid, sort of strat na nakita natin, yung double TRG na mag-a-anchor dito on the GR, as well as really good placements para kay Tam, especially nung BL side. He was popping off, pero mukhang hindi yun naging enough para dito sa ALG, pre.
I don't think it's quite enough. I feel like, kuhang-kuha nila yung early round, pero yung closers nila is very, very different. Nakita naman natin in their BL side, they got the 5v3s, pero they can't close it out because, number one, yung lurker yun, si Nuken, when he's put in that position in the post plant, he can't win out against a rifle. He has to mark that. Pero when he marks that, at na-timingan siya ng lingon, paano na? He has to switch out to the USB, right? And we're going to be seeing here in our replays, in our highlights dito sa set 2 na, yeah, sure, okay yung ginagawang depensa dito ng ating mga tropahan sa ALG, pero the setup of the double sniper, double Arctic on one side, I don't think that works with how the Filipinos play, pare. No? I mean, meron ditong brilliances din sila Delq in their GR side, pero that sums it up basically na after yung timeout, pinag-rifle mo si Delq, tsaka sila nagkaroon ng fighting chance. And it only cost them one mistake of a round, or siguro sabihin natin 2 mistakes in 2 rounds to close out ang Ankara. No, ganun kadikit, no? So, iniisip ko ngayon, kung nag-4 rifles, 1 Arctic sila from the very beginning, kaya siguro ng ALG to. They tested out a strategy na medyo experimental para sa region natin. It almost worked out. They had to go back to the roots, and it showed even better. Pati na lang tayo nag-stick sa style natin in the first place.
I know. Again, it kind of goes back to what I've been saying. Pwede nga sila magpanggap, pwede nga sila makakuha ng inspiration, pero sometimes you have to go back to your roots. Because that's kind of what's been making the difference kung paano nga sila nakakuha ng identity para sa Alliance Gaming. An identity crisis maybe, pero it was a Wolves diff at the end of the day. A 10-8 as well as a well-rounded KD across the board para sa team na to. Oo, si KLR nga inakakuha ng most kills, pero if we took a look at it at a macro perspective, everybody did their job very well para sa Wolves.
Yeah, very good job dito. Kenyon, actually, well, not to single him out specifically, but the whole of the Wolves, no? Working as a wolf pack. Everyone above double digits dito. And actually, way below or way above sa KD nila. Very, very good on them. With assists even better for this map. I would say Wolves got it down correctly with the way that they play. Very versatile, very high variance, I would say, yung word, marami silang ginagawa. And it works, no? You can put Kenyon on A, you can put Kenyon on B, on both GR and BL, it works. And siguro, this kind of strategy can even deeper itong mga ginagawa ng Wolves, and especially 0-2's identity in a team. And the set MVP natin, of course, the Alpha Wolf, KLR. Usually, is at the back of the pack, but when, of course, the strongest Wolf is in the back of the pack, that means there's someone else that's also strong in the front. Usually, you're gonna take care of your flank. This time, he spearheads the kills. Now, 1.64 KD, 1 kill per round, and similar kay Elvin kanina, 0.5 headshots per kill.
Also has a bit of a survival rating na mas mataas kumpara sa iba, kind of shows how kind of reserved KLR has been, but not in a way na takot siya. Pero he's a little bit more strategic, a little bit more smart with how he takes his fights. becoming one of the players na mas tumatagal, mas tumataas yung value as a player para sa Wolves, and that has shown dito sa loob lamang ng game natin. Sa buong match result natin, buong 2-0 lang ang nakita natin sa buong matchup na ito, with Port and Ankara going towards Wolves 10-4, 10-8 respectively. Hindi na kanila makita yung New Mexico na yan, but this kind of gives a little bit of hope para sa Alliance Gaming. If you were this close up against Wolves, that just means you really prepared for this stage, pare.
As I would call it so much so as preparation. I would just call it the level of Alliance to Wolves right now, right? Sinasabi natin kanina yung usapan na, is this Wolves as strong as before, right? When you saw the sniper in for the old one, kasing lakas ba nila yung old Wolves? Well, Alliance, as the benchmark says, makakakaya namin sa Ankara and sa Port, not really. No. Now, this is to speak of the other teams sa Masters level na kung ganito kadikit ang Alliance, paano pa kaya sila? Does that speak good for the Wolves? Not really, but does that speak better for the teams na nasa Masters level? Hindi rin, kasi ibang klaseng Wolves na to, pare. At magandang makita na it's just the same bear in a different clothing. And the match MVP natin si Elvin, of course.
Of course, pare. Glimpses of what Spring Elvin could have been dito sa loob ng ating naging match up against Alliance Gaming. Still not there, pero showing a little bit of that. 1.41 sa kanyang KD, almost a kill per run para kay Elvin. Sa buong naging matchup na to, he was always present, never absent sa loob ng naging 2-0 natin. And that kind of tells you what kind of motivation Elvin has sa loob ng ating regional qualifiers. No? Matagal na since nakita natin siya on an international, maybe it's time to open up that conversation ulit para sa Rat King.
Yeah, you have to open up the conversation talaga, because you take out the EVR, he just goes to the HK. Not really an HK man back in the day, pero when you give him the adjustment, you can even see those wall bang shots sa may stairs, no? Very still in the role, I would say, of being a lurker, pero this time, he entries when he needs to. I mean, look at that, no? Mag-isa, may kasama, even as far as doing the ninja dun sa port, he can almost do it all. Stepping up to the plate dito, si Elvin, pero hindi talaga siya magpapasag ng pinggan. He's just gonna be as silent as he is as always, pero still deadly as ever, no? Elvin, in this form, in this meta, still a wild card for me, knowing that HK still needs to some time to get used to, pero okay lang yan. We can forgive him. Time will take away the problems for this man.
For sure, pare, no? It can be the new tricks. It can also be a new environment para sa Wolves. But it's the same old faces and the same old Wolves. They take the 2-0 laban dito sa Alliance Gaming. Pero may isa pa tayong serye para ma-enjoy palalo natin ang isang laro na tamang CROSSFIRE para sa loob ng FERVID versus MOMEN Esports. So kung gusto nyo panoorin ito, mga tropa, huwag na huwag kayong alis. Ako si Ramon, kasama ko si El. Magbabalik ang Regional Qualifiers. Welcome back mga tropa. Dito lang tayo sa CFS Regional Qualifiers PH 2026. Ang pinakaunang araw at tapos na ang tatlo nating BO3. No? Ang pang-apat na feeling ko napakaitatasaan ng FERVID versus MOMEN. Pag-iintayin muna natin ng onting delay lamang. No? Na-inform kami na mayroong konting delays on both ends ng FERVID at saka MOMEN due to technical issues. No? So we'll have to wait and see for more updates coming through from our end kung mabalik nga ba at matutuloy ang laban na ito. No? Unfortunate no? Kasi excited na akong makita sana yung development ng FERVID tsaka MOMEN over the course of the break. No, Ed?
Yeah, I feel the same. I want to see if FERVID has something up their sleeve even with the changes in their technical roster. No? And as for MOMEN, the really, sabi natin wannabe, hindi naman wannabe, no? Like the almost there team of impact but not quite yet. No? Tingnan natin kung kaya nilang makasabay itong FERVID na almost their team rin natin sa Master side. It's a battle of contrast, Ramon, pero we're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer to pass by this brownout.
For sure. No, more updates to come forward dito sa loob lamang ng CFS Regional Qualifiers PH 2026. Ako pala si Ramon, siya nga pala si El. Ontitis lang, magbabalik kami. Sa matagal na paghihintay, sa wakas, makakapasok na tayo sa pinakaunang set ng FERVID versus MOMEN Esports. So, pala Sir Mon, kasama ko si El at kami ang makakasama ninyo sa pinakauling laban sa first day ng regional qualifiers sa CFS PH. No? El, sa tinagal-tagal nga naman na hinintay natin yung laban na to. No? Nakaka-excite makita kung gaano nga ba mag-a-adapt ang FERVID sa changes nila or kung may magagawa nga ba ang MOMEN since ang tagal din ng break nila before tayo makaabot dito.
Yeah, sana hindi naman nanlamig yung mga tutok ng players natin dito, no? I feel like may nakita akong video ng moment na they're just chilling outside sa com shop nila. Tapos sa FERVID, I don't know, I feel like they just been scrolling sa mga applications yan sa kanilang PC. Sana hindi na tayo magkaroon pa ng any more delays, no, Ramon? And I feel like once we do get our battle started dito between FERVID and MOMEN, siguro masabi ko lang na the contrasts between these two teams is going to be very, very minimal dahil they are almost one and alike, no, in terms of their situation.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it's maybe in a way, syempre, magkakatropa lang din naman itong FERVID at saka MOMEN no? Chris, sometimes makikita mo si Skies din, minsan makikita mo sa FERVID bootcamp, no? Minsan nag-hangout sila na mga katropa niya over at the FERVID roster. But all the same, you see the similarities, you see the theory, lalo na on maps like Port as well as on Car, they kind of move similarly and the set pieces kind of go together as a whole. Pero, that's from the form over spring at saka summer. Kung mapapansin mo lang din tong FERVID kind of coming in now committing towards Haj as their fifth starting man. And now without a coach as well, that could make a big effect para sa team na ito, or will this be a new FERVID that seemingly parang wala nang nag-hold back sa kanila. Let's take a look at their map dito. Black Widow, Port as well as Ankara. Nakikita na natin from the tail end of summer, ito yung nagiging paborito na ulit ng FERVID. So no surprises here. Surprise as well para sa Port map na ito. Ankara being the decider kind of makes it seem like baka makakabot tayo all three maps.
I feel like this Black Widow pick parang nagpapakita lang sa akin na there's more freedom in how and what to play dito para sa isang squad katulad ng FERVID. No, Port, I would understand. It's one of the better maps dito ng MOMEN. Eagle Eye, New Mexico, accordingly so, no? I mean, New Mexico, nakita natin na na-test dyan ang FERVID. They're not really, I would say, proficient dito sa mapang to. And Ankara, of course, you just have to go to Ankara. What's curious for me is that FERVID banning new compound, no? Nagkaroon tayo ng period where they were looking good at new compound up until Wolves, or formerly Virtus Pro, no, slapped them back down to the earth sa new compound. So maybe there's still a bit of trauma on that map. Also, magaling dito ang MOMEN, no? So siguro bit of a comfort and safety issue na lang dito kaya nila binan out. Black Widow talaga yung pinaka gusto makita dito. And starting on the GR side, I'm curious if Lons and mostly A7J would start just spamming sniper shots dito sa stage all the way to frame, or would we see a similar approach like Alliance na magdo-double TRG sila knowing that A7J can also pull it off? Yun yung mga questions ko. For MOMEN, I would stick with the single sniper, pero that's still left to be found out, no, Ramon.
For sure. I don't think they're also the type of team then that will use wall bangs para lang yung sinasabi nga naman ni Sneaky kanina, no, na wall bang towards frame dahil nga naman sa door with the M14 with the changes with the patch coming in para sa mga M14 enjoyers natin na medyo mana-nerf nga naman. It doesn't really destroy the whole gun in particular, pero medyo nagkakaroon na ng shape ang M4 specifically when you saw the game on Wolves, albeit wala nga tayo nakita Black Widow game, medyo may prevalence na in terms of the preferences para sa mga naglalaro dito ng rifle, no? Will we see that sort of effect dito for MOMEN versus FERVID? Because I feel like if I remember correctly, they kind of are the type of team that likes to use the M14. Specifically, MOMEN likes to be very aggressive, no? So will this kind of change kung ano yung may laro nila at this given point?
I feel like gun changes doesn't really affect FERVID. Most of them are HK users. MOMEN, yeah, sure. EBR users ng mga yan. Pero, well, nasa regional matchup tayo, Ramon. I feel like HK, mapa M4, maybe EBR will be used in some cases dito. And talking about that wall bang dito sa door mid all the way to frame, You can still do that technically with the M4. It has a higher wallbang damage ratio, pero ang problema lang kasi is the recoil, no? It's the recoil that sets the
Yeah.
difference dito from the EBR and the M4. So siguro I won't really put too much focus on it. I'll just focus on whether magpupuro HK ba tong mga to or magdo-double TRG, no? Yun yung pinaka-importante dito para sa mga teams natin, and how will they play out, no? I'm more curious dito sa FERVID kung paano sila maglalaro ngayon na yung sistema ni Aries, I would say still is going to linger. Nandyan pa rin naman. Pero furthermore, no, ano yung mga next steps nila? Knowing na wala na silang coach, and siguro sabihin na lang natin, it's all up to the players to decide what's good and what's bad for them, right? So, will this independence, or rather freedom from having a coach, no, allow them to not be limited and just explore more to their capacity? I would like to see that more, no?
I want to explore the angle with A7J ngayon na wala na nga si Aris. No? The mad scientist that he is, feeling ko now that he kind of has more freedom on how he wants to call. Now na wala nga yung sistema na sinasabi natin para kay Aris, ano yung magiging change para kay A7J ngayon, no? Since this is the year na nakita natin siya now mantling yung INGL role na yun, now he has to be yung big brother ng mga tao dito sa loob ng FERVID, diba? Especially with not only yung changes in the gun meta, pero specifically as well how they're gonna use Hatch din. We kind of already seen na siya lagi yung parang second man na mga kasama sa mga retakes, hindi siya yung usually may expect mo as a very aggressive attacker, kind of like what an MZ does to the table. Mga things na kailangan na lang isipin ngayon now that they're committing into a full player sort of controlled roster na ngayon na on paper could be losing a bit of that control, but I think of it as a way na parang kind of enabling something na a coach doesn't really let on. Para siguro mag-up ng tempo yung mga players ito for FERVID, or maybe it's also a way for them to sort of adapt to that style na wala na nga yung system na yun.
Yeah, siguro I would not really think too much of like who's gonna be the support. Siguro it all really has to go down, or it all boils down to Dracifer, no? He's really the support player for the team. And if he's going to be the full support, ano na mangyayari kay D? Will we see D be more of that attacker rather than like a possible lurk, a possible support? Siya na ba yung bibigyan dito ng util? Siya na ba yung aalayan ng util dito para makakuha ng kills, no? Haj could fill the role of MZ, pero with the fragging output that he has shown, no, from the games na nilaro niya sa summer, parang it leaves more to be desired in terms of putting him in support. I'd rather see him as attacker, no? So if you're gonna have 3 attackers and then the support in Dracifer, paano na yung magiging format ng team? Will they still conform to that old FERVID style under Aries? I don't really think that's gonna happen, no? It's not a perfect benchmark tong Moment, because Moment is literally just all guts, no, team that will try to get the advantage no matter how forced it would seem. And to contrast that dito sa style ni A7J, he's gonna try things even though hindi mo ka maganda, no? And I feel like kung yung kanina sa Wolves is the perfect benchmark to test si Kenyon versus Nuken at tested sniper talaga sa scene natin, maybe this time let's contrast a team na was in a system, now is free from the system, na willing mag-try ng kung ano-ano ngayon, versus a team na talagang legit. They will try their stuff, and then even if it fails, they will keep on trying it until it works.
Tama nga naman no? I think that's also a good given time para gawin ito sa isang Swiss stage where, you know, while the stakes are still high, there's still a lot of lives na pwede mong gamitin nga naman para pag-experiment no? But on the other end of that as well, medyo limited lang yung mga lives na pwede mong gamitin dito, no? 3 strikes you're out, kumbaga sa isang baseball term. So medyo if a time for you to kind of do that sort of free-flowing style, I wouldn't say it's like the best time to do it, pero wala rin silang choice no? Even Aries has given up on the system for FERVID, pero still a very good time as well for FERVID para ma-prove lang na hindi nila kailangan yung sistema na yun. And specifically as well with the player quality that they have, they're still looking to become contenders at the end of the day. Pero para naman sa Moment, pare, I feel like this team, we always bounce the word potential around this team, but it's always been the same kind of flavor na nakita natin sila on Impact, doing very good on maps like on that port na lagi nga naman nilang first pick whenever it's open up on the table, but there hasn't been a breakthrough. The only thing that they have done is be that close in a lot of their third place matches, but somehow not getting the breakthrough that they've always been looking for. So maybe the Swiss stage is an opportunity para dito sa MOMEN Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really need to be getting third, no, in this Swiss stage. Pwede nga sila maging fourth. They can even just take that 2-2 matchup, win it, whoever, kung sino man yung makatapat nila. And call it a day, no? MOMEN has the guts, I would say, to take this Swiss stage for themselves. Ang problem lang is who's gonna do it for them, no? Skies, Jake, Justin, even nakita natin na medyo alanganin yung ating mga players na it's really temperamental kung sino yung magpa-pop off sa isang araw, si ganito, bukas naman nawawala siya, si ganyan naman. Very temperamental yung team natin na sabihin natin walang permanent carry. I mean, sa TRG, sure, gumagana dyan sila Skies, pero I would say with the meta change right now and with how chaotic I would look at this team, medyo sabihin natin may direction ba sila pagtutunguhan or meron pa ba silang mabibigay sa atin na alam mo bago, no? If port is the map pick of their choice, I feel like we need to see something more than the bodega play, no? Their patented bodega play na talagang pinipilit nila time and time again, or even the store B rush natin na try nilang gawin every single time na they're lost for cause, no? They're not really a slow team, pero if you're going to be MOMEN in this new meta, I feel like kailangan mo maging mas mabagal pa. Take your time because, of course, with the new changes, kailangan mo pa maging mas masanay in terms of the wall banks, kung kaya ba natin mahuli dito sa timing si ganito, si ganyan, sa mga mapa, no? Nakita natin kanina sa Wolves, it was clean but not as clean as what we wanted it to be. Same with Akara. And for Fervid, I wouldn't really call them clean, no? I would call them chaotic. Yeah. And when two chaotic teams collide, medyo, sabi natin, the outcome is really a question mark.
Yeah, for sure, no? So, tingnan natin hinihintay dito, you know? Finally, we're in the ball game. MOMEN Esports versus FERVID. And just some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Wala si Skies para sa MOMEN. Kaya si MDY muna ang maglalaro. That means si Chris na lang magiging solo sniper nila. That also means a bit of an adjustment para sa MOMEN Esports.
Yeah. Guns, what isa lang yung naka M4, so that's crazy. M14s for all around and HKs pa rin, no? Speaking of the sniper, Lod still has the TRG and Chris is rocking the AWM, so stylistical differences I would say dito. If sa Wolves and sa ALG we're seeing more the M4s, dito medyo one-sided tayo, parang hindi nagbago halos yung ating ugali, no? Sa A7J lang dito yung naka-M4A1, and with our side being FERVID on the GR and MOMEN on the BL. I haven't seen MOMEN in Black Widow for a long time, pero I do assume they're gonna try to go for the split and they will get the picks instantly.
Pretty aggressive as we kind of expected to be. Long A taken and Yobs cleans up with the 2K as well. FERVID on the response. Pretty decent as we look at it, pero yung late lurk ni Justin ang hahakot kay D. At yung aggressiveness si Jake ang papatay kay Dracifer as well. MOMEN Esports 1-0. Ginulat lang nila ang setup ng FERVID.
Yeah, MOMEN, mahilig talaga sila sa mga split. So if I were FERVID, kailangan kong markahan yung short na yan, or rather take water, take CB, tas hayaan ko sila mag-funnel doon sa may mid, no? An LA push is not bad dito para sa FERVID, pero knowing how they're trying to play, pitasan talaga si FERVID mag-isip dito sa kanilang depensa. So rather go for that fast rotation, pero what is there to rotate into kapag tumutumba agad yung side players mo, Ramon?
Okay. Parang malaking risk din, no? Nag-early pick sila nun. Chris is lining up a shot dito kay Lance. Nagkaroon siya ng early info kanina na siya yung A anchor. At mukhang it's setting up for a very late 1v1 up against the sniper sa LA. At considering the movement din, baka makikita nila sa MOMEN papasok sa site.
Just a bit of a moment dito for Moment Esports. Ready na dito si Lance dapat. Pero, the Utes just in time. He's gonna get one. Traded kagad.
Good shot din para kay Jake. Nakapasok sila. And Halj drawing blood dito kay Jake. It's not as clean para sa Moment, pero Justin makes it 2. Patay ang IGL ng FERVID. Wasak ang depensa ng FERVID sa Moment.
And the EBRs are not doing it, no? I mean, you're gonna get something out of Hajj, pero with 4 HP and 2 fully healthy HK players, just a matter of time, no? I mean, damage, sure, lower dito sa HK, pero guns overall better. By recoil, by wallbang damage, even the nerfs from the EBR, kahit di mo na i-mention, HK is the better pick. So, when will we see the transition? Never mind, no transitions at all. They're just emptying people sa LA, Ramon.
You can't spell A7J without A. And that literally is the LA push para sa FERVID. That was 3 peeking in towards a Moment Esports na hindi handa. Naging forward push ng FERVID, 2 versus 4. Duguan si D, sure, but the numbers still favoring them. Kind of layers yung depensa doon pa lang sa may mid at nakitang-kita mo, stuck pa rin yung reset.
That's the call I was hoping to see from FERVID kanina, no? Knowing that may healing tong Moment mag-split in their executes. Just go for that push and let the other side be anchored by the sniper. And with MDY being the last man alive, he has taken out Lance. 1v3 situation. Pero mukhang ito na yung asim ng FERVID. Is gonna bite back, Ramon!
Halaka! Asim nga! Yun nga lang! Sayang! Para kay MDY, that was his first death, and after 5 kills in this half, dun pa siya mamamatay kay Dracifer. This is a super sub for Moment Esports.
Call it super sub, call it FERVID lacking this discipline to close that one out cleanly. But Haj, no discipline needed when you're pushing dito sa BS. They're trying to stop that split again. Pero this time, they did not find the bingo, pare. More members of Moment are stuck dito sa may LA. Rotate muna si Jake to spot out the situation sa mid. C4 is down, no? So with this 2-2 scenario ng Moment, the world's their oyster, Ramon. Pwede silang mag-rotate kung san-san. They're just gonna have to deny vision muna. But FERVID, smart, doing the same versus the BL side.
Yeah, parang no need to overcook at this point. You have the numbers, you still have your sniper alive. And you put up in an angle na kailangan mas ma-expose yung sarili mo para i-clear. 3. Hawak na hawak at gusto talaga nilang i-prioritize tong short. Or yung S para dito. The FERVID as Yobs and Jake are waiting for the perfect moment. Sa isang iglap ay mauubos sa loob lamang ng S na to, pre. Nasa yun na kung sino. There goes the util. Need the onto Yobs and Jake. Not the most amount of damage, pero enough para madalian ang kanilang push dito sa S. Yan nga lang, Yobs and Jake will get the kills dito sa FERVID. Chris on the angle kay Lance as well. 3 versus 2 pa sila. And with 50 seconds, ang dami na lang tayo para makapasok sa E.
Dracifer, I like the angle kaso nakalampas na yung player sa short, Ramon. It's him and D. And knowing D, he can pop up at any moment. Play sa may S, Dracifer will get 1 and it's 2v2. Oh!
Run and gun! Hindi pa enough yung damage! Lalabas sa USP! At mauubos lang si Dracifer doon. That's a 2K para kay Yobs. And a quick denial to FERVID. That is Moment on a 3rd round win.
And that is the EBR nerf being shown to us crisp and clear as daylight, pare. If that was the M4A1, patay. Hindi tinatay barilin dito ni Dracifer, pero well, you have to have that A1S somewhere in the bags, di ba? Puro mga naka-EBR pa rin sila. Di pa yata nakakadating yung update dyan sa bandang part ng Cebu na yan. Pero yung sniper update, okay na. Yung rifle updates, hindi pa. No, parang medyo nagdi-delay yung rifle updates natin.
I imagine it's like a situation nung everybody switched to the EBR, the M14 nung simula. Pero may mga ilan na naka-EK pa rin. May mga ilan na naka-M4. Tapos nagugulat na lang sila na, bakit parang di ata kasi lakas ng dati. No? Maybe it's that sort of day para kay Dracifer. No?
Hindi nila matanggap na nagbago na ang lahat. Not to go senti, pero that is what that's what it seems to me, no? Mga naka-EBR pa rin. Right now, the EBR population has just dwindled down to 2, and the hold for Fervid seems to be stacked A, ready to fight sa may short. Look at that push sa may LB, paangat na sila dito sa BL slope. And nasa respawn na sila, so they have the pinch, Ramon. They have the pinch.
They do, pero medyo nawala na yung window. Nakapasok na si Jake. Spotted na ni Dracifer. Maubos lang sila sa smoke lance. Perfectly crossing into Jake. At hindi gumana yung split push, pre. Fervid na ang gumawa ng desisyon. 2-3 para sa kanila. Moment took too much time, pare.
Yeah, they took too much time. This is the situation for Moment. Mahilig silang mag-spam ng isang strategy. Sometimes they take too long. Sometimes they take too quick to do it. So, back to the default muna sa tayo after 5 rounds for the BL side. That's the play for Fervid, no? You push one side. Kung wala, sagarin mo, mahuhuli natin sila nagsa-setup. And then the stragglers will be done for kasi mauubos din naman natin once we got CB and then sa may frame side, no? Nahuli natin silang ipet sa may mid door, okay, let's just take care of LA and call it a day, get that second round win. Pero Moment, they still have this 1 round lead. Gusto nilang hawakan to, gusto nilang palakihin pa, ayaw nilang pakawalan yan dito sa Black Widow. And maybe this call to spread around is more indecision and sabihin natin waiting for a miracle na lang, no? Situation for Moment. You know Fervid's not gonna do it again because it worked one time. So a bit of passiveness required for Fervid to actually execute this, and for Moment, they have to press some buttons dito to just make it work.
Kaya parang naiintindihan mo no, kung bakit ganito yung posisyon ni Justin, pati na rin itong ni Chris. Ayaw nila maulit-ulit yung ginawa ng Fervid kanina. And in the process, at least may space na nakuha ang Moment. And it's not a split anymore, pare. It's a committed push doon sa LA without a contingency plan. Damage done, headshot kay D, pero yung lurk papunta doon sa mid. Yung mawawala lang, A7J, nasa stage na. Papipilas lang ang mga papasok sa LA. Again, dahil wala yung split push, kailangan mag-push ito si Justin. A7J, expected na yun. Hodge gets the tops. Jake gets the 2K. It's all down to just Jake. Pero A7J will get the third round para sa Fervid dahil sa swing.
Ganda nung huli ni A7J kay Justin sa mid-door. Very crucial in that execute being cancelled dito for Moment, and they're gonna do the same thing pero opposite side naman. Foreman dito sa House B, they go out and they try to look for something, and this is not the typical Fervid that we see and know. Ramon, they're getting one, they're getting out. Pero ang mas malala, walang ginawa yung Moment dito after that pick being found onto them. They just stood still. Parang kinilabutan sila sa nangyari.
And while nakakagulat nga panoorin yon in real life, hindi nakakagulat in the fact na eto yung Fervid na walang coach na pwedeng pagalitan sila kapag nagkamali sila, pre. Wala na yung pressure, wala na nakatingin sa likod. Free-flowing ang pwedeng gawin dito ni A7J, and he actually takes over. Yung remainder na naging first half natin, gets it done with the kill dito kay Justin at babalik ulit ng Fervid to hold down. Sightlines sila doon sa S. A7J now creeping closer and closer. May info gather dito kay Yobs, pero quick stop papunta kay A7J. 4v4 labanat, baka split push ulit sa LA.
Back to what really works even if it's a 50-50, no? Talagang may naghahagis dito ng piso kasi coin toss tong ginagawa nila, and it's all landing heads for both teams. 3v3 usapan. Chris will get that pick onto Lance at open for business. Ang side A natin, Ramon. Open with the 3K.
Who needs 2 TRGs, pare? Chris lang sapat na. In a blink of an eye, 3 kills para kay Chris sa pagpasok sa LA. And they need a bit of time to work that out, but eventually they got the 4-3 done, and that's all thanks to the sniper.
Look at that. hanap niya kaagad yung pangat dun sa ganan and the third guy dun sa may I believe that's called basura dun sa may RS or RS lang talaga siya. Well,
Call up.
yung call out depende na lang sa inyo guys, pero kahit ano mang mangyari, still moment lamang, no? And to talk about it, no, yung parang estilo ng laro nila. Fervid right now parang kung ano may dumating sa utak ni A7J, yun lang i-call niya. Tara, push tayo 4-man house B. Tara, push tayo 3-man LA. Tara, push tayo. Ay, wag lang na mag-push, mag-default muna tayo. Tara, stackan natin yung S, no? It's so random. But at the same time, si Momen, it's the same kind of randomness, pero tara, mag-split tayo. Tara, mag-split tayo. Tara, mag-split tayo. So it's really just a rock, paper, scissors na laro. Pero may extra rules na parang, sige, magbabattle lang kami ng rock every time, tong Moment. But the paper doesn't work. Sometimes, di ba?
Yeah.
It's a weird situation ngayon tong Moment na naka-counter nila. And naka-counter din sila ng FERVID. Pero ngayon, straight up push. 5-man LA.
Only one sniper. And he gets it done dito kay MDY.
Oh!
Lance. One tap lang kay Yobs. Ginawang bot labang, nakala mo nasa rage. Tracifer dropping from win. Papapatay lang ni Justin. Yon, the flow state of Moment. Partida, walang split push yun, pre. Diretso sa LA at mapapatay lang si Hatch dun sa S. 5-3 para sa Moment.
And I'm feeling like this might be the first upset of the day. They saved the best for last, no? Moment. They're punching above their weight, pare. Call them the Manny Pacquiao versus... I actually know kung sino yung pwede kong compare sa FERVID.
Oscar De La Hoya. Ay, hindi. Same lang sila ng ano.
Yeah, it's just the same. Parang hindi naman nakipagsuntukan si Pacquiao sa Pinoy. Diba? So let's call them Oscar De La Hoya kasi the jawline, no? Almost the same as A7J. Pero meanwhile, no? This default. It's the same thing for FERVID. 3-stack, I would say just double stack sa may S and then ready to fight sa may mid. They're expecting another split, heavy towards mid naman, pero look at the position. Safe zone, RS na possible frame, and then isa doon sa may drop zone. Goods na goods, pero pag si D, nakaisip ng maasim na play dito, is easily being called back. No? So it's not all pedal to the metal tong FERVID. They also know when to stop. Pero si Tracifer naman yung iniwan, I still don't like it. If a Moment just says, alam mo, ulitin lang natin yung last round, 5 LA, masisira ulit tong hold ng FERVID. They're trying to expect things where they're not. But sometimes, they're half right.
Sometimes. Hindi no? Pero may 50 seconds pa naman sila para tingnan kung mag-workout nga.
Oh, maybe this time it's right.
Maybe this time it's right, pare. Tracifer picks it to the corner. Tatlo na jump scare sa mukha ni Tracifer. Hindi handa, pero handa si D.
Wow!
3 kills para sa batang to. And FERVID, naglabas na parang mamaw lang. Si Chris na lang ang natitira. At walang magagawa to, pare. 4 ang kalaban. C4 dropped. Si D ang unang contact. Patili ka, walang pakialam si D, pare. At this point, isang headshot pa. Sige, dagdagan ng KD para kay D. 4K para sa kanya. 5-4.
That 4K actually salvaged G's scoreline dito sa halftime natin, Ramon. Masyadong mainit yung laban natin, no? I expected this more to be moment-sided with the way I was taking of things to be changed up dito sa FERVID. Pero the more I look at it, we forgot. FERVID still has that individual firepower. Makati pa rin itong mga players natin, no? Nakita natin si A7J, nakita natin yung kapatid niya nag-pop off. And not to mention, no, si Lance na he's always going to be good for that 1-for-1 trade. 2-for-1 if he gets lucky or if he gets enough HP to repeat, di ba? So, Moment, as much as they're trying to spam this one idea na split tayo, oh, LA naman tayo na mabilisan, split ulit tayo. As much as they spam that and it's effective, they can't really go and decide or maybe predict, no, kung ano yung mangyayari sa barilan, no. They get Tracifer, sure. Pero what about the next guy, right? Maybe it's A7J na naka-Arctic. Maybe it's D na talagang hinahawakan lang yung angle and ready to multi-kill. Yun yung sigurong X factor dito sa Fervid where they really are just a simple team when it comes to mechanics, but they're so good at it that no matter the call, even if it's crazy, even if it looks albeit stupid dito sa ating laruan, no? And some would say it's so. It works out because makita yung players nila inherently.
Yeah. I think the kill onto Dracer kind of gave them that false sense of security. Napatay natin yung S player. What if ituloy natin yung push doon? Pero kasi of all people na pwede na lang makalaban no? I think mas 50-50 pa nga yun sa moment kung kalaban nila doon si Lance. Pero mas naging threat pa yun nung nakalaban nila si D at that time no? And I think that's sort of the individualistic thing na napapansin mo nga no? While they don't have a system to kind of place through, we still can't deny na malakas pa rin yung mga players na to individually as well no? So it took a bit of time para makapag-warm up si D. Pero I think he's in a form that could actually help A7J take over this game na nga naman.
Yeah. Instead of a coloring book with marked down numbers for specific colors, A7J is painting an abstract artwork, no? At tamang hagis lang siya ng pintura dito sa canvas. See what sticks, see what looks good. And the good thing is, walang critic for him to be judged upon, right? The only critic is himself and his teammates, and his teammates has his back, no? Even his teammates, makasibol nga, makisaw-saw sila ng pintura dun sa canvas, no? And I think that kind of free-flowing teamwork, if earlier kay Wolves is versatility and variability ng ginagawa nila, ito naman si Fervid, I feel like it's the chaotic variance, no? It's the chaotic good that they're trying to do for themselves, which actually becomes a harmful thing for teams that try to play things out systematically. I wouldn't say Moment is a systematic team, they're just a system team overall. Pero when you see another more systematic team, baka dun magkaroon ng talagang kaguluhan versus Fervid, where they take the lead furthermore.
Nga kumbaga parang tinanggal na yung tali sa aso no? At kung kalaban mo ang Fervid ngayon. Anyways, may 1 round point pa naman ang Moment sa lead nila. Pero sila naman na magsisimula on the GR. One singular sniper at the end of it. So, syempre, sa sobrang linis na naging 3KDD, tingnan natin ulit in slow.
Grabe no? Si Haj, sige, bigyan din natin siya ng time. Pero this swing from D, the readjust is good. The third kill was actually pretty labored, no? He just trusted the spray or the taps. But still worked out. Now, going back to what you said, Ramon, yeah, nawalan na ng leash yung aso. They're mad dogs, but you gotta remember, there's still animal control, right? Might not be Moment, but could be another team. Pero yun, Chris, saw 2 people, I think 3, cross toward S, baka ginagaya lang ng Fervid yung ginagawa nila, pero this time, it's not a split. But technically, they can go back towards door mid, no? Peke iniling S, balik sa door mid, they go B, pero that damage actually forced them to go out. And with the C4 this team S, could be the entry na talaga.
Maybe. Papansin akong sistema, ginagamit na lang pain yung humahawak na M14 ngayon sa Fervid. Kaya siguro, intentional na nga para sa Fervid yan. That's a good shot from Chris. Unexpected na yung mid-lurk. Naubos sila sa split push nila. Pwede na magayain yung idea. Pero original pa rin ang mananaig so far with the 4 versus 1 D. Iisa na lang pero Jake, sinimplean lang with the wall bang. Moment Esports starting with a 6 rounds sa second half.
Man, there's a saying, no, Ramon, you cannot outdo the doer. And Moment, they know that trick very, very well. This time around, it's just a straight fight. Dito sa LA, nades being thrown all across the board and still, Fervid will be eating up a bunch of damage. Same strategy, this time 3-2, but will it be the same result?
Shot from Chris then. Same result pa nga ba? Hindi sila makapasok sa S. That's a 3K para kay Chris. At walang entry point ang Fervid. Wala na naman. Ang isa bang split push na ginaya nila sa Moment. Isa pa para kay Justin. And Moment Esports go back to back.
I told you guys, you can't outdo the doer. Kahit mag 3-2 pa kayo, mag 4-1 kayo, yung A-split nyo, A-split namin yan. You can't outdo the doer. This time, they're gonna go towards B. Isa lang dito ang nasa side A ng A, no? Being escorted by Lons, who's looking down sa may frame, nakipaghamunan dito kay Chris. They're just gonna straight up stack dito sa may house B. Hindi prepared dito ang Moment. They only have one guy in the name of Justin. Chris is there pero he's very very far and that's the opener that they did for Vid with Lons fighting sa may mid.
Hindi gumagana ang A natin, pre. Sige, try natin sa B.
Whoa!
At sa isang iglap lang, the quickest 3K na makikita mo sa CFS just happened before our very eyes. A disconnect dito sa DR natin, boss. It does give the round over sa FERVID. They were gonna win the round anyway, pare. So, gaano kalinis yung pagpasok mo sa B. Pero DR muna tayo. I think I'm feeling a bit of pressure and tension dito sa FERVID, pare. Albeit first day pa lang, but there is a change in the system and I don't think it's a good one so far.
Sim, ngayon lang ako nakakita Electric Company 3K, no? Grabe yung lakas. Even outside the game, makaapektuhan ka. So, dito mo tayo sa dead round. And I feel like with the system that FERVID is trying to do this sa BL side nila, I don't know if it's randomness, maybe nagro-roll lang ng dice si A7J and it just happened to land at the same number twice in a row. That's why they did the same split with a bit of variation. Pero they're rushing things, no? And even if they had some success dun sa previous round na yon, I mean, we can say that they are absolutely gonna win the round, even in the 3v5. Pero what if the 3v5 happens and they somehow mess up that post-plant positioning, no? Questions to be asked dito sa FERVID. Was the coach vacating the slot dito sa FERVID a good call? Or is it actually just they had it coming all along this time, diba? Pero I'm not want to go dive deep into the inner workings ng FERVID. I feel like we just need to look at them on paper and in experience dito sa laruan nila kung paano ba talaga sila mag-operate. Kasi there are good things na nandiyan si Aris. There are also bad things, I would say. And the same thing goes for ngayon na libre na si A7J mag-call at yun lang talaga yung nag-work together. Right? We can see the positive of it dun sa kanilang GR side. But sa BL, so far, they can't replicate what can be replicated talaga, no? Moment is it's not really a hard team to beat versus a split, pero come on, FERVID, you can do better.
Yeah, for sure, pre. Maybe Rust, considering nga naman that it's their first game in a while. But hindi din no? Top 4 team din to sa CFS. Medyo hindi mo din dapat gamitin yung Rust as a sort of way kasi gamitin mo yung oras mo in the best way possible. Practice, kumbaga no? Kahit sabihin natin wala nga coach. I think it's safe to say that FERVID should have used a bit of their time better during this break. Pero still, no? I don't think it's just preparation as well, pare. I think it's just moment actually just maybe a bit of luck, maybe a good day in the office para sa team na ito. Pero if ever nga naman na makuha nga ang moment nito, this could be huge. It's already scrambling kung ano yung naging predictions natin sa kung sino yung makakaabot sa 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, Moment, I mean, we have Stallions, Execration, Wolves as Moment. Diba? Parang weird that they got put there pero always the bridesmaid, never the bride naman tong Moment na no? So, finally getting their spotlight in the 1-0 bracket. Supposedly to face even stronger squads and get another upset win. Possibly, I would like to see that for them. Kung sila lang yung manalo dito na sabihin natin, let me do some calculation real quick. Hindi sila yung makakatapat na Stallions, that's for sure. Pero ang pinaka-importante is they got to win versus FERVID, and for FERVID, that's gonna be a question mark sa reputation nila ngayon as a team. For Moment, that actually boosts them because practice is one thing na kailangan natin i-consider for these teams. And ultimo sa practice na we question if some of the teams are even practicing. Are they taking this seriously enough talaga sa regional qualifiers natin to go to the group stage and possibly get that slot in Sea of Stars? We are not sure. Pero knowing what's at stake for all of the teams from Impact to Masters, you guys are now on the level playing field. For Impact teams, you're not gonna take that for granted. They're going to be practicing. For Masters teams, sabihin na lang natin, nakapag-top 4 naman tayo, mas malakas tayo dyan. I don't want to be a team na, or I don't want to see our teams na in that complacent mindset na kaya naman namin yun di ba? Dapat di tayo ganun. We need to be evolving. May changes man sa staff or wala, may changes man sa players or wala, di ba?
Ay, no? Parang it puts you into perspective nga naman na ngayon na mayroong opportunity yung mga impact teams natin na makatapat ang mga masters teams. It begs the question kung sino nga yung mas nakakaroon ng pressure dito no? Kung yung masters teams nga ba na alam na nating nasa ibang level ng competition kumpara sa impact teams, or yung impact teams nga ba na matagal na nagpa-practice throughout the impact circuit na ngayon magkakaroon ng chance na not only to actually win up against the Masters teams but also an opportunity para makalipad sila ng Wuhan. Yun yung gravity ng situation. If ever man nga matuloy-tuloy nga ito para sa isang impact team, katulad ng Momen, malaking heights yun para sa isang impact team. No? It's almost as great as seeing Atras actually winning in their first day of the Swiss stage. It just didn't get the ending that they were looking for. Pero hopefully there is gonna be one for the impact teams dito sa loob ng Swiss stage natin. It just makes me more excited kung ano ang ikakalabas ng ating regional plays. Pero so far, it's gonna be a bit of time before we get there. Kasi may dead round muna tayo. Mukhang ang pinakamalakas na kalaban dito ay hindi lang ang FERVID, hindi lang ang Momen, pero ang internet din. So hihintayin muna natin na makapag-reconnect ang ating mga players na pasok dito sa lobby. Leading pa rin ang Momen Esports, just is a quick update, pero makikita natin kung mag-iiba pa nga ba ang resulta na yon, especially with the side switch. So we already dove a little bit deep dun sa free-flowing sort of IGL style itong si A7J. Let's talk about D first and foremost. No? Kasi while all the spotlight has been on A7J since wala na nga yung coach nito, how will this impact D now? He's already been under the sort of change na wala na nga si MZ, so dapat siya na nga yung mas magiging aggressive sa mga spots niya as an attacker. Nawala na din ulit si Aris, so yung gumagabay sa kanya, one half of it, wala na si Aris. Kailangan din niyang ipag-adjust nito. No? That's been a lot of changes in a couple of months para kay D, and while medyo nalalamig siya in the early stages, I feel like it's gonna be a little bit of getting used to before makita natin yung price spot ni D ulit.
Yeah, I feel like in the long run, magiging miniature A7J siya because who else is going to be guiding him unless it's A7J, diba? No other than A7J is going to be guiding D. And if you're going to need an attacker, sure, D's there. If you're going to need a support player, a backup, D can also do it. No? Nakita naman natin kaya-kaya niya mag-anchor. He's not the one to be looking for the frags. He's not the one na nilalagay sa position ni Dracefer na siya naghahanap ng info. They're saving him for the site, right? And I feel like if you're going to do that in a similar fashion sa BL side, you might see limited effectivity, I would say. A second in would be good for D. Hayaan yung iba yung mag-entry para sa kanya tapos siya yung umubos. At the same time, Lurk is also good for D. It's literally the skill ceiling ni D, he can do anything, pero the problem that I have with that kind of mentality is he can never be truly good at one, no? Right? No. So it's going to be great, but it's never the best. And if he fights someone na the best at that role na ginagawa niya at nakatapat niya, that's where we might see some problems dito kay D. No? So I appreciate that he's being this all-around as he can na player, pero jack of all trades, master of none, sure, no, is sometimes a bad saying, pero it's better daw than a master of one talaga. So let's see kung kaya ni D with his mechanics and the skill set that he has from all these roles. Feel ko naman kaya niyang mapatumba din yung mga bigger names na makakatapat niya.
For sure. Nakita din naman natin na may potential siya from doing that, and he's already been doing that, especially nung spring as well. No? So hopefully we see more out of D pagdating dito sa loob ng regional qualifiers, and it gives him a bit more of a spotlight no? From the canoes that we've seen in this region, as well as a lot of what we kind of expect from an Execration that finally got out of their slumps. Nakita natin no? So we'll see no, for FERVID, kasi marami pa namang oras para matuklasan yung storya nila dito no? And for Momen, I feel like it's pretty much a surprise to see them be this active all across the map, but is it really a surprise kasi hindi naman sila umaalis sa sort of playstyle nila no? Ganto naman sila no Impact Summer, ganto na naman sila nung naglaro sila on the playoffs. So what really has changed is only that one player na usually magiging second sniper nila dito para sa loob ng Moment na si Skies, but at the end of it, Moment hasn't really changed a lot of too much, and they're still actually getting really good rounds laban dito sa FERVID. Nakakala mo by this point nabasa na nila
What's more surprising to me is that Moment's not playing this individualistically. It's
Yeah.
really team play, no? Nakita mo nung dalawang beses na pinigilan yung split dun sa A, it's everyone chipping in. Even the rotators nakakahanap ng paraan para makatulong. It's that teamwork from Moment na I feel like has digressed from their old style na, okay, from this game, si Chris yung bubuhat. Sa next game, si Skies. Tapos bukas si Yobs. Hindi na siya ganon. Hindi na siya ganon, no? It's really all of them supporting each other, and I'm curious tuloy kung paano nila na reach yung point na ganon sa laruan nila. Yes, may delays tayo ngayon, pero I feel like hindi nag-delay yung kanilang connection with each other, no? The trust that they have as a team. They've been playing this whole year na very minimal changes lang sa roster nila, no? And with this continuing, I feel like they're always the team na sinasabi natin na magkaka-oras din sila. Sana nga ito na yung oras nila na maka-qualify sa group stage kasi ang dami lang pwede mapakita. They're a team that's stubborn, pero stubborn to a good reason naman, na talagang alam namin gagana to, kaya ulit-ulitin namin even if it takes like 8 times to make it work. The time it works, it's unbreakable na.
Exactly, pare. And especially for the players na nasa loob ng Moment na nakatikim na nga ng master stage, mainly Chris, Justin, Yob, syempre, no, yung duo na nakita natin from the Cuerdas Esports days. Nalaman na nila kung ano yung feeling na makalaro sa main stage. Gugustuhin na talaga nila na makabalik ulit, no? And to actually give guidance to the newer players sa si MDY at si Jake. That could be a big thing for the experience para sa Moment. And if ever man, no, baka sila nga ang isa mga makakaabot nga ulit sa Wuhan. But it's still a very far journey to do it, pare. No? Kasi pagkatapos ng Swiss stage na to, may group stage pa, may malalang playoffs pa, and it's gonna be a long journey towards that. So a lot of, marami pang kailangan anibigas, kumbaga, ang isang Moment na ito para makaabot nga doon sa pinakatuktok ng CROSSFIRE PH. But it's definitely gonna be a journey that we're all gonna be seated for. No? Again, update ulit mga tropa. We're still doing our best para makakonect ulit. Papasok dito sa Black Widow map. One of these teams are looking to try to reconnect. So hopefully, may maayos sa lahat para makita natin ang conclusion ng Black Widow na ito. Leading pa rin ang Momen Esports dahil sa napakagandang BL side nila on this Black Widow map. Pero FERVID, off of that first win dito sa ating second half, parang may potential pa rin namang pumalag dito. No? What do you think it is, pare? I mean, we already talked about the free-flowing sort of calling style pare dito kay ASFJ. Papansin ko, Trace first been super aggressive to M14. No? Or is it really just that player quality? What is it, pare?
Besides the player quality, I feel like it's the map, no? It's technically the map na pinili nila. They've been favoring this at the end part of summer for a reason, and kung makita natin kung yung reason na yon dito sa laro na natin versus Moment, I believe it's going to come down to how they try to manipulate the GR side dito sa ating BL. Kasi they tried twice, no? Actually, they tried thrice, just going straight for the execute. And siguro in A7J's mind, ano lang yon, parang testingin natin kung kakagat mga to sa madaling rotation. After that, baka dumating na dito yung mga default natin, yung mga conditioning plays natin dito. And siguro, hindi lang simple caller to si A7J, knowing naman natin, or rather kilala naman natin yan sa A7J. He's not just a simple caller. He can call a lot of macro ideas din na dapat ma-implement ng isang team na to na maganda yung quality ng players, no? And it's not just him. I would say Dracifer, may ambag din yan sa mid-calling. And he's also a finger we need also to point fingers towards him, because if A7J has his ideas stuck in a rut, maybe si Dracifer naman yung titingnan ng team to maybe get them out of the mid-run situation. Baka siya yung mag-alay ng buhay niya para lang makakuha ng multi-frag si D, si Haj, right, or si Lance makapag-pop off. There's a lot of sabihin nating ways where we can see the FERVID freeform calling work since almost all of them are followers, and the true leader talaga is A7J in terms of ideas. Like, the individual calling lang siguro na gagawin ng mga players na to is if they're gonna fight, if they're gonna commit. Pero overall, map-wise, macro-wise, it's just him and Dracifer, and the rest, or they're just gonna follow and just point their guns towards the enemies.
Usually, yung mga ganun, medyo prone to kind of keep going sa isang game na nakakalimutan nilang mag-timeout. No? From people that I've talked to sa CROSSFIRE, may ganun talagang tendencies. Usually, yung mga ganun, walang coach. Yung, syempre, hindi ko yung name dito. No? Baka kasi ma-reveal. But, yun nga, no? Parang napapansin ko din yung ganun tendencies dito sa FERVID. So, hopefully, they do remember that resource, and hopefully they also don't fall under that sort of syndrome. Nakatakot din kasi, syempre, mas nakakapagod yun mentally kung ikaw na nga yung parang gumagawa ng mga strats sa team mo, ikaw na nga din yung sort of parang pagbe-break lang ng ice, since syempre tension is arise sa loob ng isang lobby, at syempre sobrang close ng game. Usually, hinahanap mo isang time to reset at makakausap mo yung coach. Pero for A7J to not only frag this well, as well as call every strat that we've seen so far, as well as actually get this ahead, at least dito sa loob ng CFS, nang may coach pa rin ng time na yun. No? It's impressive. It's even gonna be more impressive kapag ginawa na lahat ng yun na wala si Anis dito. So we're counting upon what FERVID can actually offer to the table now that they don't have that coach naman. And I guess Momen really have a strong sort of momentum ngayon. It's a lot of surprising things na nag-work yung team play nila sa pagpasok dun sa S, yung paulit-ulit na split na nakikita natin from them. That's all in Black Widow. What more pa kaya pagpasok dito sa port, lalo na it's their home ground. So much of their map picks this year has been on that port map, pare. And you can say the same naman para sa FERVID. Comfortable but not really the best map that I can see FERVID play in. But I feel like Momen, if they're warming up this well dito sa Black Widow, feeling ko mas mayiging ganun lalo sa port map.
Yeah, port siguro, I do believe that FERVID is not really the best team to look forward dito sa port. Pero we're back. So balik tayo sa Black Widow. Everything works apparently. 5-7 scoreline. And this time, hindi na-count yung round kasi bigla silang na-snap. So you can't repeat the same call here, A7J. You can't just rush into House B. Boohoo.
Sayang yun. Ganda ng timing dun sa pag-pick on stage, no? But I guess this time it's gonna be a different playbook para sa FERVID. All holding yung PR as well as yung LA control, pero at the end of it, Momen, tamang passive lang.
I really feel that this Vapor is from TL again. Nakakita na tayo ng TL idea na double sniper. Ngayon, I'm getting flashbacks of Adriano. But this is a possible split from FERVID. They're just testing the waters. Naghahagis ng util. Little do they know they have to move within a specific set of time to make this work. At gagalaw na sila. Split tayo papunta B.
They have to. Pero Yobs, good timing on the swing. Headshot na si Hadj. At yung mga nasa B, sasaktuin nila. Ang mga nasa door pa lang. FERVID, no answer. No entry sa site. And Momen Esports up to 8.
What do you know? Gumana yung Vapor. That's a one-time thing. That's a one-round deal, no? And then it's done. You discard it. It's never gonna work again. Hindi na sila babalik yan ng HB. This time, FERVID, what are they doing? They're gonna do the same split. Pero strong side naman yung LA. And Momen, they're not adjusted for the fight, pero they can easily adapt to it if they get Luns. Pero will they get Luns? Ito na yung entry nila, Ramon. Oh!
Saan lang si Chris, pero Yobs on the headshot. Good double sa pagpasok sa site. Jake, saan lang ang loob ng FERVID. Pero si FERVID na ang mananaig. On the mid-third, galing kay Lance, he has saved FERVID in a 6-8.
6-8 ang situation. Almost worked for Momen's favor, pero FERVID just had the extra man and the extra firepower to eke out that round win. This time though, heavy HE use dito for Moment, they've been put in a mindset na no na magra-rush lang yan. So isugal natin yung mga HE natin, hagis natin into one area, but little do they know that only allows tong A7J to actually find out kung ilan yun nandito, no? And he's going to be accounting for the rotations paalis dun sa area na yun, no? So he counted 3, I believe, make that 4 nades being used dito by Moment. So he's gonna be calling for his teammates to pat somewhere na pwedeng maabuso yung lack of HE nades dito na Moment. They're gonna go back towards short. It's a split again, pero strong side short na naman.
And it's at a Moment na pressure din sila dun sa third. Mas nagpakita na nga dun si Lance kanina. So placed up on the extremity, kailangan makakuha ng early info ang Moment kung gusto nila maging handa laban sa FERVID on the site. Ang daming damage because of the nade, pero a good flash, it's not enough! A lineup para kay Yobs, 3 ang mauubos sa FERVID. Pero nakadikit pa sila, lalo na't nahabol ni Lance tong si Yobs. And he's just waiting for the swing, good timing on the shot. A second para kay Lance, Justin on the headshot, pero A7J is at the right place, at the right time. 7-8 for FERVID.
Munti ka pa maklas yun na Moment, pero butin lang yung ikot ni A7J actually saved them that round. Nandun na yung crosshair ni Justin, I think it was. Pero sakto lang din yung dating at yung preparedness dito ni A7J. They're gonna go towards the strat that they actually did earlier, and it might actually end up the same way with a win.
This is the strat na kung saan sila na DR kanina, pre. At ngayon gagana. Ngayon, mauulit into a round that finally will convert para sa FERVID as they cut off the rotate. And they put Lance in a position sa window na hindi talaga mapupuntirya ng Moment. Yobs lined up for the shot. At yung smoke bang lang para kay Hadj. Sasapat with that M40. No nerf needed. 8-8 nakahabol ang FERVID.
Grabe, quick snap of a finger and FERVID just caught up to a Moment. We thought it was working for a Moment, pero the explosiveness dito ng FERVID, the stubbornness to just do it over and over again, trust the blind call, no? Para silang kabayong nasa racetrack, they have their blinders on, just looking forward. And with the right timing, with the right, say, momentum, FERVID can just snowball into the site. Another ace split. Kanina umagana sa Moment yung depensa, pero ngayon parang hindi na, pero Chris is gonna get one.
Flashed on in as well. Colt ng labas. Parang go kid lang! Chris with a 3K! Maulit pa ata kanina, pero A7J will get the 2K para balik lang sa FERVID. Pero na-drop yung C4 dun sa LA. Kailangan ding mahanap yung nag-rotate na Moment. Double util out. Mababasag si Lance down to low HP. Where does this go para sa FERVID? Hindi na lamang ko yung objective.
Oh! Nalaman si A7J. Now, they can take him out, and they do. Leaves Lance all alone. Pero mali yung gamble ko na mo. Why are they going B? They think they... Well, he does have the time, pero you're just giving him the space to let that AWM run rampant, no? Going for the long flank, I like the idea, pero what if makasalubon na si Lance? Lance can tuck in dito sa may alley. Caught out. Ayun, there's one.
Isa pa. At di yata niya alam na makasama niya dito si MDY, ano? So, nag-okay ng galaw. One tap from the Colt at dahil alam niyang bukas na bukas yung A. Pusin niya yung oras. Balik siguro sa B.
It's like watching CFBL all over again. Everyone is rotating all around the map. Nakita ko na tong round na to. It's the same plan spot pa. But different scenario, no? Yung GR yung galing din sa may waters. Pero it's going to be the BL side ni Lance. Holding it from afar. Has that Arctic to play with. May util pa si MDY. Will he have the conscience to use it? Mukhang wala.
Sinaniba ni Goken ang katawan ni Lance and gets the 2K clutch. Timeout para sa Momen Esports. Alam nila that their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, they're really struggling. Earlier, it was a breeze, pero after the small technical issue on their side, I believe, nawalan na ng angas yung galawan dito ng Moment. So, I feel like the timeout is okay placed. I would assume na gagawin nila earlier, pero now that they're back against the wall, they're gonna try to take it all the way sa may OT. And with this kind of, sabihin nating situation, it's really a gamble, no, this timeout. They don't have any room for error for it. FERVID can just do something crazy again. Like maybe ulitin nila ulit yung split, no? Tapos ulitin ulit nila yung split. I mean, we've seen them do crazy things, pero maybe pag-throw ng curveball dito sa A7J at yung timeout dito ng Moment para lang sa wala, no? Ayaw mangyari sa kanila, pero if you're talking about timing dito ng tactical timeout, it's a bit too late in my honest opinion.
For sure, pare. At least, nalala nila meron eh, no? But, one round na lang para matapos yung Black Widow nyo. And very impressive to make it this close against your enemy map pick. It's good. It's good to see that Momen Esports may pampalag pa laban sa FERVID eh, no? But is it really at the perfect time na nag-timeout sila eh, no? Siguro may niluluto silang sarili lang strat, may panggulat laban sa isang FERVID, but remember, sila ang nasa loob ng GR side ito, so you don't really have a lot of opportunities na bago sa loob ng Black Widow. Maybe a long A push na pwedeng i-call dito sa loob ng Momen. That's been something na medyo expected mo after a timeout sa ilang mga teams dito sa loob ng region. So, what else? What else do you have in the bag kung ikaw ang Momen kung gusto mo to i-extend to OT?
I mean, double tier G, Vapor, gumala kanina. Yung Vapor, di ba? House B, hold that. A1 mo lang sa kanya yung House B, and then just play 2-2 sa may mid and then sa side A. You're good to go. No? Eh, okay lang naman mag-reuse dito ng stats because it's just a matter of mahuhulaan mo kung tama yung gagawin nila or sasakto ba yung default na ginagawa natin para makapita sa ginagawa nila. Ganun lang naman kasi pinaka-usapan dito kapag early round and mid round din. No? So when you take away or rather you secure at least a trade in one area, or even better, get out and then try to get that 4v2 or something similar, right? Like a 4v2, something similar is really great for a team to handle those types of situations. And if you're Moment, no, gumana yung Vapor kanina. Yung TR, double TRG, na. So, maybe get that same default sa GR side going. Or if you don't wanna go the Vapor, maybe do what FERVID did ng GR side nila. Push one lane at hulihin nyo sila from the back.
Maybe something na, makapaggulat nga naman laban dito sa FERVID. But Moment are running out of options, running out of time. Still, as you mentioned nga naman, pwede nga naman nilang makaulit na ilang mga nagamit nila kanina. But they have to make sure that they do it and it works, pare. Kasi kung hindi, wala na yung oras para lang ma-extend yung Black Widow game na to. The map pick of FERVID is still alive and well. And with Chris hitting the shot like that, it's possible with the 1-0.
Sabi na eh. Why do I get these calls right, Ramo? It boggles my mind that I said they're gonna go for the Vapor play and they did go for the Vapor play. That may counter tayo yun na pre-predict kong plays. For today, I think I predicted 4 plays already. Long A push, right? And then it worked out 2-for-1. Make that 5, di ba? So, maybe the OT isn't play na dito. But what I'm really confused about is why is the C4 going or sitting still dito sa water side? Parang gusto niya talagang bawian to sa MDO. He kind of feels the shotgun tingle dito sa may House B. And if A7J falls here, malalang problema to.
Narinig ba?
He has the C4. Pwedeng hanapin dito. Ready yung flash si Justin. If they go for the aggressive play, this could be really bad for FERVID. Naka-ready na?
Siguro rin si
yan.
E7J.
The
And it's
tension.
ballsy.
They just smoked it. Okay, they went for the safety. And with that, no, this just allows, no, MDY to literally sit still and just worry about House B and not everything else. Papaporotate dito si Justin. Gagalaw itong short and they're gonna get the trade. Pero will that convince A7J to go towards B or babalik siya sa tropa niya, pupunta sila A?
Most importantly, will that convince itong si MDY na mag-rotate? Kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi pa siya gumagalaw at doon pa pupunta ang FERVID. Isang tao lang ang kailangan ng tingnan at yan ang Viper.
Oh my
Pati na rin si
goodness.
Justin. So this will be FERVID. That is
Oh my
damage on the
goodness.
side. MDY sinapugan sa mukha pero A7J hindi. Papasok pa rin sa site. Duguan
Wow.
na sila at si Yobs ang lilinis dyan. Extra rounds para sa Moment at FERVID. Isang shotgun lang sinapat ni MDY.
Okay, that's on me. I called the perfect strat for them and they showed it on the screen. Why are they listening to me in the first place? I don't know. It boggles the mind talaga that I predicted like 5 rounds already. Hindi pa, I mean, kasama din yung timeouts from the Wolves game. Pero 5 rounds, guys. Bilangan na yung counter. Pero yeah, I feel like that was the perfect play dito para sa ating Moment team. No? You put the Viper sa House B, hayaan mo lang maglaro sa MDY, bigyan natin ng konting security with Util. Tapos pag nahagisan ng util, Justin can rotate. Tauhan natin yung short, tauhan natin yung mid, and then just call it a day, no? Even if may tumumba sa A, may fast rotate tayo sa stage, may fast rotate tayo sa door mid, and then we still have the security of that possible B late lurk, no? And it's good. Gumana. They even did the LA push kanina, di ba? That's why naging 4v5 dito ang FERVID. So, Moment, they got it in them. They can think straight about the game. It literally is just FERVID playing erratic CROSSFIRE at the moment. No? Hindi natin malaman kung ano yung gagawin nila. Pero if you can somehow stop them from just bulldozing one area, courtesy of the Vipers sa House B specifically, then you will get them off guard and you can possibly get a rounds versus them, which Moment did. No, my thing right now to answer or like question for Moment is, do you have the same thing that can counter yung S-push dito sa split, right? Kasi kung nagagawa nyo kanina, pero ngayon hindi nyo nagagawa, what's the difference, right? Was there a change? Is it positioning? Is it the guns? Or is it maybe you just need to be more proactive, like an LA push yung kailangan, di ba? Yun yung kailangan nila i-figure out ngayon, not just for Moment, but for both teams.
Could be one or the other, could be all of everything at the same time, pare. Pero sila lang makakapagsagot nun. At dito sa OT natin malalaman kung sino ang makakapanalo. No? And so far for Moment, the biggest question in my mind as well is that if you're gonna do the same thing naman, kung malilinis ninyo yung post-plant ninyo, how are you gonna do it nga naman, di ba? Kasi there is no question, nakakapasok sila sa site. Pero will the tendency of over-aggressing kind of catch up to them? Kasi ganito yung nakikita natin from Impact, no? Na malapit pero it goes a little bit too far. Nakakapag-uti ang kalaban tapos biglang in the best moments na pwede nga makuha ng Moment, they falter because of a few mistakes here and there, pare. No? Now is their time to kind of step up para dun sa moments na yun. As Moment Esports now forcing OT laban sa FERVID. And if I'm not mistaken, pare, this is the first OT in the regional qualifiers.
It is the first OT. Look at that replay, no? Flashbacks of Adrian versus Execration na umabot din ng OT. That game was a game to watch talaga, no? Shoutout Adrian, the number one, for me, number one shotgun user sa Brazil. That guy is a pain to deal with. For a moment, they switch it up. Hindi na mag-short. Mali yung gamble ng FERVID pero sa A7J, he's sniping. And Receiver, he gets nothing.
Yun lang. Lumawan sa nilang beat at mapapatay pa si A7J. Two of the callers gone and Yobs is taking over. That's 2 kills para sa kanya. Nakapasok na ang Moment. Isa makapag-plant, sure, pero at least this gives a lot of time para makonsider yung post-plant. Yobs gets the 3K. Ubos si DC Hatch na lang. Ang bago magiging 5th man, kailangan ubusin ang lahat na nasa loob ng site. Gets the post plant they're looking for, and Yobs is taken down. Pero 1 versus 2 para kay Haj. Has to be shown para sa bagong 5th man. Sa bagong i-commit ng FERVID na siya nga ang next dito sa loob ng FERVID. Nakapasok na sa site. And si Chris, drop shot lang. Mapapatay si Haj. 10-9. MOMEN Esports get into the site.
They got helped by the old switcheroo dito, Ramon, no? Dalawa yun nandun sa S. Pagdating dito ng FERVID, wala na silang tao sa site. They literally had to do that in a 3v5 pero naubos na sila dun sa window B. Trouble sometimes. They're gonna do the same approach and Dracifer, tatanim siya dito sa may water sa dulo pero then again, that is a long rotate. If you're going to trap them towards CB, sure. Pero ang problema no, pupunta ba ng mid tong moment or will they just favor the time, do the impact regular play na let's burn some time then go straight into one area, and seems like they're going to go straight into one area. Not much time burnt. Tatlo yun nandito for FERVID.
Match. Contact in. Hindi na trade ni Dian. Jake with a double kill. As A7J now the sniper. All pressure on him. Isa mapipilas pero Yobs ang bilis ng sagot. MOMEN Esports another bulldoze papasok sa A side. Si Dracifer na lang ang natitira, pero sinira ang boses. Wala nang masasagot ang FERVID. MOMEN Esports go back to back again.
And once more, no, tama naman yung call sa short, pero the rotation ni Dracifer, ang layo. He was the last man alive. They're gonna go for the LA push. Apat sila nandito. Ready ang moment.
4-man? At talaga mauubos sila dun. FERVID nag-gamble sa LA. At sila ang pumaldo. That's a double kill para kay D. MD na lang ang natitira. And with the HK, he does get the shot kay D, pero there's a lot of work to the two hardest hitters sa loob ng FERVID. Iniisa-isa lang ni MD, pero lands. Good on the shot. From sniper to rifler, he gets the 10th round para sa FERVID.
Pero grabe, no? Ready din naman yung moment. Kinula lang sila na tao, in fairness. And to be fair, the HK wall banks dun sa may big box actually helped the FERVID out a bit. Walang cover dito para sa side na moment yung laban na yon. Pero to be fair, no, if you were going to be giving a winner in that first half ng ating overtime, it has to be MOMEN, no? They got the right reads twice. And now I'm just excited makita kung paano i-deal ng FERVID yung problem sa HB, because they need to know kung Vapor ba yun nandyan. There are solutions, no? You can go towards door mid, split yung B, sipitin yung house B from two ends, or simple as that, no? Go straight into the split back to A, or just, you know what? Let's just go 5-man LA. Ganoon na lang, simplihan na lang natin. Still, it's going to be a conversation for FERVID anong gagawin nila, pero right now, they're in the back foot kasi nakita natin yung mga solutions sa moment and they were damn good solutions. Now we need damn good answer from FERVID.
For sure, pare. Yung gantong sort of 50-50 calling no? While albeit free-flowing, it's still a new thing para dito kay A7J. Nakasanayan nga niya na merong sort of third-person perspective, no? At yun yung nakawala ngayon, kaya medyo adjustment period na ulit para sa FERVID. You're going through a sort of period na ngayon na dapat nga silang makasanayan yung ganto na sila na nga yung gumagawa ng decision nila, at they don't really have that person to kind of hold them back kapag masyadong mainit yung sitwasyon. So really a very awkward situation para dito sa FERVID. And you can kind of tell from those pushes dun sa B kung saan yung shotgun na naging kalaban nila, as well as yung napipila sila dahil nga naman sa split push dito from MOMEN. It's kind of hitting them hard, not only in the mental game, pero kumbaga parang nauubusan sila ng ideas kung paano nga nawawala yun. And that's kind of where I'm looking towards the coach, kung meron nga siyang pwedeng maibigay sa akin na fresh ideas, pero wala ngayon Kaya dito nagmamatter ngayon yung sort of perspectives na pwedeng makuha dito na FERVID, but they don't really have that in their system this time around.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the mental for this situation, I would assume that most of them are still keeping their cool. Pero in terms of like situational analysis na okay, ano pwedeng gawin? Doon tayo iikot ng iikot Ramon. Like, okay, meron, nagawa natin yung kanina, pwede ulit natin gawin, and it's going to be the same cycle. Nagawa natin to kanina, pwede ulit natin gawin. Nagawa natin to, it's the same cycle over and over. And then may biglang hihint yan, oh wait, ibahin natin. Pero still the same. Right? It's the same bread in a different wrapper. So, how do you figure this out if you're FERVID? Someone has to step up, not just mechanically this time, but someone has to change the rhythm sa calling. Nakita natin na outread ng onti dito si A7J. If that continues to happen, it's going to be a problem. 2 runs sila kailangan ng moment to get or steal away the Black Widow ng FERVID.
Ooh.
And instead of the Vapor, they 3-stack. I like this.
Yeah, sabi mo nga, no? Same pero may onting diferensya. And instead of a gun, it's an additional man sa loob lamang ng BA. Like this in a way na, you don't have the shotgun pero the trading is still ever present para sa moment. Pero masama nga lang doon, mas lalabot na depensa on one side. Kaya kita mo, walang nag-ingay doon sa B. Bumalik agad dito si Chris.
The important thing is ihawak-hawak dito ni Chris yung possible na split galing sa dorm mid at yung dalawa dito sa A halinhinan in terms of holding S and holding LA, no? Kinakabahan ako ng kay Justin, baka makita yung model niya through the door. Pero with the way that it's looking like for FERVID, they still have 3 sets of util dito. They can simply just go for the split. Pero this is just a test. Are they gonna commit to it? Mukhang back out muna. They can split towards B naman. Pero look at that. May tao sa pintuan, may tao dun sa may hagdanan ng win A. If they commit to this, it has to be dangerous. Pero C4 is very far.
Few traps here and there, pero that tells me that they're still gonna end on that B site. Yobs with 1 and a second para kay Yobs. They only took 1 man to dismantle the fake, pero A7J nakapasok pa rin sa site. Patay ang super sub. 2 versus 4 retake. Momen have all the numbers in the world.
Oh, ipit na ipit sila. Di lumalaban. Tumbay. 7 na lang. And he falls as well. They tried the fake. Pero when you commit members dun sa kabila and you're left with just 2, you expect that 4-pack to have at least more than 2 kills. Isa lang napitas. That puts FERVID in the disadvantage. And this time around, nothing pa yung nabibigay na sagot dito ng FERVID sa ganitong klaseng default ng Momen. They can still do it the same time.
They get set point as well, pare. 1 point para makuha yung upset sa favorite map ng FERVID. I don't think it's just exclusive to FERVID. No? Everybody knows how to play this Black Widow, but Momen are showing us that this is a map that you could use up against a top team. They're showing the layers upon layers of it. 4 people around this A-set extremity, pare. If this is a gamble, or if this is not a gamble, hindi ko alam kung anong tawag dito, no?
Tawag yan, sugal. Palita na nga sila. Oh, look at the H-Bars!
Look at the nade! And it works out para kay A7J!
Oh!
MD and Jake! They get 2! Mahold pa rin na ng depensa!
Wow!
Inaapas ni Justin! At wala na! Ang FERVID pinugutan na ng ulo! Momen Esports! They get the set 1 upset!
And that was off of multiple delays, a hard-fought battle. Momen, no? Surprising us. The Impact team took down the map pick of number 4 from Masters. Wow. This is such a surprise to me because I did not expect Momen to actually make it that competitive. I expected it to be competitive talaga, pero to get the win and to have such smart plays, Ramon, to come out of their arsenal, very, very amazed now from the Impact boys, the former LJC. They just grown a lot. No? Ang dami na experience, and I think sinabi ko na to kanina when we were starting, FERVID is the perfect team to fight against Moment because it just explains that the Moment system, we're gonna do it again and again. Meanwhile, sa FERVID, we're gonna try different things. And then stability favored is the winner over the variance, no? And that just means that you need to just be stable and just trust the call and not be too erratic about it.
For sure, pare. I mean, a life game coming through para kay Yobs as well as superior calling as well. Galing dito sa loob ng Momen Esports with a sub nonetheless, pare. They take out one of their secondary callers in a rookie that they gambled all their eggs dito sa loob lamang ng FERVID matchup, but it worked out in the end, pare. Mukha nga namang nakakapanood nga ng EWC, mga players natin on Moment, kasi we've been seeing a few glimpses of what the Vepr can do, of what the superior calling as well can do, from sniping coming forward para dito kay Chris. I mean, it's a treat to watch yung impact team na ito, and to consider as well that this is one of the only opportunities para may pakita yung pangalan nila on the main stage up against a top 4 team as you mentioned. Talaga nga namang they made the most after their opportunity. And this sets them 1-0 laban sa FERVID ngayon na albeit may mga technical difficulties pa rin no? At wala na nga yung coach. There's still a really strong team just because of the player quality and the names behind it.
Yeah, the only problem is that they just toss the dice into the air and just listen to whatever it says. No? The magic 8 ball of CROSSFIRE Philippines, I would say, they just shake and whatever shows up on the 8 ball, yun yung gagawin nila. You cannot do that against a team that actually takes note of what you do, no? And I'm going to be concerned about how they play moving forward in support because thinking about it, Port is going to be a much more limiting map. Instead of short, instead of door mid, instead of like a house B, C, B plays at LA, you're limited to 3 lanes. And it's just you going back and forth dun sa 3 lanes na yun. You're going to have a hard time dito if you're FERVID, and you're going to be doing the same idea dito sa Black Widow into Port. And for Momen, you stole the map pick away from FERVID. Now time to go to your hometown, and well, they better be damn prepared dahil they can take the 2-0 any time of the day.
Yeah, for sure, pare. And again, a life game coming through para kay Yobs. 25 kills for the youngster. He wants to get back into the main stage, and he is doing just that with the game that we have on our hands. Momen Esports, as you can see, it's not just because there's a strong team individually. Everybody is working their magic, lalo na nakita mo yung first half nila, yung mga pushes nila dito sa split, yung A site na parang wala kang makita masyadong presence dito from Lance as well as from the support na nakikita natin from anybody who's an anchor on that site. This is because Momen Esports have been kind of doing these layers at nako-confuse tuloy yung FERVID. Paano nga naman nila masasagot yung mga split pushes ng Momen Esports?
Yeah, it's really, sabi natin, anything you do, I can do better. Sinabi dito ng Momen. And with that set, sabi natin, Yobs, actually the main contributor for this win, 25. A7J not shy, contributing 21 as well. Pero si Dracifer talaga, taking that role of being the support dito sa FERVID actually took its toll. And lucky he turned into a budget MC with his performance. MD, super sub, sure in the first rounds, pero I mean, he's the MVP for me for forcing the overtime for si Yobs talaga, nagbuhat with the multi-kills, 1.47 KD, a kill per round or more, and possibly the highest headshot per kill I've seen today in the 2 matches that we have, 0.76. Doesn't survive all that much because, scoreline's 13-10, pero still, set MVP natin, taking away the map pick of FERVID, Black Widow.
Exactly, pre. I mean, in 25 kills, he gets 19 headshots. That is just crazy to see para sa isang Yobs na matagal nga nag-grind into Impact. Now, he makes his presence known. FERVID down 0-1 at may chance pa sila makabawi sa port, pero yan ay ang bahay at bangko ng mga nasa loob ng Momen Esports. Makikita ba natin kung makabawi sila? Malalaman natin yan pagkatapos ng break. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El, at magbabalik ang regional qualifiers. Welcome back mga kaibigan. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang regional qualifiers on its first day. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko pa si El. At ratratan lang ang nakita natin sa buong naging Black Widow game na yun. We're moving on into the port map, ang bahay ng MOMEN Esports. While FERVID are not unfamiliar sa teritoryong to, magkaiba ang level na nakikita natin na expect natin sa preyong to, considering the mentality coming in makatapos sa Black Widow, pre.
Feel like the mentality for after Black Widow lost dito sa Vervid is I sabihin na GG go next, pero it seemed like it for me with how they were trying to move around the map. They only got serious when it came down to the overtime. No, when they were running down the BL strats, I didn't feel Fervid being Fervid. No, they were not thinking about it perfectly. They were just trying to wait for some miracle to happen again, and then just going kapag wala talagang bumibigay. No, for Port, if Moment played that kind of game sa Black Widow, then I assume it's gonna be a double down na mas malinis yung laruan nila dito. Kasi nga, mapick nila, and number two, mas limitado yung options dito for the BL side. No? So if, for example, Fervid started to go on to the GR side first, then okay, makita natin kung ano yung pwedeng gawin dito ng Moment sa BL. Pero once the side swap, no, I feel like GR side Moment has a better chance of closing this out. And it really depends on if they can match the tempo na binigay kanina ni Fervid sa Black Widow coming into port.
Yeah, and I also kind of double check na rin, albeit outdated stats kasi this was yung group stage stats na ng Fervid nung summer. Pero they don't really have the best sort of win rate dito sa port map na to. No? If you go back to the wins, the only win that they had was up against Virtus Pro. One of the only few wins that they've had. Pero other than that, pare, medyo up and down yung mga naging port map nila nung summer. No? So now that they also don't have a coach, this could be a good thing or a bad thing para sa Fervid sa loob ng mapang to. But so far, because of what Black Widow has happened, I'm kind of leaning towards the negative, no? To be completely honest with you. So, hindi naman siguro mentality thing, as you kind of mentioned. I think they just need to approach this fresh if you are Fervid at the end of the day.
Yeah, you have to approach it fresh. You have to approach it with a clear mind. Let's see if they still have that after a long delay from the scheduled time to game. All the way to the last, no? Fervid is going to be starting on the favored side, no? But I don't think that's going to be any consolation for them because the moment alam natin na kaya nilang biglain, no? If there's anything to be learned o mapulot dito sa Wolves kanina, madali lang mag-port, no? Since it's their favorite map. Pero now that we see a difference in approach, Fervid try to act. Oh, wait lang. Like Wolves, he kinda knows how to deal with it na. Throw a nade. Come on, testing nyo.
Try mo lang, no? O kaya magtawag ka ng tropa. Wala yung tropa, pre. Si David na nagtatawag ng isa pang katropa ay nasuntok lang ni Goliath sa loob ng CA na yan. Bit of an adjustment no? Si A7J na yung nag-hold dito sa CA. Usually, Dracifer is gonna be the one holding that position. So, it does feel like Fervid have a little bit of their salt sa loob lamang ng map na to.
Yeah. Man down, still fine. That overcommitment dito sa LA banda is gonna bite back if mahuli dito yung dalawa. Pero hindi ko mag-cut tong Moment sa CA. So they're gonna lose the chance. A minute remaining and the C4 is going dito pa B or pa A. Indecision, Ramon. Moment got the winning formula pero nalimutan agad yata nila. Di nila nasulat.
Nga, no? Di rin siguro na double check. Na-need pa nga tong si Chris and it already boils into the push. Dracifer, mapapatay lang. Yobs on the second. He's been sharp. Tight ng Black Widow. And that's an open entry into the B-side. Kaso may delay. Thanks to the nade Lance. Hindi tumama. Makapag-plant ng Moment. Yobs. His timing. And Lance gets the second as well. Iisa lang si Justin. At mapupunteria lang siya ni A7J. It was close. Nakapasok sila sa site. But FERVID Esports still win the round.
Yeah. Albeit it's a consolation in how they got the control, no? Moment, parang they're really trying to figure out the inner workings ng FERVID dito sa ilang BL side. You're going to be seeing a lot more of that M4 compared sa EBR, no? I mean, right now, fair amount, no? 3 for 3, I would say. The HKs are still there even for the HK players, D and Yobs, pero kahit not really an HK favored map, if you can make it work, you can make it work. Selvin nga, nag-HK dito kanina eh. So, ayan na natin, no? The balance changes dito sa mga baril natin still also affects our pros, no? Na they are trying to get the feel of what is the best case or best use case for each gun. Pero right now, Moment, this is what they do best. Wait lang tayo ng tao or wait lang tayo ng galawan ng util, tapos galaw tayo mga 1 minute 15, no? The typical impact strat that FERVID kind of knows. That's why they're taking forward the approach dito sa may House B, and the rest of them are just ready to be fighting sa may LA and sa may mid.
Makes me think na mga binago ba yung FERVID sa naging position nila? Kasi Tracer front face forward, doon pa lang mas may store B kasama ni D. Pero usually very lenient sila sa pagbigay ng LB to kind of favor a more structured approach dun sa may mid. Pero this time, MOMEN Esports have the liberty of getting yung choice nila, and instead of going to A, mukhang LB na. Big test para dito kay Dracifer, A7J. Yung hindi niya na-clear si Justin. Nice timing onto him. Papatay lang ang IGL. Yobs clearing every corner dito sa store B, at si D na-expect na agad ni Yobs, and he continues with a double kill. Papasok ang Momen na flash si Hadj. Nag-spray lang dyan. Nakadalawa pa siya. Tabla sa numero. Pero si Hadj ang mananaig. That's 3 para sa bagong 5th man. At si Justin na lang in a 1v2. Drop yung C4 at susunod si Justin. 2-0 for FERVID. They're back to their winning ways.
Back in their winning ways courtesy of 2 big plays coming in from Luns and Harsh on each of their rounds respectively. This time Luns medyo aray dun sa pot shot sa kanya, down. So I think that's 10 or 15 HP. Yeah, exactly. And with the setup dito ng FERVID, I mean, it kind of works, but it does not really when Momen has had their time to regroup, no? Gumagana ko tong ginagawa ng FERVID kapag maaga gumalaw ang kalaban, pero kapag late na, mga 115, mga 50 seconds, siya palang gagalaw together tong Momen, eh hindi na siya effective. Courtesy lang talaga ng mga heroic plays dito ni Hadj ni Lance, kaya nananalo ng round ng FERVID. Pero this time around, no, baka agahan ng Momen yung galaw nila, a CA take most likely. And look at that, Lance ready to receive even though low HP at CA7J, haharapin niya yata yung CA.
Para moment na pwede pa mag-split dito ang Momen, at kapag narinig ng FERVID ang split, dyan nanginginig ata ng mga katawan eh, no? But still, flash on in, and Jay clearing every corner. This is good util game para sa Momen, pero para kay Hadj, magandang spray lang yan. Nakapasok na si Jake, good spray onto Hadj as well, dropping into the FERVID defense. And again, isa na makapasok dun sa top A, yung C4 na drop pa nga, si Chris hinheadshot niya si D. Kaya dapat mapatayin lang yung top A player, and they do so, patay si Dracifer, 1v1. And it's Lance up against Yobs. Lance is yet to die in this position. Si Yobs ang pinakamainit ng Black Widow natin. May masisirang record ngayon. Sino ang kakagat? Si Lance ba? O si Yobs? Kapag pa na C4, hindi tumama yung flick! The first death for Lance! The first round for Momen!
What a play there for Yobs, though. He kind of just took the timing. And the CA take, I like it. Si Exec medyo alanganin. There were a bit of oversteps dito for both teams, pero you gotta just credit whoever dinked tong si Lance at the start of the round, no? Capitalize dito yung fate niya in that round number 3. And once again, we go back into the lullaby. That is the early round ng Momen. FERVID, wala sa genes nila na mag-asim kaagad no? Yung mga early push sa house B na sasagarin hanggang court. Pwede sa LA, bigyan mo lang ng flash, pero pag ginawa mo kasi yun, mabibigay mo yung mid position eh. Pwedeng ma-splitan, and just like that, no, kapag nag-LA push sila, in that same exact scenario na namatay si Haj, open, both B at A. So, butin lang, the self-control there for A7J to stop poking and prodding na malalim dito sa LA, but still, managed to get the jump na kayang gawin ni Bipolar. He's gonna go in with a flash, pero oh my goodness! Nauluhan lang siya. And the 5v3 for Moment, let's see them not mess this up this time.
Nasampal. Takala mo, free space na yon para kay A7J. Hindi pare. Momen Esports locked in na ulit into a 5v3. Patay yung CA, patay na din yung mid. And they gamble. Yung pagbukas ng trying to hold that B-side space. Tracy Fer with the shot into a 2K as well. Pero yung bawi ni MDY at Justin nasaktuhan with just 2 kills. Di na lang ang natitira. And he has read the wrong thing dito pare. Yung kalan lang nasa B, nasa A-site na pala.
There we go. Moment slowly warming up dito sa ating port map, no? Literally like the oil tankers that are on the port dito sa map, ano? Mga nakadango. Matagal pa gisingin yung mga makina ng mga yan, no? Giselle as they may be dito sa BL side nila. Once they get started, it's hard to stop them. Makita mo, pinaka sa larin si Yobs. With the first pick, expect the second, not quite, trade all goods, tanggal yung mainit, pero si D, looking at him, no? Not gonna be finding kill just yet. 3v3 tayo Ramon, low naman si Haj, so favoring the HP for the side of Moment pa rin.
And medyo torn ako kung kasalanan ba ni A7J yon, since he had the nade out and the worst timing, as well as medyo relaxed ata yung hold nila dito sa mid, kaya nagkaroon ng space dito ang Moment. Still a 3v3. Tiguan si Haj dito, so definitely no question kung sino yung advantageous ang position. And he already expected yung LA push, kaya Moment will just rush in a nade. Damage pa si Haj doon, damay ang katawan ni Haj.
Lansa naman.
Napatay ng isa, pero Lansa natitira 1v1, and it's Justin again who has to win up against the sniper. Lots of time to pick up the C4, pero what is the choice para dito kay Justin?
Dami. Does he A, go towards curve? Does he just go for the plant or rotate? Sobrang safe naman ang ginawa ni Lance dito. At mukhang baka mabasa niya pa nga si Justin. Pero nah, just goes up the stairs. Checks every single possible angle, no? Tapos tanim. There we go. Force him to come to you and make the 1v1 in your favor. AK versus, I believe that's a TRG.
Gonna go for it. Same angle, pero Lance now given a second chance. Justin now decides to play more close pare. At sa exit, medyo 50-50 pa to sa parehong ang kupunan. Lance deciding to now reset into BR. But it's running out of time pare. Kailangan makapasok si Lance to win this clutch. 9 seconds. Labas ang ult na panalo niya yung Justin fight. And Lance will probably have time. And I think he does pare. He barely does. Lance being the savior. This time he wins the clutch.
With a spot open in the sniper leaderboards dito sa Crossfire C. Lance is about to move up 1 rank, courtesy of the X Factor being away for personal reasons. So far, siya yung pinaka-carry dito ng FERVID. And courtesy naman no, sa kanya, it's Porta. He has the angle that he needs to hold. And the team is utilizing him very well. No? Even na kahit ma-low siya early in the round, he plays so safe but still gets kills. And that's how a prime sniper should be acting dito sa mapang to. Moment on the opposite hand, no? It's been a team effort so far. Maganda yung nagagawa nila dito, mga entry, mga execute, but the time that it takes for them to to get into the site, no? Yung paggalaw nila dito, yung paglakad nila palapit sa mga site natin, nababagalan ako. Nakaka-set up yung FERVID doon. At siguro, kung populiduhin lang nila yung galawan na to, o bibilisan ng onte, pwede nilang magulat yung FERVID na sa ngayon nagbibigay ng space dito sa mid. Have control of full B. Pero the C4 on the way pa lang yung parcel. Straight up 5-man execute. I feel like that's Chris holding sa may Z. Baka mag-late flank na lang siya, Ramon. Pero yung execute padating na, that's for sure.
Kaya nga. Definitely no delay para sa moment ngayon as the nades come out. At no doubt, papasok sila sa site D. Eventually, the golden headshot is perfect. Pero Justin nakabawi pa with a 1-for-1. And that's a lot of damage from Dracifer. Hindi niya mapatay yung nagpa-blood. Justin reconvenes in time. At yung flank galing sa FERVID.
Ay,
wala ng
piso!
pisa. Lalo na't mapapatay lang yung nasa likod ng site. It's all on A7J. Justin, the 3 times that he clutched. 50-50 yung lagay. At mukhang hindi na 50-50. Kasi ngayon 100% si Justin sa panalo niya kay A7J. 3-3 tabla para sa moment.
Para tayo nanonood ng popcorn na niluluto. Sa una, wala pang naputok-putok na kernels, pero pag uminit na yung mantika, sabay-sabay silang nagisisi sa bugan. Speaking of sabugan, sasabog na dito si Dracifer at si Lance on different areas of the map. 5v3, susunod pa si D.
Oh, they're trying to get the trades, pare. At si Yoms lang ang nananaig sa mga fights na Haj. A7J clears it with the 2K. Binawi pa ni A7J yun. Angelito, you're an angel. Sent the 4 FERVID. But you have to still win the round, pare. All the effort. Now throwing it into a CA push para kay A7J. At hindi alam ng moment to. Wala ng coach at wala na ang IGL. A7J down, si Haj susunod. That's Momen Esports brute forcing their way sa loob ng A-site.
Sabi sa'yo, Ramon, parang popcorn yung mga yan. Nakala mo yung 5v3, panalo na yung Momen. Wait lang, gawin natin 2v2. Ganun sila ka-hectic maglaro. Very, I would say, just explosive, no? Literal na popcorn sumasabog sa loob ng ano bang tao sila ng popcorn? Hindi natin alam, pero di ko rin alam anong ginagawa ni Chris. Ba't siya nakatingin doon diretso sa babahan ng mid? Pickle siya kay Haj. 4v5 dito for the side of Momen. Try to look for the delayed trade, pero pagbibigyan ba sila? I don't think so. Might just go for the straight execute na lang.
Yeah, na-dot na ipagbibigyan nila. Kita mo yung nades. That's really damage a lot, pero parang binabantaan lang nila ang moment sa pagpasok sa site. Here comes Lance. He's trying to get a shot in,
Bang.
but eventually he does. Tama sa ulo dito kay Justin.
Oh, Yobs.
Expected na sa lurk. Hindi tumama kay Dracifer, pero on the second rotation, he does it dito kay Dracifer. 4v3. C4 dropped. Kailangan ma-retrieve ito, pero Lance, isa siyang gatekeeper sa lang LA. Walang makakuha ng rotate. Walang makapasok sa site.
They have to do a sneaky ninja play para makuha nila yung C4. And enough naman dito yung manpower ng tropa natin sa FERVID. That's a perfect ninja. Never mind, I jinxed it. I'm sorry, Jake. Medyo nagkamali tayo na sinabi doon. Pero still, they have plenty of time. Yobs, securing the whole of Site B. Tama yung angle na hawak ni Lance, pero ang problema is pag tumumba or mahanap dito sa A7J na nag-iikot-ikot dun sa may CA, kaya sa Guardian, they can mess this round up. Pero mahuli si Yobs at assume ko na lang din na susunod na rin si Jake anytime now.
Ngayon, mamaya, bukas, hindi. Ngayon, para kay Lance to pick up that 3K. Multi-frag para sa sniper siya. Ang sabi natin, parang heart and soul ngayon para sa FERVID. Picked up 12 kills in 9 rounds of play in a 4-4 FERVID. Dumidikit sa Momen Esports.
Yeah, it's Lance and Nudge, yung talagang nag-step up ngayon sa support. It's not unfamiliarity for the squad of FERVID, pero this is a first time, Ramon. Diretso hanggang RS, patay si Hodge, and that's a split towards A from the EPC 7G.
E7J, nasa likod nila at sinasagasaan lang sa likod. Assassination successful para sa loob lamang ng FERVID, pero we still have to consider the numbers. 3 versus 2, napag-plant pa ng C4. Drazifer back into the AK-47. Patay si Justin. At siya dapat ang papatay sa lahat na nagro-rotate. In the 2v2, hawak sa loob lamang ng CA.
Oh!
Drazifer headshot na naman.
Oh!
Isa pa! Inisa lang ni Drazifer lahat sa moment. FERVID get a 5-4. They get the last laugh sa first half.
Yeah, usually that's how it goes, no? They get the last laugh in the first half, and then the second half, that's where things fall apart for them. It's the similar case dito, Ramon, for Black Widow. And sinabi ko nga, no, they got the better half, which is the GR side. Let's see them try to rely on Lance this time. Ngayon nasa BL na siya, let's try to see him find some picks. Ngayon na, tong moment, they're gonna challenge you, but not as 1, no? As at 3, as 4, or even not challenge you at all. Aantayin lang kayo pumasok sa site, tapos bigla na silang lalabas na para mga dagga. So, medyo problematic na ganito yung scoreline natin for FERVID na hindi sila nakalamang ng todo-todo. Pero still, a round lead is a round lead, no? And you gotta give kudos kay Hush din, siya kay Lance talaga, because they were dragging this team all across the scoreboard. First 2 rounds pa lang, no, si Hodge, si Lance, and then Moment had a bit of a comeback, pero every single time na may clutch attempt dito ang Moment, it was Lance to stop him, or stop them rather, at si Hodge to stop the initial approach nila sa mga sites. And if that works sa BL side, no, then we might see a map number 3, pero then again, this is Moment's map, at ayaw nila paukawalan to dahil nakuha na nila yung Black Widow kanina.
Yun nga, no? The only sort of chance na meron sila para maka-cause ng upset this early on in the tournament, pare. Moment Esports, an opportunity of a lifetime now. Gonna get the stronger side dito sa second half natin. And, you know, you already kind of touched upon it, eh, no? With a 5-4 sort of lead para sa FERVID. Oo, they have a lead. Pero the fact that it has cut this close kind of gives a lot of opportunity now para sa Moment to kind of work their magic on the GR. You know, there's something na naisip ko in the back of my head. Does Moment really win a lot of their GR sides dito sa support map? Because I'd argue, parang mas komportable pa nga sila dito on the BL side. Just off the top of my head, when I watch yung mga impact games nila whenever they play the sport game, eh, no? I think it does come down to how the sniping prowess just go para dito kay Chris. Usually, double sniper sila dito kasama dito si Skies. Kaso wala si Skies ngayon, eh, no? It's been the Yob show all throughout dito sa series natin, which kind of compensates dun sa lost si Skies. But then again, it's also a far cry sa kung ano na-expect natin sa Moment. So there's adjustments to be made para sa parang kupunan natin.
Yeah, it's really different this time na wala si Skies. I mean, if you think about it, it's really, really different for every single player because kanina we seen them rock the HKs and the EBRs. Ngayon, they've opened up, no? They softened up to the AK, to the M4. Talagang they really allowed themselves to explore and use those wallbang angles. Siyempre, di natin makalimutan yung replay from the previous half, no? How Drazifer just demolished 2 headshots in a row. Yung natitirang players ng Moment, and kinabahan ako for a second. Akala ko na snap na naman tong buong Moment, pero a bit of a pause for how they just want to set up isang CA, isang top A, and then tatlo dito around sa may B area, and then rotate around towards the big group. So, all goods for the side of Moment. This is how they usually operate. Talagang magtatago lang sila and just limit the amount of space na pwede makuha dito in the front of the site. Jake's ready for a flash para dito kay Yobs. Question is, makakuha ba si Yobs, no? If ever this is going to be the execute.
Yun nga, eh. Yobs really not holding you know, I'd say may palag pa rin naman sa wallbang ang HK na to, but definitely not an M4. Definitely not an M14. Still could do some damage dito sa B-side setup nila, but FERVID, di nga ata nila iniisip yung diretso sa B, eh, no? Kung papasok sila sa B, unahin mo na nila yung mid And MD, papatay lang ni Dinas si entry gun. Jake gets the spray down of his life. That's why you get the M14. Inubos ang Dracifer na to. Yobs on the 2K as well. At si Lance na naman na natitira. The last hope para sa Fervid. Gets the shot dito kay Yobs. Pero wala sa kanya yung C4. So maraming kailangang anihin na bigas para makabawi lamang dito sa Momen. Grenade damage. And good timing on the swing. Patay si Justin dun. Naging 1v1 pa nga. With the cult out.
What?
Lance, hindi niya kailangan yung pistol. Hindi niya kailangan ng coach. Si Lance lang ang kailangan. And that's the 6th round for Fervid thanks to Lance.
Grabe, parang namesake niya lang, no? Tinusok-tusok niya lang, parang parang Lance yung kanyang sniper dito. And that was on Moment talaga, no? They messed that one up. And they're gonna continue to mess up the rounds because after that pick na A7J, ransack na itong top A natin.
Confidence booster nga naman at diretso arangkada ang Fervid sa site. A7J nasa likod niya na at inubos ang rotate. Patay pa si Ubs dun. Fervid on a 7-4. Dire-diretso lang. Walang takot lalo na't wala na dito si Aris.
Now that's a timeout I would agree with, no? You mess up the 2v1, now you mess up the positioning sa mid, and then all of a sudden, tatlo na yung lamang dito ng kalaban nyo. Still, possible para sa side na Moment to make a comeback. The problem is though, you need to play tighter because someone on the opposite team is on fire, no? Namely, si Lance, no? If you manage to shut him down, I can see a few rounds going towards dito para sa side ng Moment. Pero malabo kasi hindi naman talaga pumapasok as entry. Yan sila. He's gonna be marking the flank. He's gonna be marking early picks lang. And if wala siyang ginagawa, he's just gonna be steady as a trade or marking an angle in the post plant, no? Sinabi ko na mas madali dapat to para sa side na Moment tong GR side. Pero with how they're trying to move, I feel like they're creating unnecessary risk. Kanina hawak nila yung C4. They still picked one by one. Akala ko double pick dapat yun, pero they gave room for Lance to make play and he did make a great play there. So now the timeout to just calm things down and talk about how they want to attack this defensive half, or rather, create opportunities in this defensive half. Dapat lang, no, na gatong oras sila mag-timeout. Kasi kapag nagtuloy-tuloy itong Fervid at sa 9 kayo nag-timeout, just might be a bit too late.
Might be definitely pare, pero it's a good time din para makapag-isip din yung Moment dito, especially after one hell of a winnable round dun sa game clutch Lance. Kind of need a reset right after that. Good call din para kay A7J. Para pop the breaks out pagkatapos nun, really caught yung Moment Esports off guard dun at hindi na sila nakapag-set up ng whatever sila defense they try to hold that in, no? So really a sort of way for Moment to not only disrupt din yung momentum, but it's also a good way para magkaroon din sa mas the thing about Fervid right now is now it becomes scary na hindi lang nagkakaroon ng sort of comparability ang Fervid sa loob ng court ko, but the fact they're also playing around Lance, not in a way that he's trying to carry the game, but he's been winning every clutch left and right. Scary for me kasi ibig sabihin nun, hindi na sila masyadong reliant on that sniper to try to get those openings. It's still a very, very deadly sort of attacker push na lagi nga naman nagiging weapon dito para sa Fervid. If that doesn't work, they usually have a clutch player to watch out for. Lance has been hitting every time.
Yeah, he's been absolutely getting the right, I wouldn't even say flick, no? Siguro sa muscle memory niya lang kung saan dapat nakatutok yung crosshair niya habang naka-unscope siya sa kanya TRG. Maybe that's why he hasn't made the swap yet, no? The movement, even though bumagal onte, still can deal the same amount of damage, no? I mean, preference lang siguro yan, pero ang pinaka-importante is that he's online, and how do you keep him in this form? Well, that's up to A7J to activate him, no? He's activated himself din naman na. So, parang just don't do something, just don't do a call na masyadong kikilabutan pati mga teammates mo, no? We go back into the game and we see ourselves back to the EBR para kay Jake. Pero embracing the M4 would be a 7J Dracifer. Straight for the CA take, and mabilis to, Ramon. Very much so.
Okay. Not even waiting for the first contact nun sa LA, pre. Dracifer wants to push forward. Justin, hindi niya alam kung sino unahin dun. Yung pag-drop ni Dracifer o yung pupush dun sa LA. Dracifer, nakapasok na sa top A. Mananatakot ng FERVID. Nice one tap from Yobs. But the damage has already been done. Makapagplata sila na C4. And Yobs trying to open the window. Another one tap para kay Yobs na naman. Maybe this is doable. But he has already spotted him out. And another one tap din para kay Lance Momen. Paubos na ang lay at nauubos na ang oras. It's now down to just Jake. Back on the M14 can do some magic. Pero sa paglabas niya dito sa exit, mauubos lang siya ni D ngayon. 8-4. Wala nang default. Diretso pasok lang sa A-site.
Oh my goodness, the timeout did not do anything for them. I thought it was gonna be closer. Nah, okay, it's not gonna be any time close. Ang Kara better get prepared dahil dire-diretso lang sila even with the trades. And it's Justin all alone.
At yung analogy na sinabi ko kanina, kapag yung aso tinanggalan mo ng tali, kailangan mong tumakbo. At ngayon naubos na ang moment. Si Justin na lang ang natitira. He's been clutch so far. Has gotten one up over dito kay Lance pero no 1v2. Sniper still active. Hadj also down below. Kailangan maganda.
Oh, wait
yung
lang.
papakita ni Justin. Ang ganda ng damage dito. And he even gets one dito kay Hadj.
Wow!
Dumaan si Lance. And Justin gets at it again. Nakaisa kay Lance kanina. And in a 1v2, Justin does it again.
Okay. Balik niyo muna yung Kara sa lansanan. Mamaya pa yan. We just witnessed a clutch go the way of Moment this time around. And I would assume FERVID to slow it down, take a chill pill. Pero after yung mga spam na yun, parang ganun lang din gagawin nila. They're just delaying the inevitable in their identity at this point in time, Ramon, no? And for Moment, I mean, nothing to do but to fight. Yung ginawa ng mga players nila, pero na-overwhelmed, no? So, gotta have to look at a sniper which Chris abandoned this time. Siguro, in-expect niya mag-rush lang sila mag-rush. Pero ngayon na wala kang sniper, walang pwedeng mag-check ng long angle. Sabi ko na, si Justin pwede, si Yobs pwede, si MD pwede, pero ang hirap kalabanan kapag si Lance yung na-champuan mo. So, buti na lang para sa Moment, mag-BB tong FERVID. Pero, testing lang to, wala pa silang dalang C4.
Smoke na din yung mismong kinatatayuan ng FERVID. So, parang binabantaan lang ang FERVID na nakatingin lang kami dito. Di nyo alam kung ilan kami sa site. Pero look at FERVID pare, no? Parang hindi nahihintayin yung lurk ni Lance. Kind of looks like there's something for util din. Para 50-50 yung site. Wala na kang util! Sila ang papasok dyan! Dracifer down pero ubos pa rin sila sa Moment! Yobs gets that 2K! And Lance, the contingency plan, the backup that they're looking for, inubos lang ni Justin dyan. Moment Esports, the gamble worked out sa B-site.
And the gamble on the ratty play dun sa box ng B, Regen, and the full rifle. No? The full rifle team play dito worked out perfectly for them. Now Chris is back on that TRG looking to find at least a kill. Possibly, ang inisip niya, babalik naman to ng LA with Justin holding his hand dito sa may CA at yung tatlo naka-ready sa may Z banda to potentially crunch a mid play or a bodega play, no? I like the way that Moment's playing this round out. Ready to fight early sa B kung uulitin nila and ready to support naman dito kay Chris just in case na mag-A. And the snowball effect ng FERVID reminds me of matches. Ganito sila gumalaw nung natalo sila sa... Ganito gumalaw matches nung natalo nila yung FERVID. And maybe A7J taking some identities.
Yes, the pivotal kill dito sa top A player as well. Lance on the headshot, overkill sa pagpasok sa site. D Checking every corner at nakita pa niya yung ba ni Justin. Inuubos ang moment sa pagpasok sa site. Almost a flawless round that Lance confirms it. To get set point para sa FERVID, ihanda nyo na ang angkara nyo. 1 puntos na lang doon patutungo ang FERVID.
It's either Ankara or 3 extra rounds dito by Momen. Pulled out of nowhere. Pero ngayon tumumba si Yobs. There's a trade for Jake. He makes it an equalizer. Possible pa to.
Especially with the kill dito kay Lance as well. MDY makes it possible sa mid-lurk niya. And A7J, instead of going to the side, papatayin na lang yung super sub. He does so with the M4. And a lot of time for this, pero 2 versus 2 pa sila early on. Chris peeks into it, and the gamble pays off again. A7J mapapatay. At hindi na lang ang pinakabatang prospect sa loob ng FERVID will have to make a 1v2 clutch work against Momen Esports.
Let's see how he tries to compartmentalize this map, no? Going towards sign A, pa-stairs dito sa top A. Malalaman kaagad siya dito. Ready to reply itong dalawa si Justin si Chris. They're gonna hear that smoke and that confirms na A na to and he's gonna be fighting forward, Ramon.
Risky as ever. From the young gun D, checking every corner. Alam niyang iikutan na siya ni Justin. Golden headshot. Gets the second! At sabi natin, warm up lang ang Black Widow para sa FERVID as they take the port map at pupunta tayo sa Ankara Decider.
Ankara it is, no? Sabi ko sa inyo, tabi niyo muna sa lansanan yung Ankara. Mamaya pa natin makita yan because FERVID, they did not slow down this time. Maybe it's the map, maybe it's the rhyme and the reason in how Lance is performing. Pero man, we are going to be needing an extra map for these two teams and what a bread and butter map tong pangatlo natin, no, Ramon. Is gonna be just what we expected if FERVID plays up to their standard. Wild Dogs nga, sinasabi natin, no, just going around rampant, especially to sila siya si Hodge and Momen. Few mistakes. Ganun lang talaga yung mistakes nila. Pero that's all FERVID needs to capitalize a map steal.
For sure, pare. And we kind of talked about din yung naging 5-4 ending para doon sa loob ng first half na yun. Kumbaga parang akala natin isang blanket na yun para sa isang moment to kind of further capitalize on the stronger side dito sa GR. Pero hindi no? Parang hindi nag-matter na mas dikit pa yung naging first half kasi doon sa second, yung FERVID pa yung naging BL, sila pa nagpakita na malaki ang pagitan nilang dalawa sa loob ng mapang ito no? At how it also works out in the end is also something very interesting na usually yung moment yung masasabi nating bahay ang naging port map na to. Pero nung sila naman, yun nasa loob ng GR, they were sitting ducks apart from a couple of good shots coming through para kay Yobs. Pero in the end, after that one round kung saan medyo na-fumble nila yung naging 2 versus 1 laban kay Lance, it all came downhill para dito sa Moment, pre. They need a reset sa loob ng Ankara.
Yeah, they really need a reset, just like how FERVID made this port their reset, no? So now it's one piece. I just want to really emphasize na kailangan ng Moment na mag-isip ng extra plans or rather a different style of play bukod dun sa ginawa nilang BL side. Kasi kung sa Ankara ganun gagawin nila, then they're gonna get eaten up alive dito by FERVID that can challenge the Ankaras of, sabi nating, Wolves, Execration, and even Stallions, no? So ganun kabigat yung mga kalaban nyo dito sa Ankara and Moment. You have to be prepared kasi if Lance is doing these kinds of highlight plays, no? Paano pa kaya sa Ankara na he has free reign on floor A?
Yun nga, no? You have to think about pagpasok dito sa Ankara. Hindi na pinamukhan GR-sided ng FERVID ito because of the speed. And even from the guns as well, no? Usually, ganitong laro, may expect mo sa mga naka-M14, pero they're doing it with HKs, they're doing it with the M4. And maybe, just maybe, a new meta is taking shape para sa loob ng regional qualifiers. As you also take a look at yung set summary natin, Lance with 20 kills, pero hindi mangyayari yan, I'd argue, kung hindi lang dahil sa naging constant force na si A7J all throughout, pare. The Wild Dogs na pwede nating pagtugurian para dito sa FERVID no? With how aggressive their BL side has been, this is a bigger threat para sa FERVID. They just need to kind of smoothen down your mental.
Yeah, they need to smoothen and basically total reset dito for both teams. Lods though, 20-8. Everyone's double digits. Quite a quiet game for him. Hodge as well, pero it's A7J backing up. Set MVP natin would be Lance, of course. Who else? 2.5 KD, 1.25 kills per round, and the survival rating of 0.5. That's why we see him in the clutches, Ramon, no? Very much a stellar performance laban dito sa Moment. Pero yung iba isipin, Moment lang naman yan. Pero then again, that's Moment that took away their Black Widow pick. So we're gonna be going to Ankara to settle down once and for all. Kung makikita natin ang unang Masters team this regional qualifiers na patatalo sa APAC team, or will it still be Masters teams 4-0 for today?
Tama pare, kasi we have yet to see a Masters team fall to an Impact team so far. Will this be Moment's time to shine or mawawala ba ang Moment para sa kanila dahil sa FERVID Ankara? We'll take a look at it later on. Pagkatapos ng break, ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El, and we'll be back with the regional qualifiers. Welcome back sa CFS Regional Qualifiers Philippines. Kasama nyo pa rin kami magtropa na si Ramon at si El. We have been having fun sa loob ng series na to kung saan magkabilaan lang ng suntok ang FERVID at saka ang MOMEN Esports. And now that port is done, Ankara naman ang susunod. Once being one of the best maps para sa FERVID, it's looking like nothing can stop them with the momentum dun sa port map pre.
I feel like it's not that nothing can stop them. It's more like who's going to be the stopper for them, no, rather. Kasi kung sa Port walang tumigil kay Lance, na dapat si Chris, na dapat si Yobs, this time around parang kailangan meron dapat, no? Kung pipigilan lang din ba ni Lance yung sarili niya, makita natin nung he's gonna be turned off dito sa Ankara, we're gonna see, is it this time to shine? Is there is the first time to shine? Yun yung gusto ko malaman, no? Kasi for moment, sinabi ko kanina, sila yung ganun, no? Pero parang napunta yung identity na ganun, papunta sa Fervid. And that is a bit of a problem because if you're going to be relying on individual performances and not just the willy-nilly calls, maybe Moment can capitalize dito sa Ankara na mas madaling mag-ikot-ikot sa mapa at gumawa ng mga mid-round plays.
For sure nga naman no? We get to see kung sino yung magsisimula on the blacklist for either one of these teams sa loob lamang ng Ankara. So we'll see who will set the tempo para sa team na ito. But I feel like we have to come into this with really a mindset where after those two games, sino nga ba yung may endurance at stamina para makaabot nga dito in the long run. You can bet that it is the experienced team, pero in the impact stage as well, di naman strangers sa Moment Esports sa ganong katagal na games, especially during the run on the group stages as well, I guess. So it is pretty interesting na nabigay nga nila yung port map na yun in that fashion where everything just fell apart after moment dito sa FERVID. So what really is the play dito sa Ankara? Are they gonna play that standard aggressive positions para dito sa loob ng Ankara? If sila nga yung magsisimula sa GR, I can expect na hindi lang siguro pang karaniwang defense sa makikita natin from Moment. Definitely gonna be a mid-call take para dito kay Chris. Probably a floor A control na naman dahil sa mga snipers natin, but really, there's nothing really to tell. Especially now that we're coming into the game, Ankara awaits para sa pareho nating koponan. Sino ang lalabas ng buhay sa loob lamang ng first day? Moment Esports ba or FERVID?
FERVID on the GR side, Moment on the BL. Baka lumabas na naman dito yung sort ng Moment na hanggang dyan lang sila sa yellow, pero no Chris. Tagal-tikat angle. Kita niya yata si A7J and he will get the pick. No trades for him whatsoever. Malayo dito yung mga tropa sa FERVID and they can instantly pivot towards B, pero look at the commitment ng FERVID. No, tatlo kagad from Esponde. At parang lahat sila naglalagay nila ng pieces dito, Ramon.
Yun nga parang laking bagay nga ito kasi yung isang tao na dapat na titingin lamang sa loob ng tunnels, siya yung magiging first contact sa magiging hotel control. Pwedeng mag-rotate yung Moment dito pero does look like magko-commit na lang sila papasok dito sa B site. Flash on in, Lance has to control his position.
Oy!
Doesn't get the first shot in and that's an opportunity para makapasok ang Moment. MDY sa loob na ng site, di pa nakiklear to si Lance. Doesn't get the second opportunity. Nauubos na ang patience and Jake will capitalize. Pasok sa site. Yobs on the one tap. FERVID. Nauubos nila isa-isa. Yobs gets that 2K and a 3K para kay Yobs. Headshot machine para sa Moment. 1-0 sa loob ng Ankara.
Sabi sa'yo sino yung pipigil sa FERVID? Sarili lang din nila. Look at Lance try to get the shots out dun sa mga members ng Moment. I think it was 3 times. 3 times yung ginawa yun. Wala siya nahuli. And then si Yobs activated. And look at that. Just the simple tap. Swings dito sa likuran ng Jen. Gets the tap again. And through the smoke finds Dracifer. 3K for him. And Yobs was one of the centerpieces ng Moment para sa Black Widow victory nila. Maybe he's going to be the same centerpiece again dito sa Ankara to get even eke out a victory. Pero first round pa lang yun. Let's not get too excited. D and Dracifer in a 2-man setup alongside Hajj dito sa site A. Pero palayo na palayo dito ang Moment. Taking control of CA. Looking for a split. Most likely with that smoke. Kakanselahin lang yata nila yung possible na push dito sa may hotel. Papatibi ang mga tropa natin, no? Sisimplihan lang.
Kind of called na hindi na nila i-hold yung yellow. And instead have MDY para makat lamang yung rotation. And actually just have the hold dito pa lamang sa may mid. If ever nga na itutuloy yung B-site na yan, nag-iingay na ang Moment. around that side of the map, but they're taking too much time para lang maayos yung maging execute.
Okay. Walang resistance man lang dito yung FERVID, and Lance not gonna get the shot again. They're just gonna throw a nade, and finally he will get the kill. So 4v5, never mind 4v4, and we are off to the races here sa post plan, Ramon.
The lurk coming down for Chris as well. Kailangan niyang bumalik. Na-realize ni Diet, muntikan pa nga siya. And I think Jesus gonna investigate. Tuloy lang para kay Diet. Mababatay niya yung sniper. Oh, dediretso na sa flank. Dracifer gets another. And Jake, patay niya dito si Lance. 1v2. At dalawa para sa FERVID. Na-trade lamang ni D yung buhay ni Dracifer. FERVID on the retake. The numbers overwhelming. 1-1 sa score. And finally, a global risk round.
Finally, a round for FERVID. A bit weird yung setup dito kasi talagang full retake sila sa B. Pero it worked out in the end, no? They got the kills that they needed to get. And for moment, I like na hindi sila masyado mabagal. They are trying to contest space na hindi lang sila tumatambay doon. They're trying to get closer and closer dito, no? For example, taking that military space, going dito sa may floor A, sa may boxes, and then getting a need sa may vents, just speaks to me na, okay, magpaparamdam kami dito sa vents, paparamdam kami ng floor A, magtatawag kami ng rotation, and then, just go back. Possibly, kasi yung C4 nandun pa eh.
Yeah, that definitely is one of the smokes of all time.
Ay, hindi ko napansin yun ah.
Nasa mid.
Baka kailangan niya ng
yun
tubigs.
yung... Yan nga eh, no? Uy, what a shot from Justin. Patay si A7J doon. I think dahil yun sa naging util on the mid side, kaya doon nag-peak si A7J, may use pala yun. Pinang-bait nila yung rotation.
Just use the fail smoke to force. Ay, wait, nagkamali sa smoke. Hanap ko timing. Di ba? Just eke out the every single advantage you can.
Sinadya nila yun.
Was my plan all along. Oh my goodness, Lance! Naubos sa port ang kuya ko.
Gotta hit those.
Oh, never mind.
At tumama pa nga dito kay Chris. Okay, bumawi siya agad. Instantaneous para kay Lance, and now the only anchor on the site has a beautiful flash para lang hindi makatuloy si Justin. Pero hindi lang yan yung kaibigan mo. Si Justin mapapatay lang dyan. Swing coming through para sa Momen. And MDY is gonna shut down the sniper. Di coming through, Yobs. One tap na naman. Dracifer mapapatay. 2v2, 20 seconds. Kailangan mag-push ng Momen Esports sa site. Malaking problema lang si Haj. Si D nakahawak lang sa angulo. Something has to give para sa parehong kupunan. At si D, siya susunod na golden headshot. Haj, kailangan mong pumatay.
Oh my goodness.
At pumatay si Haj at sa 2K para kay Haj. 2-1 para sa FERVID.
Hindi ko malaman kung flash ba yung hawak ni Justin or ni Yobs doon. Or ni MD. Kung sino man yung isa pang may util. Pero alam ko dapat smoke niya yun eh. Para hindi makapick dito si D. Haj tuloy naka-clutch, and Dracifer pushing floor A. May trade naman. Pero apat pa yun nandito, tatlo pa yun nandito. There's Lance finally activated. At si Jake medyo ipit.
Dipit at mananakit na ata si D. Makapatay with the popcorn and a headshot found. Pero Justin pumapalag din. Headshot din sa kanya. Kaso si A7J nakaikot na sa buong daigdig. 3-1 FERVID. Sila naman ang aggressive sa GR side.
We're seeing FERVID glimpse of summer, no? Going for the aggressive plays, going for the confidence peaks dito. Si Dracifer na nga rin, no? He's trying to activate himself. Lance, bad start, recovering, and D, of course. Now, if his brother's not there, well, he's the one stepping up. And moment, parang as much as ayaw nilang mag-conform sa ganitong sitwasyon na hindi sila gumagalaw masyado, it feels like yung galawan ng FERVID, pinipilit sila na mag-steady lang. Magpo-push kami, yun yung sinisignal dito ng FERVID. So, Momen, you can comply, you can disregard it, pero up to you to get your round wins. And if you're going to get your round wins by listening to the opponent, are you really even winning?
Because that really is your shot. There's a shot in kay Jake as well. Dracifer plays off the contact. Kaya walang headshot na makukuha si Yobs ngayon. This is FERVID now in their territory. 2 kills just like that. Moment will have to improvise.
They will have to improvise indeed. And I don't think they can do improv at this point in time. No? I mean, that's a good one. If he gets 2 more, I would call it good. Pero sa natin si Chris, sa may likuran, he needs to help. MD stuck.
At na yan, no? Need na yan. Si 7J yan, boss. And at this point, full focus na si Chris. Hindi tatama yung pangalawang shot, pero patay dito si Haj. And a second shot, hindi tatama din yan. So Lance picks up the kill. FERVID looking like they're the driver's seat sa loob ng CA.
Yeah, timeout. Earliest timeout so far dito ng Moment, and very proactive in the use of timeouts dito. Speaks to me like they have coach and the other one does not, because FERVID, hindi siya nagta-timeout. You notice, hindi siya nagta-timeout in Black Widow, in Port, in here. I don't think they're gonna ever time out here. They're just gonna continue doing what they're doing. And yeah, I feel like identity crisis na ngayon si Moment. They can fight in Ankara, but when they go up against the likes of SGJ or sabi natin EKISQUAD, no, yung mga may dating sa Impact, they kind of lose control, especially versus SGJ. So, yun yung pinaka gusto makita dito sa ating Moment, to find the identity and to crawl back from this deficit, kasi dapat makakita tayo ng competitive game. They got the inspiration sa Black Widow. Alam nila na kaya nilang matalo yung FERVID. And most especially na pagtutropa tong mga to, di ba? Like, nakaisa kami. Like, even that small bragging right, di ba? You really need to lock in here Moment. And siguro it just has to start with confidence in the fights and brute forcing things, because normally, doon natin sila nakilala.
Exactly, no? Yung ganong sort of brute force medyo naubos na. You can contribute it to a sort of lack of confidence now dahil nga naman how the rounds have been going. The only good push that they've had and the only default that has been working is yung naging TB push din all the way towards the B site. But even then, naging dikit pa yung naging round na yun. So, really, kailangan din linisan ng Moment yung siguro kung paano na ina-approach ulit yung naging execute. Kasi by the time that they do it, all often is paid with blood talaga, no? So, maybe find the right call this time. And I think Chris has a lot of ideas to kind of work around. It's just that it's at the point dito na medyo breaking point na ng parehong koponan dito, you know? It's been a long time since we kind of started dito sa BO3 na to. Medyo delayed nga tayo ng onte, but it's all good. Syempre, tatapusin na natin yung game na to as quickly as possible. But I am speaking towards how the games have been going for both teams as well. It's a tiresome one to say the least para sa parehong koponan na to, and hopefully throughout all of this there's something fresh to kind of be given sa makikita nating ideas from a Moment. So what can work at this time, no? Ulitin ba nila yung TB push? Maybe try to go at it sa hotel ulit. We've seen that from the first round to come forward para sa Moment. Kasi si FERVID kasi hindi sila yung tipong type na ipaglalaban nila yung space initially, no? They're pretty much a reactive team by the end of it.
Literal crossfire gods. Then sa Vents, sa CA, and where else? I would assume sa may hotel. Not really. Pero basta, they really like to play off of each other dito. And with Lance, well, nawala na yung KD niya because we took a timeout. But with Lance being in the position na kaya natin makakita ng powerful play, never mind, it's Yobs who activates for a Moment. And I feel like confidence is key. That's what I said, and they found it.
Definitely something para kay Yobs. Getting harder and harder as the series progresses, at ngayon, kita mo yung movement niya dito sa loob ng Vents. Walang takot si Yobs. Parang galaw veterano lang. Kita mo yung 4K na yan! Si Yobs lang yan! Ubos ang FERVID sa CA! At si Dina na lang natitira, pero ace potential para kay Yobs. Denied galing kay D at nakuha pa nga niya yung 2K. A possible clutch attempt para kay D, pero dapat ace clutch para sa bata ng FERVID.
I don't think he has the time nor the HP to deal with this. Why not just challenge D, no? 9 HP, guys. 10 seconds till the C4 explodes. Guaranteed din naman yung win. Just force D out. And they will try. I assume. There it goes. So far, yeah, round in return, courtesy of Yobs, okay. But what about the others? Ito yung sinasabi natin na bumalik yung umang moment. May isang magpa-pop off. I want them all to pop off just like how Lance and A7J and crew popped off sa port, no? Look at that. Very clean on the first through the smoke. Yung pangalawa, okay. Ito din, medyo nahalataan. Yung pang-apat, that's a good transfer. Kasi di lang talaga yung tumigil dahil medyo sabi natin nanggigil, no? Dun sa ace. All goods, they get around in return and they limit the power dito ng FERVID that they're trying to get. Oh, Lance ipit. It's gonna be forced to get out. And he missed! Now, that's a problem, Ramon.
Ba nga tama yung sinabi mo, El, na ubos na kakatapos ng port. Sana hindi naman no? Full respect over to Lance, still a very big contender. Sniper in the region, pero after a whiff like that, that's an opportunity na para sa Momen. A7J alone dito pa lamang sa may hotel. An opportunity para mapatay si Justin and he wins the fight anyways. But at this very moment, Momen, alam na nila yung info at nasaan si A7J. Plata lang yung C4 dun sa B at kailangan na mag-rotate ang FERVID.
Ganda ng tanim dito ni Chris. He has the better gun, no? Not the best gun, the better gun na lang in this situation for the close corner. And ito yung kinakatakutan ko. How can Momen hold on to this? 20 seconds remaining. Oh, nahanap nila na may tao dito pero makuhuli niya pa rin sa A7J. Pero yun lang yung makukuha niya. Up to the 3 now dito sa site.
As the IGLs of both teams, Jake spotted na din. D gets the kill. Dracifer on the flank. It's all down to Yobs, the superstar. One more second and it's not enough para kay Yobs. All the time in the world para sa retake. Sabay-sabay sila nag-flank doon para sa FERVID.
Ang ganda no check doon kay Chris. Kung hindi siya na-check doon, I feel like he could have gotten more than 2, no? Kung pinalampas niya, okay na okay. Pero bumawi din naman siya. Lance is out of the picture. We can see him not performing. I mean, he got some kills earlier, pero right now, he's being diffed quite a bit. Yobs is online. Yes, the problems ng Momen nandito pa rin in terms of the postland, pero we're seeing glimpses now. They can take 4 rounds. Or maybe 3 at the least. Pero, Momen, the confidence has been found. Now it's just the cleanliness of how they execute itong laruan nila. Yung hinahanap natin.
And it's not like hindi tumatama ang Momen kasi clearly, syempre, pumapalag pa rin in the micro perspective. Tainga nila si Lance dito and that's all thanks to the hold on to the mid side. Gives an opportunity para makuha yung TB pero yung difference kasi ng FERVID sa Momen is that even in a 4v5, kahit mag-retake sila dito, I still put a lot of my trust dito sa FERVID because of how clean they do check lahat na bawat corner. Chris, spotted na dun sa mid. Mapatay lang ni A7J ngayon. That's a kill para sa kanya. And I think that gives him info na baka sa B-side sila manggagaling.
Kanina pa to, inaalaw lang yung B eh. I still don't favor this for a moment. Kailangan that's si Yobs. I think Yobs needs to stay with the pack. I don't like him being alone kasi pag nahuli siya, 3 yung makikita niya, it's very dangerous naman. They need to at least siguro secure pa nila. Liman nila, kunin nila RS, no? Doon sila mag-post plat. Huwag nilang pagbigyan ng pwesto, no? Ng buwelo makapag-retake tong FERVID. Pero after all said and done, manglalason lang si Yobs. Hala ka!
Oh, kita mo yon? Ang pinakinakatuutan natin nangyari na with the peak on Tiobs. That's their best player down na para sa 3 versus 4. Retake is on para sa FERVID. Dracifer nakapasok sa site. Good flash pero delay lang yan. Nakapasok pang FERVID. Puro AKs nasa muka. Hatch with a second. And Dracifer just uses the USP. Mawawala si Yobs. At mawawala ang moment post-plant. That's FERVID in a 6-2.
We can call it a day na this is so bad for Moment. They are being led to get a post plant na kung saan kailangan lang nilang i-hold pero hindi nila pinipigilan yung retake. They're allowing the retake to happen when they can just put manpower dun sa may RS banda. Huwag niyong bigyan ng buwelo talaga itong FERVID at mananalo kayo. Pero sa ngayon wala. Speaking of buwelo, parang nakabuwelo na yung FERVID. They have 4 rounds in the lead, looking to make it 5 when we swap sides. And I think kung di bibigyan ng buwelo ng Moment tong FERVID, well, it's a bad question. It's rhetorical kasi nabigyan na kagad in the rounds. Now it's an A execute or a test siguro. 3v3. Usapang util muna. They're trying to fight each other pero okay. That's a very costly win dito for Yobs. But he gets 2, so it's a budget deal.
Lalo na. He gets the pick dito for Madge, pero damage has already been done. Nakapasok pa sa site. And Moment are going at it kahit may mid-lurk pa sila. Justin finds the timing kay A7J. Lance finds the clear pero iisa na lang siya laban sa tatlong Moment na nakapasok na sa site. Chris, hinahantian na si Lance. Finally gets a drop in sa loob lamang ng RS. 30 seconds for the hope of FERVID. Pero nalalamig so far si Lance ngayon. So, has to get the pick dito kay Jake. Good start laban sa kanya. Kaso Chris on the timing swing. Moment Esports. 3-6 sa first half. Pero FERVID all day yung naging half na yun.
FERVID all day indeed, no? Parang at the end of it, parang consolation prize na yung round na yun para sa Moment. Talagang yung retake, hindi nila nabibigyan ng solution. They were being allowed to go out, and once you allow FERVID as a snowball to go out in the B site, unless you have a very good lurk, no, it's GG's dun sa post plan nyo. Courtesy for Moment though, the side swap might treat them good. Though, ang ayoko lang makita is them trying to get an aggressive play, tas para magkakanya-kanya sila sa dulo. Yun yung pinaka-lason dito na impact teams na they don't know whether to push or pull, and FERVID, they can exactly punish that type of play kasi sila, pag nakakita sila ng kalaban, especially on their side, they're just gonna go and chase, no? Go and chase, there's probably more. And that with that mentality na baka meron pa dyan. Pag naubos nila yung isang side, yung isang area, I think that's going to be just the freest plant and the hardest retake dito at the end of it for Moment.
For sure. And we kind of treated into the FERVID that we kind of expect coming through dito sa Ankara. Not so much the summer form sa loob lamang na map na to, pero more like the spring form that we kind of expect from FERVID dito sa map na to. You know, where it's not really the most aggressive, pero it's kind of the reactive way na parang nasa tamang pwesto lang yung mga players natin dito. You know? It's kind of disheartening to see yung Moment na ganito where they're kind of relying on that star player, but they're getting evened out because of good plays or good positions coming through para sa FERVID ngayon. Eh, no? So, mas komplikado na to other than the fact na papapatay na lang yung isang player. Kasi what if sa mga game plan dito ng Moment, na-outdiff lang sila ng isang magandang retake coming through para sa Moment or sa FERVID, o isang execute galing dito na alam mong maraming layers. Pero it's gonna take a lot of time dun. And by that time, baka ubos na sa Moment. We'll see it coming through into the second half. 6-3 is the score. Marami atang kailangan ni bigas sa Moment dito.
Marami nga. And they're just gonna go straight in tong FERVID. They get the kills that they wanted. The CD pa nga nakakuha. He's gonna be warmed up. Pero oy! Ganda ng return fire. 4v3 pa rin though. Moment has a lot of job to do.
These guys na kill dito kay A7J and they're setting up for the B execute. Yobs showing them na dapat hindi kayo magmadali. Pero Haj opens the window. and gets himself through the door. Jake mapapatay lang ulit. Yung Dracifer down up against Yobs. Tuguan si Dracifer. Na-drop na din yung C4. Siya yung dehado! Pero siya pa yung nanalo! Dracifer gets the headshot! 7-3 para sa FERVID.
Eto na yata yung start ng ending natin, Ramon. Ay, there's a fight. Yes, there's going to be the rush again. Okay yung damage. He just did not spam. Kikitain niya. Yun lang, mahuli niya si Lance. He gets 2, that's value. And that's 3.
Made the most out of it. 1 for the 3 kills that he has. Okay na yun kung ako yung Momen Esports. And now it's just D, pare. Not really somebody like Lance na who has been sharp on the clutch, who has been really good on his decisions. Does get the kill dito kay Chris, pero dami pa niya kailangan patayin. Patay din si MDY. Si Jake pa nga ang makakatapos dito para sa FERVID. Alright, after a fast round dun sa first round, ayun, uulitin naman para sa Momen Esports.
Yeah. Still, signs of life dito. They've been put in a similar situation sa scoreline, no? Pero wait lang, parang this Black Widow all over again. What if I just rush Dorby, no? Kaya yung sinasabi dito ng FERVID. And it works! For the first kill. What about the rest room? Let's see. Ready na sila? There's triple stack. Pero what's the commotion dito sa hotel? Titigil? Maybe activate Lance on the opposite side? Or baka sa tingin nila basado na sila, no?
Again, it gets more complicated than just killing one player. But FERVID, nila yung hotel and somehow a bit of semblance on the mga flanks na meron sila ngayon. So, kumaga, well-rounded yung setup, and it also gives them a choice. With B being their focus, I think all eyes on Chris this time around. Not only on his angle dun sa hotel, pero sa kung kailan nila i-call yung rotate. If ever man makita nila yung FERVID.
Ayaw lang siguro nila na instant stack dito yung moment sa B. That's why they're trying to calm things down. But with that, sa mga dito sa mid, that all but more confirms it. At least nandito si MD siya, si Chris. Snipers ready for the long angle, MD ready for tunnels, and they have to go right now. A7J wins the fight though.
And A7J gets a second as well, pare. Ganun lang kadali para kay Angelito. FERVID bringing the confidence and a headshot again para kay D. It is FERVID. At talagang nagkaroon na signature sa titulo nila dito sa loob ng B-site. After nila magpakita pa lamang on the smoke, talagang nag-re-clear pa ang moment sa loob ng LA. It just wasted them a lot of seconds.
And just 2 more rounds, we're gonna be seeing FERVID in the same spot as the rest, no? Yobs daw pumapalag. Will be traded elsewhere in the map per Justin. Tibay at lakas ng loob ang hawak niya. He's gonna get the spray down! And the third dito kay D.
Ang moment lang na inipit ng kalaban sa loob lamang ng bahay nila. A 3K para kay Justin. At inubos na ni MDY ang iisa para sa FERVID. 8-5 para sa kanila. We're back into Black Widow, pare. Everybody's pushing in this side of the map.
Everybody's pushing and everybody's just getting a multi-kill, Ramon. I mean, confidence. That's all you need. That is what makes a man. And I feel like moment if you just continue fighting like this, no, bigyan nila ng sense of danger tong FERVID sa pagpupush-push nila. You can easily make that comeback happen. Pero just 2 rounds away, FERVID. Just 2 rounds where they need to make that C4 explode or at least win by 1 guy. Limited in the time that they need to do it.
wasting a lot of time and sort of util para lang siguro, no? Nahihirapan lang yung kalaban para makapasok. Jake and Yobs, the only sort of defense na meron sila sa A site. But FERVID are setting up for the util. Ito yung extra na na-expect natin sa isang Masters team. The util before the entry. And now the flash comes in. Jake gets the spray down pero D, mabilis ang sagot. Laban kay Jake. Isa pa para kay D pero Yobs, good timing on the one-tap special pero A7J will make the difference para sa entry ng FERVID. Alam ni Lance ang flank. Nakuha ng FERVID ang match point.
Match point. And possibly the last round, no? If FERVID just takes their time and make sure that they get this one correctly. I mean, isipin mo lang, no? They got one more round moment in port. Inakala nga natin makaka-comeback pa sila pero FERVID, alam nila that they bled in this matchup while the rest were perfect and clean, no? The top 3 perfect and clean, they're the only ones na sabihin natin nahirapan na onte. Maybe the difference between 3 and 4 is that big. And Chris is showing how big that difference is. May trade naman KD, 4-4. Make that 4-2 as we extend this game, possibly one more round.
Last stage of the heroics para dito kay Jake. Hindi na naghihintay si kaibigan. 3K para kay Jake ngayon. And definitely a showing para sa Momen. May laban pa sa loob ng Kara map. Definitely a surprise from Dracifer. Hindi na nagamit yung pain doon.
Hindi talaga. This time. Oy. They're tatagusin nila. Laban sila. This could be the end all be all, Ramon.
Could be. Especially with the kill kay Yobs and Chris down. FERVID sinagasaan ang A-site defense. As Momen Esports are counting on Justin and MDY pero isang bala lang si MDY at mawawala na siya sa Ankara game. 13 kills, 10 headshots for D. And Justin might be the last hope. Pero sa isang last hope ng Momen, baka magiging huling bungo na lang to para kay D. One shot papunta sa katawan. At enough na yon para sa FERVID. There's no upset sa day 1 ng regional qualifiers. FERVID get a 2-1 victory.
2-1 it may be. It just showed that the Masters team can bleed. And looking forward to the matches tomorrow, no? From our seeds 5-8 sa Masters versus seeds 5-8 then ata dito sa Impact. I feel like the quality of the match is going to not necessarily dip from on, but we're going to be getting more chaotic battles. And not to mention that we have some people, no, that we're looking forward to tomorrow, namely si Devil. It's a bit exciting to see na some Impact teams have the shot or have what it takes to take a shot at some of the maps dito ng mga Masters teams natin. But still, at the end of the day, it's just the mastery and the confidence, no? The difference in the approach and the mentality in the game, siguro yun yung nagpapapanalo sa mga Masters team natin. And yun yung case in point natin here kay FERVID na suffering from a loss dito sa Black Widow pick nila, came back and reverse swept tong Momen Esports in a fashion where I can just describe na hindi sila contrasting. Once again, they're two sides of the same coin. Each of their team had their pop-off players. It just so happened na mas malakas lang mag-pop-off ang mga players ng FERVID.
Yeah. And medyo complicated din na masabi mo natalo sila dahil dito, natalo sila dahil ganito, di ba? It's just that the right team really has gotten the moments that they needed nga naman. You could argue na may layers pa rin naman ang FERVID dito. Dahil nga naman sa experience, dahil nga naman sa tinagal-tagal nga naman nila dito sa Masters. At one point, pwede pa nga sila dapat makaprograded to become that top 2 team laban dito sa Virtus Pro. So we kind of get it then, no? There's still going to be some things that FERVID need to work on, especially with the adjustments, the loss of a coach nga naman, as well as the new system na kailangan nga namang i-shoulder ni A7J as well as si Dracifer alone. Pero with the start like this, may question marks na makakapagsimula para sa FERVID. Pero with how well they handled itong Momen Esports, lalo na dito sa loob ng 2 sets na naghiwalay dito sa Port at saka sa Ankara, I think it's safe to say that they're off to not the best start, pero a baseline para lang magsimula ang FERVID sa season na to.
Yeah, it's just a baseline na this is how much the freedom that we can do. Sometimes it backfires, sometimes it works out great. Kailangan lang natin timplahin, no? Kailangan lang natin i-master yung energy na to into something that actually doesn't backfire right in front of our eyes. And for me, that's a really, really hard task, no? Kasi it's just a fine line, Ramon. No, it's a fine line between obsession and insanity, right? So, very much so kailangan ma-ayos ng FERVID yung mga ganong mistakes. I wouldn't say they're too aggressive. I wouldn't say they're too passive. I would just say they're all over the place when it comes down to the plays that they're making, no? Literally all over the place. Double entendre there. Pero I feel like against Momen, it's warranted, no? It's warranted and it's sound in terms of how they played it out. Sadyang the mistakes from map 1 hindi natin na-carry over into map number 2 and same naman dito sa map number 3.
Very quickly lang no? Naisip ko lang din kasi bigla. Would you call it a sort of mini STS sort of period na nangyayari dito sa FERVID? Kasi now that they're kind of playing a bit more loose, now that they kind of have their own ideas, do you kind of make it like a mini STS sort of playstyle ng FERVID ngayon?
I wouldn't say they are I wouldn't say they are a mini STS because STS as much as they are loose, they still have the structure. I cannot really find the specific structure na ginagawa dito ng FERVID. The structure in the players, yes. The structure in what they're trying to establish as a macro, wala akong mapansin. No? So, yun yung pinaka-difference sila na hindi sila may Stallions, they're just winging it. And the way that they're winging it, it's 60-40 at the moment, but put them up against a different team. Pakalaban nyo sa ibang mga tao yan. Yung 60-40 na yan, baka maging 30-70 bigla. No?
Yeah. Definitely, pare. If FERVID can do this on a moment that medyo dikit pa sila, what more up against another Masters team nga naman. But again, this goes back to the conversation of if may mas pressure pa ang Masters teams laban sa Impact teams, because this could be an opportunity para sa Impact teams natin yun. As we also take a look at yung set summary, yung lamig ni Di kanina sa first 2 sets, binawi niya dito. Binuhos niya sa loob ng Ankara game with 23 kills. Not the most amount of headshots na medyo na-expect natin from a player like him, pero the way they kind of played around him, being that second player in, if si Dracifer yung pain, kind of works out well para sa FERVID this time around.
Yeah, it worked out well instantly and well, I feel like nag-reverse lang tayo ng identity ng teams dito. Momen looking like FERVID looking like Momen, parang random UOBS game si D, and the same can be said for him. So, yeah, D pulling the weight of everyone else, and then Dracifer just saying, oh, wait lang, hindi kailangan may isa pang double digit yan. I like it, the way that they played, no? So revolving around D. But one thing to notice that the assist, no, better on Momen. So maybe that is what's lacking dito para sa side ng FERVID. Maybe the team play has been forgone to the side. Yes, it's just 2 assists, pero still matters a lot. Set MVP natin would be D. 2 kills around, 2 KD, 1.4 kills per round, and sabihin natin 0.6 headshot per kill and a survival rate of 0.31. No? So, kid, you really just popped off. There's no other way to put it. Nagmalakano, I would say, pero in a system where he's more free to do whatever he wants to do, no?
Wala na ang MZ sa formula nila ngayon, pero they could be geniuses in their own right as they now have played around the right player, and D being that set MVP made all the difference para sa momentum ng FERVID right now as they take the 2-1. Something na kailangan nilang ayusin pa rin talaga is that Black Widow. It's still surprising that they're not able to make that breakthrough sa paborito nga nila mapa, but you can kind of contribute that as well to the momentum ng Momen Esports nung BL side nila, as well as one hell of a call dun sa Vepper hold na meron sila on that P site. Pero set 2 and set 3 was a different story. Definitely from layers upon layers dito sa FERVID, as well as playing around your sniper, as well as dito kay D as well sa Ankara. It's made all the difference para lang makaabot dito sa 2-1 scoreline natin. Sayang Kasi this would have been the only upset that we've had tonight.
Yeah, it would have been such a surprise, no? Parang thrill nung VP Atras back in the day.
Yeah.
Pero match MVP natin still going to be D. I would say he's quiet in the first two maps, but certainly he was loud, no? In Ankara, 1.3 overall, 0.96 kills per round, almost a 1, and of course the headshot still there for the young gun. SR might be a bit low, pero then again, it was a scrappy fight, Ramon. Talagang bakbakan to, mga to. And okay lang siguro na sabihin natin na I'm going to be expecting more of this kasi nakita naman na natin na kaya mong gumalaw ng walang support or other players acting as a support but not really. So, let's see it. If you can hard carry, I want to see the highest potential of it. And this free team na kinocall ni A7J, I think he has the best chance to show that potential kung gaano siya galing mag-hard carry.
Especially ngayon na parang wala nang unleash yung si D this time. That one rampant that we kind of expected dito sa Black Widow, pero warmed up at the best possible time. Definitely a standout sa buong naging serye natin. At hindi the most consistent showing nung simula ng map pick, pero he was everywhere in the support as well as being sort of a player that they really did rely on dito pa lamang sa loob ng Ankara map natin. So, another well-played game para dito kay D. And definitely a season for D as a player, especially now. No? A lot to prove with the young gun coming through para sa FERVID in his whole year. Dito sa CFS, it's very exciting times para sa D.
Very exciting times talaga. I feel like ang expectation natin dito would be there's going to be shake-ups. I mean, at the shake-up pa lang na FERVID got 2-1, has lost a map, probably hindi sila nag-2-1, is, I mean, exciting but not as exciting as the last time around no, sa ating Swiss. Expect natin more to come in the Swiss stage tomorrow for at the bottom 4 teams of the respective leagues. And siguro mas chaotic, mas hectic, mas makakaisip ka na grabe ano yung nakita natin kasi kung ngayon na-surprise tayo that FERVID lost, paano kaya bukas?
Exactly, especially with our top 5 to 8 seeds from both of these leagues are gonna continue to battle it out sa susunod na magiging day natin. As we also take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, pare, the games are gonna continue to be fiery hot. Nga naman, lalo na, at makikita na natin ng Comeback Friends versus Velocity, yung dati na naging ex-governors magpapakitang gilas na sa loob ng ating regional qualifiers. Acceptance versus 6 Waves, ang dating naging JY Bacolod, kakalabanin na ang Acceptance na may structure at may bagong coach in Mac Mamba. Matches versus ̍Match. New player coming through para sa ̍Match, kakalabanin ba nila ang nagle-late game na Matches or will this be Atras Esports versus Team Vesper, ang comeback ni Devil laban sa redemption arc ng Atras Esports?
Yeah, very much exciting and very much going to be crazy. I would say yung first match pa lang natin ng Comeback Friends and Velocity, I'm looking forward to what Acceptance can show versus 6 Waves. No? Not that I'm expecting anything from 6 Waves and not that wala na ako in-expect sa 6 Waves. I just want to see if Acceptance can take their game to the next level. Ngayon na official coach siya si Mac Mamba. Matches, there's been a swap of specific roles in this team. Let's see if they're the same old run it down type of team under a different leadership or talagang it's in the blood of Matches. The trust, no? Maybe the most awaited match dito na mga mahilig manood sa ating mga content creators ng CROSSFIRE because Devil is in Team Vesper and JY Davao, well, they are under a new name and they have a new spawn of hell coming in with them to fight for those 8 slots natin sa regional qualifiers.
Huwag na natin kalimutan si Coach Tetra din. Gonna be a big factor para sa Team Vesper. Magkaroon na ng sistema para sa team na ito and added firepower will make them a threat na laban sa Atras tomorrow. Pero yun na that schedule's looking very hype para sa day number 2 ng regional qualifiers natin. Before ko i-shoutout lahat na kailangang i-shoutout, El, may personal shoutouts ka ba before you end the show?
Yeah, I feel like we just need to shout out our production, no? PNC, and of course, Milegate for this event. Grabe, no? Ang ganda ng pinakita ng teams natin sa EWC. Ngayon, babalik na sila dito to play for the regional qualifiers. Meron pa tayong regional qualifiers for the side of Southeast Asia, no? Rosea, rather. So, makakita ng mga ibang Indonesian teams, no? And I want to see them use the Scarlet. Ramon, ikaw ba? Sino mga shoutout mo ngayon?
Siyempre, lalatin ko na no? Shoutout nga pala sa mga talents na nakita natin sa kabuang araw ng regional qualifiers. Si ako, si El, si Sneaky Frog, as well as si Salvatore. Shoutout na din natin yung mga talents na makikita natin sa susunod na tournament. Siyempre, si Mochi, makakasama natin soon. Bipolar and Dadum. Shoutout kay Dadum. Sana yung okay na okay ang pinag-aaralan natin para sa ating board exams. No? Siyempre, shoutout ulit sa Smilegate. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity for continuing the stride of Crossfire moving forward into the year, as well as yung TNC production, TNC events, TNC group as a whole, for giving us an opportunity para lang ituloy ang laban sa loob ng liga na ito. No? Massive shoutout sa mga naglalaro ngayon at nanonood from start to finish. Siyempre, malaganda ang laban sa loob ng regional qualifiers, pero tuloy-tuloy lang ang kwento. 4-0 ang mga Masters teams sa kabuuan ng Day 1 ng regional qualifiers. Tutuloy nga ba nilang init bukas? Or may impact team nga ba na magkakaroon ng upset? See you tomorrow sa susunod na araw ng regional qualifiers. Goodbye and good night. Bang!